Chapter 87. Link's new title, the world's largest entertainment city. After Ephelindra became an Opop fruit user, her powerful physique allowed her to quickly master the use of her room. The moment she successfully used her fruit's ability, she immediately knelt on one knee before Link again, thanking her master for bestowing upon her accursed power, just like the one Lady Snake Princess possessed. The same went for Marguerite, who had eaten the Paramecia type more fruit. The warriors of the Kuja were exceptionally pure. It was this purity and loyalty that made Link feel at ease bestowing the Opop fruit and the more fruit upon them. As for the other crew members of the Kuja Pirates, even if they were die-hard loyalists to Hancock, Link would not have willingly given them such precious devil fruits. After all, they had seen the world. Who knew if they would develop ulterior motives after gaining great power? One can never be too careful. After becoming devil fruit users, Ephelindra's and Marguerite's statuses were elevated. They went from being kingdom guards to members of the Kuja Pirates, becoming Link's personal bodyguards and part of the Impaler Pirates. Towards these two, Karina and the other women did not act high and mighty like Hancock, instead showing them goodwill. However, the two women maintained a humble position, treating Link, Karina, and the others with the same reverence they showed Hancock. This kind of reverence was ingrained in the very being of every Kuja warrior, and was difficult to change. Karina and the others stopped insisting, preparing to let time change things. To win the two women's favor, Karina and the others specially got Ephelindra and Marguerite a set of clothes, so they no longer had to wear undergarments made of animal hides. Seeing this scene, Link reacted and said to Shirahoshi, "Shirahoshi, come out with me for a trip." "Yes, Lord Link." Shirahoshi immediately responded obediently. Soon after, a 200-meter-long pink dragon soared into the sky from Amazon Lily, flying away from that sea region. Seeing the pink dragon fly across the sky, the still-recovering residents of Suigo Town were once again frightened into collapsing on the ground. At the same time, Nijiko opened an air door, taking Karina and Ephelindra to Suigo Town. From the moment the people of Amazon Lily settled here, Suigo Town became one of the territories of the Impaler Pirates. The medicinal herbs on the island, as well as its residents, would become Link's property. Now, Karina was taking Ephelindra to put a lock on Link's property. Link would let them live well, no longer needing to worry about their livelihood. In exchange, they only needed to offer their hearts and dedicate themselves to cultivating medicinal herbs for Amazon Lily. After leaving Amazon Lily, Link rode Shirahoshi and headed straight for the world's largest entertainment city. On Shirahoshi's back was a giant golden pillar. Along the way, Shirahoshi passed by many places. Due to flying at a low altitude, both Shirahoshi and Link, who was sitting on her head, were photographed by many people. These photos would be sent through various channels to the mobile headquarters of the World Economic Journal. It was believed that these photos would become the next day's news, continuing to be a topic of avid discussion. Once such photos appeared frequently, Link would likely gain a new title, perhaps Dragon Tamer or Dragon Rider. If Link rode Shirahoshi wherever he went from now on, and used his impaling technique less and less to skewer his enemies, Dragon Tamer, or Dragon Rider, might just replace his title of the Impaler. But that was a matter for the future. The speed of flight far surpassed that of a sailing ship. In less than half a day, using an eternal pose, Link found the golden ship pulled by 3 giant turtles, the largest entertainment city in the world, Grand Tesoro. Grand Tesoro was a ship, an island, and even a nation. It was an island ship with a total length of 10,000 meters, or 10 kilometers. The ship's hull and the city on the island were covered in gold. Merely scraping off the gold on the surface could create a mountain of it. As another island ship, Thriller Bark was like a beggar compared to a landlord when put next to Grand Tesoro. Yet this island ship, only 10 kilometers long, was recognized by the world government as an independent nation and a non-militarized holy land. It was deeply favored by the celestial dragons, an absolute sanctuary where neither the Marines nor any organization under the world government could act rashly. Furthermore, the owner of this island ship was also one of the monsters of the New World. the user of the paramecia-type gold fruit, known as the world's richest man and the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. The arrival of the pink dragon instantly caused a sensation on Grand Tesoro, also alerting Guild Tesoro. The Golden Emperor hurriedly came out of the Golden Hotel, prepared to take a humble stance and negotiate with Link. Except for a select few, no one knew the capabilities of that pink dragon. But Guild Tesoro was very clear that he could not contend with the strength of Link, the Impaler. Even here in his main base, Link only needed to create his wood golem to smash Grand Tesoro to pieces with a single punch. Once Grand Tesoro was shattered or sunk, his biggest cash cow would be gone. Therefore, if he could avoid offending Link, he absolutely must not. Soon, Guild Tesoro breathed a sigh of relief. The pink dragon did not attack Grand Tesoro. It stopped in the sky above, and then a large and a small flame cloud brought Link and the golden pillar down. As Link descended from the sky, he recognized Guild Tesoro at a glance and couldn't help but smile. "I've heard the Golden Emperor has been buying gold at high prices. I wonder if I could do some business with you." Gazing at the massive golden pillar, a fervent light flashed in Guild Tesoro's eyes. He immediately said with enthusiasm, "Of course, it would be my honor." Under Guild Tesoro's guidance, Link reached the top floor of the Golden Hotel. Then, Link wasted no time and stated his purpose directly. He would cash in the golden pillar, and then buy out all the cloth and steel on Grand Tesoro. The cloth would be used to make clothes, and the steel to forge weapons. He wanted to transform the Kuja warriors from primitive people into a uniformed legion, and to change their weapons from wood to steel. Guild Tesoro, with hundreds of billions of buri in cash in his vault, easily acquired the golden pillar. An hour later, Link and Shirahoshi left Grand Tesoro with a staggering number of money chests, and a sailboat loaded with cloth and steel. On the way, Link stood on Shirahoshi's head and scattered seeds into the ocean below. After these seeds fell into the sea, they quickly transformed into wood clones that appeared on the surface of the water. Then, using wood transformation, they changed into strangers of various appearances and builds, before all vanishing with a flicker. Just as Karina and the others had guessed, now that his chakra reserves were more astonishing than half of the 9 tails, Link liked to leave behind a large number of wood clones to gather intelligence wherever he went. Chapter 88, Snake Princess, When Do You Plan to Marry? The Rout of the Blackbeard Pirates. In less than half a day, Link returned to Amazon Lily with a ship full of cloth and steel. When Sandersonia and Marigold organized the Kuja warriors to unload the goods from the ship and announced to the entire nation that the male master, who ranked above the Empress, would be distributing free clothes and steel weapons, the entire Amazon Lily Kingdom was in an uproar. All the citizens' favorability towards the male master who had conquered Lady Snake Princess Sword. Winning the favor of the Kuja women was that easy. After all, Amazon Lily was too small. It had no mineral resources and was located in the Calm Belt, with its neighbor being an island ruled by ferocious beasts. Without machinery, making clothes not only required manual labor, but also sufficient materials. Therefore, the women only had a few sets of clothes. To save fabric, these clothes were extremely revealing. To avoid ruining them in battle, they were often reluctant to wear them, spending most of their time in undergarments made of animal hides. On the entire island, only the Kuja warriors who joined the Kuja pirates and could go on expeditions with the Empress were the wealthiest. Not only could they see the outside world, but they could also taste foreign delicacies, encounter the legendary men, and possess a large number of beautiful clothes and weapons. Now, what the members of the Kuja pirates had, everyone would have. The people's hearts were naturally won over. Seeing how much Link cared for the citizens of Amazon Lily, Gloriosa was completely relieved. Thus, this old woman, who had lived through the end of the Rocks era and had stayed in the Calm Belt to protect Amazon Lily after overcoming her lovesickness, finally decided to leave the island again and take a walk. But before leaving Amazon Lily, Gloriosa sought out Hancock, preparing to have a good talk with her. Her very first words short-circuited Hancock's brain. "Snake Princess, this old woman is going out to visit old friends. When you marry the Impaler, remember to inform me. Marriage, Hancock was momentarily stunned. Seeing Hancock's expression, Gloriosa couldn't help but frown. What? You gave him the entire island and the Kuja pirates. Did he not promise to marry you? Marriage, marriage. As if she hadn't heard Gloriosa's words, Hancock kept muttering those two words. An unknown scene flashed in her mind, and her small face turned beet red at a visible rate. White steam rose from her head, turning her into a steam princess. Gloriosa's words were like a key, finally allowing Hancock to recognize her own heart and understand her feelings for Link. Snake Princess, Snake Princess. Seeing Hancock swaying, as if she would faint in the next second, Gloriosa called out a few more times. When she failed to rouse Hancock, Gloriosa could only leave helplessly. Having once been afflicted with lovesickness herself, she knew all too well how humble a woman in love could be. She only hoped that Link would not fail Hancock, and would let this woman with a dark childhood find some happiness. Just like that, Gloriosa set off in a small boat, leaving Amazon Lily alone, and began to sail the sea she knew so well. She went to see if, besides that old woman Linlin and that intern Kaido, any other old friends were still alive. What she didn't know was that Link had his eyes on one of her old friends at that very moment. After bringing back the cloth and steel, Link gave orders for the cloth to be made into uniform outfits, and the steel to be forged into longswords and bows and arrows as quickly as possible. At the same time, he also personally supervised the training of Karina and the other women, instructing them on how to coordinate with each other. Link, are you preparing to go to war with another pirate crew again? One night, Karina, Nami, and Vivi joined forces, yet they could still only barely fight Link to a draw. Karina, in her human beast form, lay naked on Link's body, chatting while panting. Link held Nami and Vivi, one in each arm. The hand that was playing with their assets paused slightly as he asked with some surprise, "How did you know?" "Yufufufu, it's too obvious. You usually don't push me this hard in training." Karina looked at Nami and Vivi and said with a grin, "Vivi, little cat burglar, you two must have noticed as well, right?" "Vivi." "Nami." Looking at the two speechless women, Karina, with red eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes, couldn't help but roll her eyes charmingly. "Looks like I overestimated you." "Who pays attention to that? I'm not Sister Robin." Nami couldn't help but retort, "I just thought Link was teaching me armament hacky." Vivi nodded in agreement. Looking at the two cute girls, Link's fighting spirit was once again ignited. The just extinguished flames of battle were rekindled. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During that week, a significant event occurred in the New World. The expanding Blackbeard Pirates finally had their first large-scale clash with the Whitebeard Pirates. The battle was extremely fierce, but the result was a one-sided crush. The Blackbeard Pirates were completely wiped out, with only the captain and his officers managing to escape. Although Teach had obtained the Paramecia-type Tremor fruit and possessed top-tier combat power, his flaw remained his arrogance and conceit. He had clearly suffered a loss at Link's hands, yet he still loved his raft so much. He had just begun to invade the Whitebeard Pirates' territory when, before he could even land, his raft was sunk by Jinb, who had emerged from Impel Down at some unknown time with a single fishman karate move. Then, the division commanders led by Marco and Ace, along with the several hundred pirates who had survived the Summit War, crushed the thousands of members of the Blackbeard Pirates. If Laffit hadn't flown into the sky in time, dodging the sea current attack from the fishman karate, and then retreated with Burgess, Teach, and the other officers, Teach would likely have been captured. His head would have then been cut off by Ace and the others to be used as an offering to their old man. Reading this news while simultaneously teaching Nami and Karina the specific way to pronounce the word nemesis, Link was left speechless. Although being instantly defeated was a characteristic of the Blackbeard Pirates, and a common occurrence for Teach, that was in the past. He had the Tremor fruit now, and he was still getting instantly defeated. He was a real disgrace to the one of the worst generation. I feel ashamed to be ranked alongside him. But Link also knew that after this defeat, Teach would quickly learn his lesson, and the Whitebeard Pirates would no longer have it so easy. Chapter 89. The First Battle to Rule the Seas, a Blitz on Beehive Island. The rout of the Blackbeard pirates was something no one had anticipated. After all, Whitebeard's decades-long reign over the New World had made the paramecia-type tremor fruit a nightmare for countless people. The so-called lists and rankings are also made by people. Just like the ranking of famous swords, which considers the fame of their wielders. If the Golden Lion had been the victor of the Ed War back then, if the Golden Lion had become the pirate king, then the strongest paramecia would undoubtedly be the float fruit. However, the Golden Lion failed, which is why in Kaido's eyes, Haki is the existence that surpasses all else. Whitebeard, who never lost to Roger, also made the tremor fruit the strongest paramecia. The world-shattering punch teach, unleashed during the Summit War, made everyone believe he would become another Whitebeard, or even an enhanced version, especially since he was a dual devil fruit user who could break the world's rules. If it weren't for Link creating the wood golem Arhat at the Summit War, decisively killing Whitebeard with a punch and a palm, and then quietly acquiring Amazon Lily and the Kuja Pirates, Teach would have been the most likely person to replace Whitebeard. Even so, Teach was still ranked alongside Link as the #1 of the worst generation, one of the strongest contenders for the 4th Emperor of the Sea. But now, this strongest contender was nearly wiped out by the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. This not only stunned the entire world, but also indirectly affected Link's reputation. Could it be that the two main figures of the Summit War weren't actually that formidable? If even Marshal D. Teach, who broke the world's rules, was almost wiped out by the heavily damaged remnants of the Whitebeard pirates after the Summit War. Then Impaler Duke, Link, who was ranked alongside Blackbeard as #1 of the worst generation, might also be all show and no substance. For a time, many fools began to think, I can do it too. This was especially true for the human traffickers and bounty hunters who capture fishmen and mermaids, but feared retribution from Link. They rekindled their flames of greed. But before they could act, a basin of cold water fell from the sky, extinguishing the flames of these petty villains. The target of my first battle and the intelligence on our opponent are in this file. Link threw a file on the table and said to Karina and the other women, I had originally planned to take you out for training after some time. After all, combat is the only shortcut to rapidly mastering Haki. But that guy Teach's complete defeat has affected the prestige of my flag. To prevent Fishman Island from being harassed, I need a victory to increase the deterrent power of my flag and to shed the shame of being mentioned in the same breath as Teach. That guy is just too disappointing. Karina nodded in agreement and complained, I really don't understand how a guy like Teach, with both the tremor fruit and the dark fruit, could lose. Robin, looking at the World Economic Journal in her hand, analyzed, the news doesn't provide details, but it seems they didn't even land on the island. They were completely routed during the naval battle phase. Their ship was probably attacked, and Blackbeard was the first to fall into the sea. Otherwise, he just needed to unleash a seaquake or an airquake, and the Whitebeard pirates' fleet wouldn't have been able to get close. Link didn't tell them that Teach lost to his own arrogance and overconfidence. He simply issued an order, let's depart, we'll assign opponents and discuss tactics on the way. This is a test for you all. Hearing this, the faces of Karina and the other women immediately turned serious. They stopped complaining about Teach's incompetence and gathered together to look at the file. Sandersonia and Marigold went out to assemble the members of the Kuja Pirates. Before long, 3 ships, lifted by flame clouds, flew into a giant door in the air. The 3 ships were the flagship of the Impaler Duke Pirates, recently named the Shinra Bansho, the Kuja Pirates ship, the Perfume Yuta, and the Arc Maxim obtained from Skypia. Beehive Island, one of the many small islands found throughout the sea. However, this small island is incredibly famous in the New World. In the previous era, its fame was no less than that of Logtown, where Roger was executed. Because this island, also known as Pirate Paradise, is the birthplace of the Davy Back fight. Its former ruler was the hegemon of the previous era, Rox D. Zebek. Its current ruler is one of the officers of the Rox Pirates, a great pirate in the New World whose fame is second only to the four emperors, Wang Zhai. The Wang Zhai pirates are also one of the great pirate crews of the New World, an existence that even the four emperors are reluctant to provoke. In the original story, Teach defeated the Wang Zhai pirates in the Rocky Port incident, causing his bounty to skyrocket from 2,247,600,000 berries to 3,996,000,000 berries. From this, one can see just how valuable the Wang Zhai pirates are. Through the investigation of numerous wood clones, Link also confirmed one thing. The devil fruits of Burgess and the others who originally followed Teach were almost all stolen from the Wang Zhai pirates. As pirate paradise, Beehive Island is like a constant party, day or night, with the shouts and cheers of pirates everywhere. Even very obscure pirate games can be seen almost everywhere here. In order to gain powerful subordinates, both strong and weak pirate crews are drawn here by its reputation, and the shores of Beehive Island are lined with ships. It was the same even now. Screech. Just then, the sound of a door opening, seemingly echoing across the entire island, suddenly rang out in the sky. Subsequently, the sky, with the sun hanging high, suddenly darkened. The pirates reveling outdoors subconsciously looked up, and their pupils immediately shrank, their expressions changing in shock. A giant door in the air had appeared above Beehive Island. 3 flying ships emerged from a green, otherworldly space. One of the ships was releasing a large amount of black smoke, rapidly forming an astonishingly large thundercloud over Beehive Island. Rumble. The sound of thunder, like the sounding of a doomsday horn, made the hearts of all the pirates on Beehive Island sink. In that moment, they all smelled the scent of death. Chapter 90, The More Fruit and 10,000 Thunders, opening with an onslaught of ultimate moves. Margaret, sink all those ships. Standing on the bow and looking down below, Karina immediately gave the order. Margaret, dressed in her battle attire, immediately had the python wrapped around her body transform into a longbow, then took out 3 steel arrows from the quiver on her back. Leaping onto the ship's railing, Margaret drew the bow to its fullest, and after imbuing the arrows with armament haki, she whispered, "100-fold amplified arrow." Boom! The 3 arrows left the string, and under the influence of an invisible force of rules, their volume instantly swelled 100 times. Along with their volume, their flight speed and destructive power also increased 100-fold. As soon as the arrows were fired, they immediately distorted the airflow, creating piercing sonic booms. Immediately after, 3 massive, blurry black afterimages descended from the sky, landing on 3 ships. In an instant, the ships shattered, and columns of water shot into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Margaret fired continuously, each arrow sinking a ship. Regardless of the ship's size, in the face of the 100-fold magnified arrows, they were like mirrors struck by bullets, shattering into pieces. 10,000 thunders. As Margaret sank the ships and cut off the pirates' escape route, Nami, who had learned from the file that Beehive Island was full of pirates, didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately unleashed one of her ultimate moves. She raised her hand, shooting a bolt of lightning into the thundercloud above, causing the electricity already churning within the clouds to instantly become violent. As Nami made a downward pressing motion with her small hand, the agitated electrons immediately transformed into countless bolts of lightning, striking down on Beehive Island below. An incredibly spectacular scene unfolded. Looking at Beehive Island from a distance, one would see a downpour of blue-white rain falling from the dark clouds that covered the sky. If one were to look up from below on Beehive Island, it would look like a blue-white meteor shower, with the landing site being right there. Rumble. The sound of thunder was like a continuous drumbeat. Thousands of lightning bolts, at a speed of 1,000th of a second, indiscriminately bombarded Beehive Island. These lightning bolts varied in size and strength. But wherever a bolt struck, it was as if it had been hit by a cannonball, not only creating craters of various sizes, but also leaving behind scorched marks and residual arcs of electricity. Those struck by lightning instantly convulsed, their bodies submerged in blue-white currents, the bones within their flesh faintly visible, as if revealing a skeletal outline. When the current dissipated, those who had been struck were all left with the same exploding hairstyle, their bodies covered in charred marks, breathing out white smoke, their eyes rolled back as they fainted. Of course, some with weaker constitutions were killed on the spot by the lightning. Even more unlucky, some were not killed by the first bolt, but were then struck by several more in succession, electrocuted to death. As the main base of a great pirate crew and a famous gathering place for pirates in the New World, the people on Beehive Island naturally wouldn't just let themselves be attacked by lightning. As the 10,000 thunders rained down, several massive green slashes suddenly shot up from below. Some of the slashes were aimed at the 3 flying ships, while others sought to tear apart the artificial storm clouds. Slave arrow. Hancock created a giant heart-shaped substance and fired a large number of pink arrows from it. The arrows, imbued with haki, collided with the several slashes. Then, a magical scene occurred. Compared to the size of the slashes, the pink arrows were as tiny as toothpicks. Yet, they were neither shattered nor knocked away, instead turning the slashes, which were formed by cutting the air, into stone that fell from the sky. Seeing the counterattack begin from below, Link, who had been watching Nami and the others perform, finally spoke, "Descend. Crush them." At Link's words, Aflandra immediately opened her palm, forming a transparent white dome. Room. The dome expanded, in the blink of an eye enveloping the entire Beehive Island. The effect of a mutated human eating the audiobook fruit. A range that Trafalgar Law might not have been able to achieve even 2 years later, or could only barely manage, was an easy feat for Aflandra. In the next second, the 3 flying ships vanished from the sky. When they reappeared, they were moored on the sea, which was filled with the wreckage of ships. But except for Nijiko, Perona, and Shirahoshi, Link's group and the members of the Kuja Pirates were not on the ships. They had appeared on Beehive Island, which was covered in charred marks and craters. Swish! Almost at the same moment, Aflandra moved the ship's and Link's position. A supermassive slash, in no way weaker than the one Mihawk unleashed at the Summit War, immediately shot up from the center of Beehive Island. The supermassive slash was not only incredibly fast, but also terrifyingly powerful. In just an instant, it split the artificial storm clouds in 2. The awe-inspiring scene made Nami raise an eyebrow, and even Hancock, who could petrify slashes, wore a solemn expression. They were all slashes, but compared to this super slash, the previous ones were like heaven and earth, a dimensional difference. The person who could unleash such a slash must be an extremely powerful existence. Evidently, the master of Beehive Island had made his move. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared out of thin air in front of Link's group. They appeared in the same way Aflandra had moved Link and the others, teleportation. Karina and the other women who had read the file were not surprised at all, knowing it was the work of the user of the Paramecia-type teleport fruit. The group opposite them was one of the great pirate crews of the New World, second only to the 4 emperors, one of the supporting characters of the previous era, the Wang Zhai Pirates. Wang Zhai, who had sailed the seas with rocks in the era before last and had occupied Beehive Island with great success in the last era, was a stout man over 5 meters tall, clad in armor and wielding a greatsword. A swordsman, and also the user of the Paramecia-type power fruit, with a bounty as high as 2,188,000,000 berries. That super slash just now was a strike unleashed by Wang Zhai using the power fruit and his steel-slicing ability. From his appearance and that powerful, heavy blow, it was clear that Wang Zhai was a heavy sword warrior. Behind Wang Zhai were the standard for a great pirate crew, 3 commanders. The 3 commanders were also devil fruit users. Drost Barrick, user of the Paramecia-type Siksik fruit. Cyril Peter, user of the Paramecia-type teleport fruit. Duru Chang, user of the Zoan-type horse fruit, mythical model, Pegasus. Chapter 91, Audiobook fruit versus Siksik fruit, take out the teleport fruit user first. Watching Link's entire crew mobilize and give them a greeting gift right off the bat, Achoku said in a deep voice, "Impaler Duke Link is your first target me." "Isn't it obvious enough?" Link shrugged, smiling. Achoku couldn't help but mock. You want to take Whitebeard's place, yet you don't dare to move against the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Seems you're just like that Blackbeard, all talk and no substance. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm all talk, Link replied, unprovoked. The corners of his mouth simply curved up as an invisible wave of energy erupted from his body. The wave of energy roared towards the opposing Achoku pirates like a hurricane. To those who could sense Haki, it appeared as a blue energy shield spreading out to cover them. Boom, a wave of energy also erupted from Achoku, forming a golden energy shield that collided with Link's conqueror's Haki. In an instant, a storm kicked up endless sand and dust, causing the members of both the Achoku pirates and the Kyuja pirates to narrow their eyes. A few members of the Achoku pirates couldn't withstand the clash of the two conquerors' Haki. Their eyes rolled back as they fainted. But the vast majority of the members were completely unaffected. The Achoku pirates were one of the veteran crews that emerged after the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, alongside the Flying pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Big Mom pirates. A veteran crew like this had been through countless baptisms of blood and mountains of corpses. They weren't mere fodder that could be taken out by conquerors' Haki. The pirates from other places were not so lucky. Having just barely survived the bombardment of 10,000 lightning bolts, many of them now fell to the mental attack of the conqueror's Haki. After a long while, the clashing waves of energy from the two conquerors' Haki finally dissipated. Almost at the exact moment the energy waves vanished, Barrick, user of the Paramecia-type Siksik fruit, secretly released a virus, intending to launch a surprise attack and wipe out the Kyuja pirates. ZZZZT. But in the next second, electric currents suddenly appeared in the air. These currents were not created by Nami, but by Yafarandura, who stood behind Link's group, towering over 4 meters tall. Yafarandura raised her massive palm, surrounded by blue-white electric currents and golden lasers. The two types of light, as if conductive, killed the viruses, which were invisible to the naked eye from a distance. To be precise, she ignored the concept of distance and directly erased all the viruses. The entire island of Hachinasu was now enveloped in Yafarandura's operating room. Discovering that the viruses he released had been erased, Barrick's expression changed in shock. What ability is this? El Thor. Seeing that the enemy had made the first move, Nami didn't hold back, raising her hand to unleash a massive pillar of lightning that roared forward. Watching the approaching pillar of lightning, the members of the Achoku pirates remained unfazed. So the legendary Logia-type Rumble fruit, which had disappeared for ages, has finally been found. Dawaru, user of the mythical Zoan, Pegasus model fruit, stepped forward. His body visibly transformed into his human beast form, becoming a centaur with a pair of wings. Immediately, blue-white lightning flashed around him, and he shot forward as a bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning bolt collided with the pillar of lightning, shattering it into a sky full of sparks. The Pegasus, a mythical beast from legend, a beautiful horse that rides the lightning. Seeing Dawaru, who could also command lightning and had so easily shattered her El Thor, Nami's expression turned grim. With just one move, Nami knew she was no match for him. Although Dawaru could also command lightning, the strike that shattered her lightning pillar wasn't primarily about the lightning itself. The means of shattering the pillar was mainly his powerful physical prowess and Haki. The lightning was merely an enchantment for his attack. In the world of Naruto, Dawaru would be a taijutsu expert like the fourth Reikage. Nami was currently just a mage. Without having mastered armament Haki, and with physical attributes far inferior to a mythical Zoan user, she would likely be instantly defeated if Dawaru landed a direct hit on her physical body. But fortunately, Nami was not fighting alone. Sables. Seeing the pillar of lightning disperse into countless sparks, Vivi, standing beside Nami, also raised her hand and condensed a sand tornado. However, instead of throwing it at the Achoku pirates, she pressed it into the ground. In an instant, a thick cloud of dust rose, enveloping both sides. Swoosh, 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 splat, splat, splat. Within the dust cloud, the sounds of arrows cutting through the air and piercing flesh suddenly rang out. Azza. Horrific screams echoed continuously from within the dust cloud. As a wave of energy blew the dust away, a large number of the Achoku pirates were seen lying on the ground. This was one of the tactics discussed by Karina and the others. What was the Kyuja pirates' greatest advantage? Without a doubt, it was that every single member had mastered 2 forms of haki and possessed exquisite archery skills. The dust cloud could obstruct the vision of the Achoku pirates, but it couldn't affect the Kyuja pirates' mind's eye. Negative. After the dust cloud dispersed, Karina and the others led the Kyuja pirates in a charge against the Achoku pirates. Leading the charge was Perona, her real body hidden in another dimension while her soul was projected. Perona floated in the air, controlling 5 negative hollows and sending them toward the Achoku pirates. That's the hollow fruit user. Don't let her ghosts touch you or you'll lose the will to fight. Peter, user of the Paramecia-type teleport fruit, shouted as a reminder. Then, Peter's gaze swept over the Kyuja warriors, who had split into 2 groups, one for close-quarters combat and one for long-range support from the rear. He suddenly drew the rapier from his waist and vanished into thin air. Just as he teleported behind a Kyuja warrior, intending to kill her with a surprise attack, a long leg came flying at him. Perfume femur. Hancock, as if she knew exactly where Peter would appear, had already charged up her attack, aiming precisely at the spot he materialized. Seeing the kick that distorted the air, Peter's expression changed in terror, and he quickly teleported away. After landing, Hancock suddenly made a heart sign with her hands, releasing a pink light wave at the nearby Kyuja warrior. Miro mellow. At the same time, Yafarandura whispered, "Shambles." In the next instant, the Kyuja warrior vanished, replaced by Peter, who had just teleported away. Unable to resist the swap with haki, Peter was struck by the Miro mellow, instantly turning into a stone statue with a horrified expression. One of the tactics of Karina and the others: take out the teleport fruit user first. Chapter 92. The 2.188 billion berry sword strike, sage art reappears. This was just like when Link, despite being unconcerned with Rob Lucci and Kaku, immediately took out Bluno the moment he landed on Water 7. In any world, abilities related to time and space are always top tier, as well as the most troublesome. Spatial teleportation, in particular, is synonymous with the powerful. Having witnessed the power and seemingly unbeatable nature of the Dordor fruit, when Karina and the others reviewed the intelligence files, the person they were most wary of was not the great pirate Achoku, nor was it Barrick, who could kill silently with viruses. It was Peter, the user of the Paramecia-type teleport fruit. After Robin, who had read the Encyclopedia of Devil Fruits, explained the abilities of the teleport fruit, Karina became even more determined that they must eliminate the enemy's teleporter the moment the battle began. This was because the fruit's ability was incredibly troublesome, allowing the user and others to teleport to any location within their line of sight. If Peter wasn't dealt with, he could teleport away with his comrades even if they lost the battle. Once Peter was taken care of, the Achoku pirates were no longer a major threat. 100 million volt Vari. Just as Peter had done, Nami teleported directly into the midst of the Achoku pirates. She unleashed a massive electric current from both hands, electrocuting the unprotected pirates, their bodies convulsing as their skeletons flickered into view. By the time Dawaru transformed into lightning and charged at her, Nami had already teleported away. The unbeatable and troublesome nature of teleportation. Link's side had 2 people who could use teleportation. After using Shambles to move the petrified Peter off the battlefield, Yafarandura drew the greatsword from her back and swung it at Barrick from a distance. The swing was not imbued with haki, nor did it produce a flying slash, yet it made Barrick's expression change as he hastily dodged. In the next second, the bodies of several pirates behind Barrick were split in 2 down the middle. Crucially, the bisected bodies did not gush blood, and the cut surfaces were clean, not mangled flesh. Those who were split in 2 did not die instantly. Seeing this, Barrick finally recognized Yafarandura's ability. His face turned grim as he exclaimed, "An Opop fruit user." No wonder his viruses were erased. the opponent had already deployed her room. Within this field, no virus could escape detection. Her gamma knife could destroy energy itself. Facing an Aupop fruit user, Barrack Sick Fruit lost its terrifying strategic threat. With Peter instantly defeated and Barrack completely countered, the Arlong Pirates lost 2 of their commanders in an instant. The battle was becoming completely one-sided. Under the interference of Perona's negative hollows, the squad leaders, who were second only to the commanders and also proficient in haki, were unable to fight Karina and the others at full strength. They were either struck by attacks from Karina's group or accidentally passed through by a negative hollow, resulting in their instant defeat. As for Daoru, he grew frustrated at being unable to catch Nami and was about to give her a taste of her own medicine by turning into lightning and charging into the Kuja pirates to wreak havoc. But in the next second, his observation haki sensed a fatal threat. He saw Hancock's long leg, wrapped in powerful haki, kicking towards him. Unlike Peter, Daoru was not afraid of Hancock's kick. He raised his own leg, imbued with lightning and haki, and blocked her attack. And so, the 2 experts in physical combat and haki began their battle. The terrifying force and haki turned into violent shockwaves, forcing the surrounding Kuja warriors to quickly move away, leaving the battlefield to Hancock and Daoru. In the distance, another part of the battlefield had also cleared out. Link and Achuku were facing each other. Seeing his side lose a commander right at the start, with Barrack and Daoru tied down by Yafarandura and Hancock, and the rest of his crew powerless against the users of the Rumble fruit, the 9-tailed fox, the Sand fruit, and the Hollow fruit, Achoku could no longer sit still. He had never imagined that besides the standard top 3, the Impaler Pirates would also have top-tier Logia users like the Rumble and Sand fruits. Or perhaps the top 3 of the Impaler Pirates were not the 9-tailed fox user, Boa Hancock, and that pink dragon at all, but these women whose abilities had not been revealed. They had all been deceived. Realizing his side was at a severe intelligence disadvantage and that their escape route had been cut off, Achoku no longer hesitated. He raised his greatsword and swung down at Link with all his might. As if sensing it, Link, who had been leisurely watching the show, suddenly saw his expression change slightly. He then vanished with a shunshin. In the next second, an unbelievable scene occurred. With a flash of sword light, a massive chasm appeared on the ground of Hachinasu. Like the ground, the sea outside Hachinasu was also affected. A supermassive flying slash had cut through the ground in front of Achuku and the sea outside the island. Its power and range were terrifying. Given the distance, Link had no doubt that if there were a mountain in the way, that super slash could have easily sliced it in half. The strong fruit combined with steel-cutting swordsmanship. A single strike worth 2,188,000,000 berries. As expected of a former commander of the Rocks Pirates, the monsters who have remained glorious from the previous era to the present are truly not simple. Link, who had reappeared a short distance away, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Then Link clapped his hands together and softly called out, "Sage Mode." The natural energy unique to the planet surged into his body, quickly transforming his chakra into Sage Chakra. Red eyeshadow appeared at the corners of his eyes. Link opened his eyes, his pupils turning from black to gold. At this moment, Achoku raised his greatsword again and swung down at Link. The super slash, powerful enough to split mountains and seas, came once more. Sage Art. In response, Link simply called out, "Wood Release, Plank Shield Technique." Boom! Just as the roaring super slash was about to hit Link, a wooden shield shaped like a tusked demon face suddenly rose from the ground. Compared to a mountain, this shield was incredibly small. But this small shield brought the unbelievably fast and powerful super slash to a complete halt, unable to advance another inch. Ultimately unable to break through the wooden shield, the super slash, as if pushed by a force from behind, could only travel up along the shield's surface into the sky, completely scattering the artificial overcast clouds it had split in two. This scene was exactly like when Jazu intercepted Mihawk's world's strongest slash. Chapter 93, Hodai Technique, an irresistible sealing technique. Wood release. Wood locking wall was one of Senju Hashirama's most famous defensive wood release techniques. Its defensive power was so great it didn't even require Sage Chakra, yet it cleanly stopped Uchiha Madara's armored Susanoo blade. An attack that could shave down several mountain peaks failed to leave the faintest mark on the fanged demon-faced shield, to say nothing of a wooden shield infused with Sage Chakra. Even Wang Zhai was taken aback. A sword strike amplified to the utmost by the power fruit had been blocked as if nothing. That slash was one of the reasons he could roam the seas with rocks and be taken seriously by monsters like Whitebeard. If it had been neutralized by an advanced application of Haki, or blocked by a special devil fruit ability, Wang Zhai could have accepted it. But a mere wooden shield, how? Had this brat developed the resilience of the Morimori, no me up to the level of Treasure Tree Adam? No, Treasure Tree Adam wouldn't come out unscathed from that slash either. Yet this wooden shield didn't show a single trace of damage. Was this really the Logia Morimori no Mi at work? Before Wang Zhai could figure it out, his expression suddenly changed. In his perception, the figure behind the demon-faced wall vanished. A fluctuation of aura appeared out of thin air behind him. Wang Zhai turned with his sword and swept horizontally. The swing looked ordinary, but it carried the power to cleave steel, a terrifying might that outstripped even the giant race. At range it could split mountains and seas, up close it crushed everything. The fusion of a power fruit user's strength with swordsmanship was one of the reasons even the four emperors preferred not to provoke Wang Zhai. Just as Golden Lion combined the Paramecia float fruit with swordsmanship, and Whitebeard fused the Paramecia quake fruit with his blade, this was Wang Zhai's unique sword path. Link did not meet the slash head-on. As a mage, until he mastered the advanced applications of Haki, even entering Sage mode left his physical attributes far short of the top fighters of the pirate world. Seeing he couldn't finish Wang Zhai with a seal while the latter was distracted, Link used the body flicker to flash past Wang Zhai's flank. A boom! With just a brushing contact, Wang Zhai was hurled away as if struck by a fist. He had in fact been hit. Link had drawn on the surrounding natural energy, and, in that passing moment, unleashed a unique form of Haki emission. The inspiration for the move came from Naruto's frog kata, which mobilizes natural energy to extend the reach of one's strikes. It was a sly technique, and the reason Link believed Sage Mode would become the nemesis of Logias. The most infuriating ability of Logias isn't elementization after the fact, but preemptive elementization. Combined with observation Haki, it lets a user foresee where a Haki-coated blow will land and turn that spot of their body fluid and intangible in advance, making the attack whiff. With that ability, Kizaru could emerge unscathed no matter who he faced, not even getting his clothes dirty. Only attribute counters, armament Haki emission, or Conqueror's Haki coating can suppress that preemptive elementization, and even then only barely, because the visual tells of armament emission and Conqueror's coating are far too obvious. By contrast, Frog Kata's method of stirring the surrounding natural energy has no visual cues and no wind-up. A Logia who can't turn their entire body fluid and dares to use preemptive elementization in front of Link will find their solid parts struck by natural energy. Once Link himself masters Haki emission, combining the two will be even more unanswerable. At that point, Link's attacks will, like Luffy's Gear 5 making all things rubber, hard counter Logias. Sage Art, Wood Release, Hodai Technique. After blasting Wang Zhai away with one strike, Link immediately fed chakra into the ground. A colossal wooden hand burst from the earth, rising right along the path of Wang Zhai's flight. It appeared so suddenly that Wang Zhai, who hadn't foreseen it, couldn't react and was seized by the wooden hand. Compared to the giant hand, the more than 5-meter-tall Wang Zhai was like a fly in a human grasp. By rights, being caught by such a massive wooden hand meant the fight was essentially over. Like tree branches, the wooden hand could absorb vitality. Its toughness and strength would only grow stronger and stronger. But Wang Zhai was, after all, one of the great pirates of the Rocks era, with a bounty of 2,188,000,000. Even in the original story, Blackbeard had to go all out and team up with Wang Zhai's rivals to defeat this veteran pirate. Just as the wooden hand was about to close around him completely, Wang Zhai decisively tossed aside his greatsword and spread his hands. With strength that could snap mountains, he actually forced the wooden hand not to close. And this was the Hotai technique at Sage art level. Even without Sage chakra, the Hotai technique could pin down the complete Ninetales and hold it immobile against the ground. It could barehandedly catch the katana of a complete-body Susanoo. It could even grab a tailed beast bomb, absorb it, or hurl it away. A wooden hand like a five-fingered mountain was absolutely one of the great trump cards of wood release. Now that hand was fused with natural energy, its toughness and power vastly greater. Yet Wang Zhai not only stopped it, from the look of things, he was slowly forcing it open. His terrifying strength, together with armament haki emission, pushed against the palm until cracks webbed across the wood. But the next instant, Wang Zhai's face changed again. The cracks that had just appeared healed themselves immediately. Outside, Link raised his index and middle fingers, and, through the ground, continuously channeled Sage chakra into the wooden hand. Not only that, he formed a single hand seal. From the hands, palm grew a mass of branches that bound the over 5-meter Wang Zhai into a tight bundle and swiftly began draining his vitality. In an instant, Wang Zhai realized that his stamina and haki were rapidly ebbing away. His expression shifted once more. He hurriedly unleashed armament haki emission with all his might. A fearsome shockwave shattered the branches on his body, but it couldn't shatter the wooden hand, which was powered as if by a nuclear reactor. Cracks that had just surfaced healed again at once. A fresh wave of branches surged out and twined around him. This time, after Wang Zhai was bundled up, he could no longer use armament haki emission to blast the bindings apart, nor could he exert the horrifying strength of the power fruit. The branches that wrapped him radiated a blue flame-like aura, and countless tadpole-shaped sigils flowed along them onto Wang Zhai's body, ruthlessly stripping away his control over his limbs. Deprived of control, Wang Zhai was sealed within the wooden hand, which rapidly drained his vitality. This was precisely one of Link's go-to moves, sealing technique, forelimbs heavy seal. Sealing techniques are the most unique and most terrifying techniques in the shinobi world, as unanswerable as rule-type devil fruits. A powerful sealing technique in a weakling's hands remains weak. An ordinary sealing technique in the hands of a supreme master becomes a killing move. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki, progenitor of chakra, fell to a sealing technique. Chapter 94, The Curtain Falls Teach Bewildered. Wang Zhai was defeated, and it happened with shocking speed and suddenness. Barrick, held up by a Felindra, went pale and deathly still. Doru's face changed sharply, then without a word he spread his wings and shot skyward as lightning. He had been unable to gain the upper hand even against Boa Hancock. If the piercing Duke himself stepped in, defeat would be certain. Barrick's look of despair came from knowing there was no chance left, and that he had become a lamb to the slaughter. Doru still had a sliver of hope to escape. Lightning is terrifyingly fast. Doru bolted for the sky, and even Hancock could not stop him. Unfortunately for him, the piercing Duke pirates had more than just Link and Hancock. Nami flickered once and appeared high above. She was far weaker than Doru, and lightning would greatly cut her damage against him, so she did not attack the Pegasus form Doru at all. Instead, she pulled out a handful of coins and scattered them toward him. Transfer, a Felindra whispered, and the coins in the sky became Hancock, Karina, and Margaret. Perfume femur. Destruction ray. 100-fold multiplier arrow. After switching places with the coins, the three unleashed their ultimate attacks straight at the wide-eyed Doru. Hancock's kick, entwined with armament haki, carried petrification. Behind Karina, 9 golden tails unfurled. 2 twisted together, glinting in white and red, and she loosed a blazing beam of destruction. The strike was similar to Kaido's heat breath, yet not mere fire, a fusion of wind and flame. Its power was tremendous. The temperature could melt great boulders into magma. Margaret's shot needed no explanation, a single arrow to sink a ship. Doru never expected 3 finishers to arrive in that way. He had no time to react, no way to dodge, and could only cover himself in armament haki to tank all three. As expected, he was blasted from the heavens down onto the ground of Hachinasu, gouging out a massive crater and kicking up a sky of dust. When the dust cleared, Doro proved the most wretched of the three top officers. His body was veined with petrified cracks, scorched by flame, and pierced clean through by a gaping wound. If the three women had not deliberately avoided lethal points, and if a mythical Zoan were not so tough with full-body armament, Doro would have been dead beyond doubt. With Doro fallen, a Felindra switched Hancock and the others back to the ground, and they began a siege on Barrack. The Sick fruit is terrifying. If the piercing Duke Pirates did not have a Felindra, an Op-Hop fruit user, Link would never have brought the Kuja Pirates along. Without a counter to a Paramecia like the Sick fruit, Barrack alone could have quietly wiped out the Kuja Pirates the way Karina and the others had dismantled Wang Zhai's crew. The Sick fruit is a strategic class Paramecia. Plague, in some sense, is no less fearsome than an ancient weapon. But just like Perona's Hollow fruit, once the virus problem is solved, Barrack becomes trivial. None of the three top officers had mastered advanced haki applications, and not one of them could gain an advantage in a one-on-one against Hancock. Once Hancock joined forces with Karina and the others, they became an unbeatable combination below the realm of superstars. Soon, Barrack was petrified by Hancock. With that, the captain of the Wang Zhai Pirates and his three top officers were all defeated. The remaining division leaders and small fry were nearly wiped out. Outside pirates secretly filmed it all. Many, fearing Link would silence them, scattered and fled. Some carried coral bubbles and chose to leap into the sea. Little did they know Link would not act against them. If they could offer experience, he would kill them all for the meat, however small the mosquito. Prey that offered no experience did not interest him. Hachinasu was not territory Link wanted. This lightning raid on Wang Zhai's crew had two purposes. First, to make a name, to raise the weight of his flag and cow the scum-eyeing Fishman Island. Second, to seize the captains and officers' devil fruits from the Wang Zhai pirates. To spread his fame worldwide, Link needed witnesses to carry the story. The remaining pirates on Hachinasu were the microphone. So those who survived the storm of 10,000 bolts were spared. Buru. While Karina and the women led the Kuja pirates in wrapping up the battle, Link took out a transponder snail and called someone. After a moment, the snail's dazed face shifted into a leering grin missing its front teeth. A wicked laugh burbled out. Zehahaha. Link, you aren't calling to laugh at me, are you? Glad you're not dead. Link teased him. If you get burned once and repeat the same mistake, if you never change, one day your arrogance will kill you. Zehahaha, I'm not Jinb. That guy actually slipped out of Impel Down so quickly, lay in wait on the sea and ambushed me. If I'd known, I'd have killed him back in Impel Down, Teach laughed. He seemed not to care about the defeat or the loss of thousands of men. That was the truth. As long as he and his officers were fine, small fry could be had in any number. So long as the Blackbeard pirates beat Whitebeard's remnants even once, the rabble would swarm in again. Seeing Teach as breezy as ever, Link skipped the nonsense and asked directly, I just defeated the Wang Zhai pirates. Do you want Hachinasu? Huh? The snail mimicked Teach's bewildered look to perfection. Ah, if you don't want it, I'll sell it, Link said with a smile. I want it. Teach hurried to reply, and the snail's face split in fawning laughter. Zehahaha. To take down a famed crew like Wang Zhai's so easily, as expected of you, Link. Cut the flattery, this island is expensive. I can give you the island, but you have to help me seize the devil fruits from Wang Zhai's captain and officers for free. After you take the rest of Whitebeard's territory, you owe me an island with rich iron ore, Link said. No problem. Teach agreed without hesitation. Compared to Hachinasu, an island rich in iron ore was nothing. Once he rose to prominence, the entrenched brand of pirate paradise on Hachinasu would draw uncountable pirates to play their pirate games, and when good seedlings appeared, he could recruit them. Teach was confident that for those without powers, no one could resist the lure of taking a devil fruit. Link was not polite either. since he could take devil fruits himself. If Link set his sights on a particular fruit, he would not hesitate to burn bridges over it. Teach even suspected that Link was willing to help him seize the Paramecia Quake fruit because he judged himself still too weak, feared his plan would fail, and might be killed by someone else. Chapter 95. The seas are in an uproar, across-the-board bounty updates. After the deal was struck, Teach immediately led the Blackbeard pirates straight for Beehive Island. They were some distance away, and would need at least 2 or 3 days to arrive. In that span, the pirates on Beehive Island not only fled en masse, but also sold every photo they had taken on the island to the World Economy newspaper. Soon, the news that the Puncture Duke pirates, together with their affiliate the Kuja pirates, had seized Beehive Island and utterly routed the Wang Zhai pirates spread across the world. Before the commotion over the Blackbeard pirates being crushed by the Whitebeard remnants had even cooled, the seas were roaring again. Since the dissolution of the Rocks pirates, the Wang Zhai pirates had formed alongside the Whitebeard pirates, the Flying pirates, and the Big Mom pirates. As a silver medal powerhouse of the last era, second only to the Roger pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Flying pirates, they stood as a dominant force. With the Riki no Mi, Master Swordsman technique, all 3 colors of haki, and advanced armament haki, Wang Zhai outmatched old comrades, seized his former captain's Beehive Island, and held a bounty of 2,188,000,000 berries. That terrifying power, shattering mountains at range, crushing anything up close, every punch and kick splitting land, was enough that even emperors preferred not to provoke him. His 3 chief lieutenants were each as troublesome as the top officers of a Yonko crew. In any era, the Wang Zhai pirates were among the great pirate crews. After Whitebeard's death, Wang Zhai was one of the strongest contenders to become the 4th emperor. Now a great pirate crew second only to the emperors, ruling one part of the sea, had been defeated by the newly arrived Puncture Duke pirates, who had only just entered the New World, and they had done it with 0 casualties. If that isn't a rout, what is? Crushing a great pirate crew, even with elements of a lightning strike and ability advantage, was something even Yonko crews had rarely achieved. In the aftermath, intel on the abilities of Nami and Yafalandora, and others exposed during the battle, landed on the desks of the world's major powers. The next day, the Marines issued new wanted posters for the Puncture Duke pirates. It was still bounties for the entire crew. Link and the others saw explosive increases, and 2 new faces appeared. Puncture Duke Link, bounty 3,234,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, bounty 1,892,000,000 berries, dead or alive. 10,000 Thunder Nami, bounty 1,050,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Nine-tailed Fox Karina, bounty 533,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Ghost Princess Perona, bounty 500,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Voidwalker Najiko, bounty 453,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Doctor of Death Yafalandora, bounty 436,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Arrow of Destruction Marguerite, bounty 400,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Vivi, bounty 300,000,000 berries, capture alive only. Devil Child Nico Robin, bounty 200,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Except for Shirahoshi, both Yafalandora and Marguerite were now wanted, and Link's crew saw their bounties skyrocket. Link's increase was the greatest, directly absorbing Wang Zhai's bounty, and leaping from 1,046,000,000 to 3,234,000,000 berries. Hancock jumped from 80 million to 1,892,000,000, second only to Link in sheer leap. When the world government abolished the 7 warlords, the Marines had prepared to issue a new bounty for Hancock. Because she had made few moves, they were unsure of her true strength. Now they understood Hancock very well. 2 of the Wang Zhai pirates' 3 chiefs were petrified, and the 3rd was covered in petrification cracks. With power and feats like that, and a nearly unanswerable devil fruit, Hancock's bounty surpassed Marco, King the Wildfire, and Charlotte Katakuri. Of course, beyond strength, there was a major factor behind Hancock's figure. As the Empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja pirates, even without affiliating with Link, she would be a multi-billion-berry great pirate. With her affiliation to Link removed, her bounty was higher than in the original timeline. Although Link's crew did not announce it, the world was certain that Hancock was the vice-captain of the Puncture Duke Pirates. Besides Link and Hancock, the largest jump belonged to Nami. Her epithet changed to her debut technique's name, and her bounty vaulted from 50 million to 1,050,000,000 berries, an increase of a full billion. Nami's feats were simply too shocking. At last revealing the natural type Goro Goro no Mi, she bombarded Beehive Island with a storm of lightning. Even without directly clashing with or defeating one of the three chiefs, she still rose by a billion, reaching the level of a Yonko crew's top officer. Nami's appearance also made the world realize that the Puncture Duke Pirates' three chiefs were not just Karina and Hancock, plus that unidentified pink dragon. The Goro Goro no Mi user was one of the three chiefs. Hence Karina's bounty did not soar quite as wildly. The same held for Perona and Nijiko. By contrast, first-time bounties for Yafelandora and Marguerite exceeded those of Kid, Luffy, and the other supernovas. With the Op Op no Mi and the Moa Moa no Mi, they became extremely dangerous figures. It was clear the devil fruits had been taken by Blackbeard from Bandy World and Trafalgar Law. Even the least documented Vivi now possessed the Suna Suna no Mi, obviously seized from Crocodile. In that moment, the five elders finally understood why the instant Marshal D. Teach became a warlord, Link had called him. Back then, the two had joined hands. A crew of 11, 10 of them wanted, with a combined bounty just shy of 9 billion. Other than Nico Robin, every member was a top-tier ability user. With such a lineup and such feats, the Puncture Duke Pirates once again became famous worldwide, eclipsing the Blackbeard Pirates, who had just been routed by the Whitebeard remnants, and became the hottest candidate to rise as the fourth emperor. If not for their territory being insufficient and Teach still having a shot, that contest for the title might already be decided. The two protagonists of the Paramount War had completed their first round, and the outcome was clear. Puncture Duke Link remained number one of the worst generation, while Teach was no longer tied with Link for first and slipped from his position. Chapter 96, the ninth stage, Teach gets jealous again. As the whole world was talking about the Puncture Duke Pirates, with Link overshadowing Teach to stand alone as number one of the worst generation. The two protagonists everyone discussed met on Beehive Island. Zehahaha, Link, your bounty has skyrocketed again. At this pace, your next poster might surpass red-haired Shanks. Teach appeared before Link with the Blackbeard Pirates, laughing. By then, you'll be the youngest emperor of the sea. Teach didn't mind being Link's stepping stone. In his eyes, one victory doesn't decide everything. His goal was the Pirate King's throne and dominion of the seas. Whether he held a Yonko title didn't matter. Besides, if his strength and influence grew great enough, even if Link became a new emperor, the world would just add a seat and call him the fifth emperor. There can be many emperors, but there is only one Pirate King's throne. If Link is aiming at that throne too, they can settle it then. So for now, since they shared interests and his own side couldn't beat Link's, Teach kept things warm and friendly. No need for flattery, I'll give you 3 days. Link raised a hand. Kyuja warriors immediately carried over 4 bundles of differing sizes, containing the unconscious Wang Zhai and his 3 chiefs. Taking a sack of fruit from Karina, Link tossed it to Teach and urged, "Hurry up. I've got things to do." "All right." Teach caught the fruit and stepped toward Wang Zhai. Link's finger twitched. The branches binding Wang Zhai uncoiled on their own, and a wooden spike extended to pierce the back of Wang Zhai's skull, ending the life of a great pirate who had rampaged across 3 eras. Ding, you killed an enemy and gained 4.07% experience. With the system chime, Link's mood surged with delight. As expected, Wang Zhai's strength was only a step short of the super top tier. With the Riki no Mi and Master Swordsman's skill, plus all 3 colors of haki and advanced armament, his gap from the Emperor's lay only in Conqueror's infusion and future sight. Had he mastered Conqueror's coding, he could have traded blows with a Yonko for a long stretch. No wonder that, in the original Loki Harbor incident, Even wielding 2 devil fruits, Teach still needed to team up with the diligent Kobe to finish Wang Zhai. Teach's weakness truly is slashing. The Yami Yami no Mi doubles the pain of any injury. But elemental damage and haki damage, so long as it doesn't instantly exceed Teach's limit and knock him out, can be swallowed by darkness and treated as no damage. Only slashes are different. Slashes leave scars on Teach that the darkness cannot absorb. That weakness mirrors the Nika fruit, light and dark as natural nemeses. With ample experience, Teach quickly extracted Wang Zhai's Paramisha Riki Riki no Mi. Then Teach began taking the 3 chiefs' devil fruits. After Link undid their bindings and granted them quick ends, 3 more chimes rang in his mind. Ding, you killed an enemy and gained 0.45% experience. Ding, you killed an enemy and gained 0.91% experience. Ding, you killed an enemy and gained 0.57% experience. Among the 3, although Barik Siksik fruit was the most terrifying, he was actually the weakest overall, followed by Peter with the Paramisha teleport fruit. Even so, the experience both provided still exceeded that of captains among the Whitebeard Pirates affiliates. Duru, who had eaten the mythical Zoan, Model, Pegasus and was the strongest of the 3, so strong that even Hancock couldn't drop him quickly and had to rely on a group finish, ended up giving Link only the 2nd highest experience, even less than Peter's. That was because the first 2 kills had pushed Link's stored experience past 10%, formally entering the 9th and final difficulty stage. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Senju Hashirama. Unlock progress, 80% plus. Experience, 11.37%. Summoning the private panel, Link looked at the total and felt even better. With the last 8.63% remaining, the Senju Hashirama template would reach 100%. At that point, he would wield power at the extreme beyond Cage. As long as this world had no 6 paths, class otherworldly force, he would be invincible. Even if several super powerhouses joined hands, Link could break an old rumor of the original world. That rumor, no one can defeat 2 admirals fighting together. Admirals and emperors are both synonyms for top-tier power. So it can be read as, no one can defeat 2 top tiers teaming up. Even Rox, the pirate overlord 2 eras ago, fell to Roger and Garp together. Because no one had ever beaten 2 top tiers in tandem, that rumor was born. Once Link attained that extreme power beyond Cage, even 2 emperors together wouldn't concern him. Putting the panel away, Link saw a familiar look on Teach's face again. Not just Teach, Doc Q and the Blackbeard Pirates wore the same look, and so did his sickly horse, Stronger. The 2 stared fixedly at the Bio no Mi and the mythical Zoan Pegasus fruit. If they weren't afraid Link might kill them on the spot, they would have leapt to gobble them up. Seeing the green-eyed Teach, Link reminded him, "Wake up, your drool is about to drip." Gulp. Teach came back to himself, swallowed and asked, "Link, any chance those devil fruits are for sale?" "What do you think?" Link looked speechless. There are plenty of great pirate crews in the New World, but how many are like Wang Zhai's? 4 devil fruits, each top of the top. If it were you, would you sell them? That was exactly why Link chose to cut in front of the Blackbeard Pirates. If not for the rich harvests at Impel Down and the Paramount War, he wouldn't have minded leaving Beehive Island and the Wang Zhai pirates to Blackbeard and reaping them 2 years later. But those huge gains made Link think he might not need to wait 2 years to push the Senju Hashirama template to 100%. And with the difficulty spiking, there was no need to raise small fish besides the biggest catches. So after gathering intel on the Wang Zhai pirates and learning the fruits held by Wang Zhai and his 3 chiefs, Link immediately decided to intercept the Blackbeard Pirates and blitz Beehive Island. All right. Seeing Link wouldn't sell, Teach could only swallow his heartache. Under the dead-eyed stares of Doc Q and Stronger, he handed all 4 devil fruits to Link. As for tearing things open now, neither Teach nor the Blackbeard Pirates had that kind of courage. A crew of 11 with 10 wanted, their combined bounty just shy of 9 billion. If that pink dragon's identity were revealed, and its ability proved similar to Kaido's, their total would certainly break 10 billion. With a lineup of top-tier logias, the rarer mythical zoans, and broken paramecias, starting a fight with Link would be no different from courting death. Watching how unbothered Link was about anyone snatching the fruits, Teach felt that old pressure again. Sure enough, even after taking Dad's Paramecia Gura Gura no Mi, Link still didn't see him as a threat. How many trump cards does this guy have hidden? Chapter 97, The Girl's Growth, Template 90%. Link had no idea about Teach's schemes. Not for the first time, Teach guessed wrong. Link didn't see him as a threat at all. Logia users might once have been Link's bane, but after attaining Sage mode, only space-type enemies can restrain him. Users of those other devil fruits can't threaten Link anymore. If Teach dared entertain any funny ideas, Link would teach him a lesson and make him face reality. Deal's done, Hachinasu is yours. After taking 4 devil fruits from Teach, Link handed over Hachinasu to him. Then 3 skyships lifted off and slipped into a green subspace. Watching that, Teach's eyes brimmed with envy. The Dordor fruit makes ambushes and lightning raids impossible to predict. The Wangzhai pirates lost at the opening bell with 0 prep. Link's crew carpet-bombed them with ultimate moves and cut off every retreat. That's also why Nijiko didn't show herself, yet the bounty still soared. Once word spreads that the Blackbeard pirates received Hachinasu, the Impaler pirates will look even more dangerous to the world government and the Marines. No one stupid, Link wouldn't hand over Hachinasu to Blackbeard for nothing. Obviously, the two struck a deal. The 4 top-tier devil fruits from the Wangzhai pirates surely fell into Link's hands. Once Link assigns those 4 fruits, the Impaler pirates' foundations will grow even more terrifying. Especially their mobility. With the Dordor fruit, plus the Technique fruit, plus the Move fruit, no one will ever know where the Impaler pirates will appear. Being elusive is one thing. What's truly frightening is locking onto a target, then watching from subspace for a long stretch. If you're being watched like that, every scrap of intel, even your daily routines, gets recorded. Anyone with a shred of awareness would feel a chill down their spine. With the 9-tailed fox and the pink dragon's flame clouds, the Impaler pirates can relocate their base at any moment, and even the mother flame can't pin them down. With the more fruit, if the Impaler pirates develop high-tech weapons or build a dedicated supercannon, their strategic deterrence would reach its peak. Add the Rumble fruit, the Sick fruit. When all the women under Link have finished growing, there'll be a devil fruit user's version of the red hair pirates, maybe even tougher. There's no helping it. With the Impaler pirates spreading their wings, unless a space-type hegemon leads and unites other top powers to encircle them, no one will stop their rise. For the vacant Yonko seat, they're the hottest candidate, edging out even the rule-breaking Marshal D. Teach, proof of the respect for the Impaler pirates and Link. Back on Amazon Lily, Link's first order was for Karina and the others to digest their gains from the battle. Though they crushed the Wangzhai pirates, it was thanks to Dordor ambushes, superior intel, and focused team attacks. Even so, the win gave Karina's group enormous harvests. The biggest was a mindset shift. Teaming up, the 3 pillars of an old guard great pirate crew weren't worth much. Doesn't that mean the same would hold against other great crews, or even the 3 pillars of a Yonko crew? Arrogance and underestimation can be bad, but right now they're useful. At this stage, that mindset is good for Karina's group. Only with that aura does Haki training take half the effort for double the results. Because their presence has leveled up. With Amazon Lily's refined Haki system, the girls only need to seize that feeling and turn it into a weapon. If their talent's decent, they might soon awaken and master both armament and observation. And that's exactly what happened. Once her physical benchmarks were met, Karina mastered armament Haki in just over 2 weeks. After returning, Nami leveraged electromagnetic waves together with the island's Haki system to master a unique form of observation Haki. No need to send scouts, Nami can watch sleepy ancient town around the clock. If anyone grows rebellious or badmouths Link, her judgment of God can erase them in one stroke. With Karina and Nami setting the pace, Vivi and Robin awakened Haki in just over a month as well. Vivi's specialty is observation, the cool-headed Robin armament. During the shipbuilding stint on Fishman Island, Link wasn't idle either. He quietly eliminated Hody Jones, the assassin of Queen Ottoheim, while the girls weren't looking. And, inspired by the original story, he set Robin up with a complete Fishman karate curriculum. Though Robin's strength had quietly slipped toward the crew's lower tier, she never slacked, working steadily not to fall too far behind the others. At last, the Serene One-San was rewarded, mastering armament haki, something even the original story didn't grant her. Robin's breakout surprised Link and put real pressure on Perona. Among Link's women, only Nijiko and Shirahoshi hadn't awakened haki. Nijiko and Shirahoshi are logistics and support, Perona is frontline. Not wanting to get left in the dust, Perona finally buckled down and joined Kyuja training in earnest. Efelandra and Marguerite also gained a lot from the war. These two natural geniuses were only a step behind Karina, mastering the other color of haki to become dual haki users. After a baptism by the New World, the growth of Karina's group is obvious to all. Only Hancock and Link's growth can't be seen, because they're on a different level. If Gloriosa could see Hancock now, she'd be stunned by the change. Without the Celestial Dragon's brand, Hancock has no weaknesses. Reborn, the Empress of the Kyuja has, without anyone noticing, surpassed her former self in spirit and presence. Back 11 years ago, she could already wield all three haki colors. Now she's about to erupt after long accumulation. As for Link, he's finally reached the last stage. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Senju Hashirama. Unlock progress, 90% plus. Experience, 1.37%. Chapter 98, an SSS class Ultimate Sage Art, would release true several thousand hands. Not easy at all, finally an SSS class ninjutsu. After the system's enlightenment fused his mental and physical energies into chakra, Link digested another round of 10 feedback jutsu. As before, every 10 feedbacks yield one ultimate move. This time was no exception, yet this ultimate made Link grin and filled him with confidence. Because the move was exactly the one Senju Hashirama used to pound the land into the Valley of the End, seizing the complete 9 tails in a single hand, with 999 more hands behind it. Sage Art. Would release, true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha. It is a wood release pinnacle, an esoteric sage art Hashirama created after pushing the sage's body and would release to their limits. It is also officially recognized in the source compendium as SSS class. Its only peer in name is the truth-seeking orbs, categorized as ninjutsu, yet long beyond ordinary ninjutsu. Which is stronger, the true several thousand hands or the truth-seeking orbs, no one knows. Back in Link's original world, forums argued endlessly. Some backed the truth-seeking orbs, claiming contact or self-detonation annihilates all things, perfect in offense and defense. Some favored the true several thousand hands, arguing sage arts like spacetime can break the orb's defense. 1,000 titanic palms bombarding together would crush that barrier. Both sides had their reasons. Since the true several thousand hands has never directly clashed with the truth-seeking orbs, Link couldn't be sure which wins. One thing is certain, the truth-seeking orbs are the standard kit of 6 paths level beings, their calling card. That the true several thousand hands sits on the same tier as a power backed by extra-dimensional force proves that the creator, Senju Hashirama, truly was the strongest below the 6 paths. With the template at 90%, Link obtained the true several thousand hands. As for the final feedback, he had a guess. Barring surprises, it should be the extreme power of Yang. At that point, his sage's body would reach its limit, consciousness could die, yet the body would not. More than that, his very flesh would become a supreme treasure. His cells would be fiercely invasive. Anyone daring to transplant them would explode and die 99.9% of the time. If they did not, they would gain vast vitality and regeneration, and might even awaken would release. A mere morsel of his flesh could push Uchiha, Madara's, Sharingan to evolve into the Rinnegan. With max level in sight, Link burned with the urge to level up. Plans flashed through his mind by the dozen. He almost rushed straight to Marineford or a Yonko's main base for a massacre. Those places are high-grade experience pools. Wiping out any one of them could push the template to 100%. But weighing unknown variables against his grand design, Link suppressed the reckless impulse. With just a bit over 8% experience left to go, careful planning will do. There's no need to steal Teach's and Luffy's thunder. If Emu is truly an extra-dimensional being who can crush Super Cage the way a Six Paths class does, getting jumpy now would be suicide. Endure a while longer and draw the big fish out. Link stepped out of his room and assigned new tasks to Karina and the others. You want us to go out and seize territory? Yes, Link nodded. Fighting the Wang Zhai pirates should have shown you the value of combat. Battle is the only shortcut to fast-track Haki, especially fights on the edge of life and death. Now that you've grasped Haki, to rapidly raise its capacity and quality, sparring won't cut it. You need real campaigns. The New World is a game where big fish eat little fish and little fish eat shrimp. There are very few member nations there. In non-member lands, even the Marines can burn, kill, and plunder like pirates. Rather than staying on Amazon Lily to train, go take the territories occupied by pirate crews, seek out New World powerhouses, and plant our flag across the seas. They fell silent for a beat, then light flashed in the eyes of Karina and Nami. Good, I'm in, Nami said, her God's Eye coverage now astonishing and her confidence soaring. I vote for an expedition too, Karina raised her hand. As Link said, ever since mastering armament Haki, Karina's growth had slowed. She could never go all out against Nami. Holding back in every bout helps neither experience nor Haki. Had she not tasted the gains from Hachinasu, Karina might have shrugged. After that post-war power surge, she refused to keep training by the book. Battle is the fastest way to grow. With the captain's order and 2 of the 3 pillars in favor, Perona and the others naturally offered no objections. Hancock will lead, I won't go with you. Link told a small lie that made the girls' faces turn solemn. They resolved to take the mission seriously. He truly wouldn't send his real body, but a wooden clone would shadow them for protection. The main goal was to puncture their swelling confidence and catalyze a complete metamorphosis. When they returned, they would no longer be vases relying on Link, but New World powers who could stand alone. Bring Shirahoshi this time, Link added at the end. Shirahoshi is kind, but understands the greater good. Though she didn't fight at Hachinasu, she didn't stop the battle either. She knew Link fought to raise the banner's deterrence and to protect Fishman Island. Choosing that path means she too can change. Keep her beside Karina's group. If they face danger, she will choose to protect her companions over the enemy. As long as Shirahoshi chooses to act, she can take part in combat from then on. At heart, she is still a child. A child's heart is a blank page, easy to color. Just as Perona, once a blank page herself, was dyed with a pirate's hue after years under Moria. Shirahoshi can change. Once she truly changes and joins the fray, then when she awakens Poseidon's power, she will be even more terrifying than Hancock. If Shirahoshi also becomes a top-tier fighter, the Impaler Pirates will have 3 of them. With 3, unlike a crew with only 2 such monsters, they will have no fear of going to war with Marine headquarters. Chapter 99. The Mad New World, the candidate for the sickness fruit. After deciding to set out on an overseas campaign, Karina, Nami, and Vivi went wild with Link that night. How wild? With only 1 man on Amazon Lily, the 4 of them outgrew a single room and changed locations. The bathhouse reserved for the Impaler Pirates, the palace's nooks and crannies, the rear mountain, and the forest behind the palace all bore traces of the 4. Seeing more and more of Link's ambition, Karina's trio also grew ever bolder. They weren't afraid of being discovered, nor did they worry about Robin and the others' feelings. Their brazenness made Hancock, who had finally faced her own heart, both envious and impressed. In some ways, Karina's trio acted even more like big sisters. After that one night of madness, they left Amazon Lily the next day glowing, with Hancock trailing behind them as if she wanted to ask for advice but couldn't bring herself to, and the group sailed away. The 3 pillars and 7 officers of the Impaler Pirates led the Kuja Pirates on their expedition. Together, they didn't even number 100. Every last one of them was a woman. Even so, that lineup shook the New World's 300-plus islands, stealing the spotlight from the Whitebeard remnants, who were still fighting on all fronts to hold their territories, and from the Blackbeard Pirates, who, after taking Hachinasu, Pirate Island, had begun hosting pirate games, where the victor could seize the loser's devil fruit power as spoils by paying a small price to have Teach take it. Because Hancock was too strong. The Love fruit and the Hollow fruit could one-shot anyone whose haki wasn't absolute. The Rumble fruit granted a god's eye view over a vast range and could strike from extreme distance. The Door fruit opened portals to slip freely between a subspace and the real world. The crew could turn a sailing ship into an airship on flame clouds, drawing on a 9-tailed fox and a pink dragon for wind, fire, thunder, and cloud. The Mark fruit could make in one arrow, one ship shot, turning an artificial overcast sky into doomsday for fleets. The Op fruit could take a person's heart and hold their life in one's hand. 8 devil fruits, each a top-tier power of the 3 classes. As Karina and the others mastered haki, these abilities surged in might. Anyone who wasn't a true superpower house not only had to endure the Kuja Pirates' armament haki arrow rain, but also had to face Karina and the others one-on-one. If Karina couldn't finish someone alone, Hancock would cue a Felindra to intervene, then they'd swarm, and Hancock would close the book. If Hancock chose not to act, Karina and Shirahoshi would lift the ship into the sky on flame clouds, or Najiko would open an air door and send the ship into subspace. Fight when it was favorable, if not, encircle or retreat. With those tactics, Karina's squad was nearly unsolvable. Any pirate crew they met at sea was either annihilated, stripped of their hearts, or turned to stone. On captured islands, every defender had their heart removed and was left behind to guard the island now flying a new flag. Island by island, the Impaler Pirates planted their colors across more and more territory. In short order, Karina and her companions' names spread across the world again. Under their drive, the Impaler Pirates took on the gravitas of a 4 emperors crew, lords over the seas. With each report and result, the Navy kept bumping their bounties. Karina and the others became bona fide New World powerhouses. All that, however, is for later. After watching the perfume Yuta depart, Link quietly split off a wood clone packed with chakra, had it disguise itself, and shadowed the perfume Yuta from afar. With sensing that could read life signs 1,000 kilometers away, the clone was confident Nami's peerless perception wouldn't detect it. The clone also carried the Vivre cards of Karina and the others, so even a jump into subspace wouldn't make it lose the trail. Link made another chakra-rich, would clone to remain on Amazon Lily and protect the kingdom's people. With that done, Link flashed away from Amazon Lily toward the comm belt that connects to the North Blue. The map of this world is simple. The red line circles the globe and splits the ocean in 2. Those 2 seas are further divided into 4 by 2 comm belts, the 4 blues. Between the 2 comm belts lies the sea known as the Grand Line. On Paradise, the belt to either side connects to the East Blue and South Blue. In the New World, the belt connects to the West Blue and North Blue. Anyone strong enough to traverse the comm belt can freely enter and leave the East and South Blues from Paradise. The same holds for the New World. Now, Link intended to cross the comm belt and head to the North Blue. He was going there to find someone. Other than Poison, she was the best Paramecia-type candidate for the sickness fruit. That's right, Sanji's elder sister, the pink toxic Vinsmoke Ryuju of Germa 66. Besides Vinsmoke Ryuju, Link was also interested in Germa 66's clone soldiers and cyborgs. The former are perfect cannon fodder. The latter are a stripped-down version of the Seraphim concept. With both techs in hand and one more scientist recruited, Link could mass-produce expendables. Whether for war or for holding territory, such pawns would be invaluable. While Link was en route to the North Blue, Karina's group and the Kuja Pirates, as well as the Blackbeard Pirates on Hachinasu, began to flex. Wherever the former went, every pirate crew they met was crushed and wiped out. Those they couldn't stand were killed to the last. Those they spared had their hearts taken by a Felindra and stored by Najiko in subspace. As for where in that subspace, anyone else with access to it would be searching for a needle in the sea. Teach's broadcast drew countless pirates to Hachinasu. The fad of pirate games swept the new world once more after many years. Winners could take everything from the losers, including devil fruit abilities, by paying a small price to commission Blackbeard to act. A life-on-the-line gamble, where the victor could defy fate, drove the ambitious mad. As long as the price Teach asked wasn't one's life, nothing else mattered. Chapter 100. A year for the history books, even the king of effort can't catch up. In C Circle Calendar 1520, the year should have belonged to the worst generation. That class of supernovas, since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, was the only one whose number reached double digits. The sheer, frightening figure made even the New World, which always looked down on the first half of the Grand Line and called it paradise, finally cast a great deal of attention back there. So many promising seedlings that even the Four Emperors' crews were tempted. Thus, that year's supernovas were also called the worst generation. They remain hugely famous now, far more than in the original tale. But what made the worst generation so famous this time wasn't Luffy and Teach, it was Link and Teach. With the two protagonists of the Summit War, and the craze now sending the New World berserk, the still unfinished SCC 1520 was destined to be written into history as the year named for Link and Teach. As for Whitebeard, the uncrowned king whose corpse paved the way, he couldn't steal the spotlight at all. While Karina and the other women, together with the Blackbeard pirates, sent the New World spiraling into a brand new, runaway era. After several days on the road, Link finally crossed the comm belt and reached the North Blue. As one of the 4 largest seas in the world, finding Germa 66 in the North Blue was exceedingly difficult. Not only because the North Blue is vast, but because the Germa Kingdom, home of Germa 66, is the most unusual of all world government affiliates. It is the world's only nation without fixed territory. Because that country is composed of dozens of ships. Together they are the Germa Kingdom, apart they are Germa 66. And those dozens of ships are not ordinary sailing vessels, but giant snail ships. These snail ships can crawl over the Red Line, so the Germa Kingdom doesn't need to remain in the North Blue and can sail to any sea. But that couldn't stump Link. As long as Germa 66 was in the North Blue, he could quickly find them no matter where they were. Upon arrival, Link formed a one-handed seal. Branches extended from his back and turned into wood clones one after another. Wood style, multiple wood clone technique. After splitting off dozens of wood clones, Link immediately sent them off in different directions. Each clone could sense every life sign within 1,000 kilometers. Together, the dozens formed a vast dragnet. If the target were just an ordinary person, even that many wood clones might be useless. But Germa 66 is the hegemon of the North Blue, the sea's strongest military power. In the North Blue, Germa 66 is the brightest lamp. Finding their location is actually quite easy. While the wood clones searched, Link toured the North Blue. Ever since recruiting Nami in January, Link hadn't lived alone for a long time. Though he'd crossed over only a bit more than a year ago, last year's lone wolf memories had grown hazy. If the powers of the world learned that in the second half of last year Link was still a weakling who couldn't even beat little kids like Ace and Sabo, or brats like Zoro and Kuina, their jaws would drop. He might even alarm Emo. With growth like that, even the King of Effort couldn't catch up. Following his sensing toward bustling islands with many life signs, Link vacationed and read the world economy news for a few days. Seeing Karina and the others frequently in the papers, with achievements piling up fast, Link nodded in satisfaction. At this pace, by the final arc 2 years from now, each of the women would be able to protect herself. By then he could truly cut loose, play the board and fish for whales. Time flashed by, 2 weeks passed. During those 2 weeks, the world's eyes stayed fixed on the New World. In the second round of the struggle, the Impaler Pirates kept winning, and the Blackbeard Pirates, having risen again, also won. Yes, Teach had made his comeback. The price Teach charged to help the winners seize devil fruits was also revealed by the World Economy News. He would take crew. If the victor wanted the loser's devil fruit, they had to let Teach choose a crew member, or even a portion of the crew to take away. If they refused, Teach wouldn't force them. Under the temptation to defy fate, the pirates all agreed. For pirate crews whose captains died when their devil fruits were taken, Teach also extended invitations. Having lost their captain, those crews had no reason to remain loyal. Faced with recruitment by a monster who breaks the world's rules, the vast majority were tempted. Thus, feasting twice on a single catch, the Blackbeard pirates rapidly expanded to several hundred strong. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they grew into the thousands. Their overall strength would be far beyond before. That news made Ace and the others extremely anxious. But there was nothing they could do. Right now, the Whitebeard pirates could only defend, not attack. Even if they tried, they couldn't punch into the all-pirate Hachinasu. Instead, they'd be wiped out by Teach's Seaquake. Once the Blackbeard pirates recovered their strength, round 2 between Whitebeard's remnants and Blackbeard would begin. If Blackbeard lost again, the scramble would truly be over. The Impaler pirates would replace Whitebeard and become a new emperor. If Blackbeard won, then Teach would be back on the same starting line as Link. Whoever took the next step would become the 4th emperor of the sea. Of course, if the loser achieved something earth-shaking, the 4 emperors might become the 5. All that is for later. One day, while roaming the North Blue in disguise and savoring a rare stretch of solitary life, Link finally received good news. A wood clone had found Germa 66's location. So Link began to reap the fruits. To receive, not to harvest. For a mere Germa 66, Link's true body didn't need to move. Even a single wood clone could easily deal with the Gene Warriors led by Vinsmoke Judge and his children. Just like how Hashirama Senju's wood clone once casually outclassed Kakuzu, Takagakyo's strongest. Chapter 101, World Conscription Aramaki. No, I'm a Woodwood Logia user. After discovering that Link was an excellent captain, Ryuju immediately kept finding topics to chat about with him, her manner warmly enthusiastic. She wanted to understand this great figure better, his personality and everything else. At the same time, she quietly gathered intel on Karina and the other women from Link. Ryuju knew very well that whether she could live well within the Puncture Duke pirates depended on getting through Karina and the others. If Karina's group didn't acknowledge her, then no matter what she owned, she'd be little different from a slave. If she earned their approval, she wouldn't have to fear mistreatment. So Ryuju had to prepare in advance. Time flicked by again, more than a week. These days, the New World was still in an uproar. Karina's crew and the Blackbeard pirates kept the world's eyes glued to them, and the World Economic Journal made a killing with wall-to-wall coverage. At this rate, the rest of Sea Circle Calendar 1520 would be their show. Big News Morgans loved this long-running, top-rated serial. But one day, a single article stole the spotlight from Karina's crew and the Blackbeard pirates and shocked the whole world. Its headline, 10 Days and 10 Nights of Battle, an island whose climate was changed forever. The Navy's new fleet admiral, Sakazuki the Red Dog. Unnoticed, nearly 3 months had passed since the Paramount War. In that time, Marineford had been mostly rebuilt. Sengoku, who took all the blame onto himself, resigned as fleet admiral and recommended Aokiji as his successor. But compared to Aokiji, the 5 elders favored the Paramount War's MVP, Akinu, and gave him a fair shot to compete. What happened next during that period no one knew, but on Punk Hazard the two fought a top-tier clash of natural types for 10 days and 10 nights, permanently altering the island's climate into a half-iceberg, half-volcanic, ice and fire land. In the end, Akinu won by a hair and became the new fleet admiral. The Navy officially entered the era of the Red Marshal. The next day, another piece of news rocked the seas. Just 4 bold characters, World Conscription. After Akinu became fleet admiral, the loser, no, he should now be called Kyuzin, did not remain with Marine HQ. He resigned and left. That meant 2 of the Navy's 3 admiral seats, their highest combat power, were vacant. Normally, when an admiral seat opens, the admiral candidates are promoted. But as the Great Pirate Era entered a new chapter, neither the Five Elders nor High Command believed Peach Rabbit, Jin, and Tea Dolphin Takacake were strong enough to be admirals. So, to face an age gone berserk, the Five Elders decided to break precedent and recruit masters from among the populace with a world draft. If anyone with admiral-level strength appeared and passed the political screening, they could immediately sit in an admiral's chair. As soon as the news dropped, it stirred up a tidal wave across the world. Whether out of true justice or the chance to soar in one step, the strong flocked to enlistment sites. At this time, Link took Ryuju to the Drum Kingdom to visit the witch, Dr. Kuraha. With Link's help, and with Kuraha's consent, Ryuju began reading on virology to develop the powers of the disease fruit. Glancing at that day's World Economic Journal, a playful smile tugged at Link's lips. An amusing situation. Now that Link was the top favorite to become the fourth emperor, everyone, from commoners to the Five Elders, believed he was the Morimori no Mi natural type user. So how would the true natural type Morimori user, Aramaki, handle that? And when Aramaki entered the Navy and world government sites, how would the Five Elders and the Navy react? Just picturing it, Link couldn't help smiling. Meanwhile, at a certain conscription site, something downright comical happened. If Link had seen it, he would have laughed out loud. "Name any specialties," the officer asked. "World Economic Journal, Special Edition." Aramaki, Devil Fruit User. A fruit user, that's a plus. If you pass the screening, you can head straight to HQ for the final assessment. The Navy field officer looked at the bare-chested man before him, green close-cropped hair and sunglasses. "What's your fruit ability?" At that, branches sprouted from Aramaki's body, and saplings burst up from the ground around them. Seeing this, the officer shot to his feet. "Paramecia, bloom fruit." "Wrong," Aramaki replied coolly. "I'm a natural type woodwood fruit user." "Natural type?" The officer's eyes went wide with delight. "Woodwood, a lower variant of the Morimori Logia." And images from the Paramount War livestream flashed through Aramaki's mind. A mountain-sized wooden avatar, a 747-class wooden dragon that ignored gravity, things he couldn't do. He had thought he'd eat the Paramecia-type Morimori fruit. Looking now, it must be a lower variant of the Morimori, a natural-type woodwood fruit not recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Otherwise, how to explain two Morimori fruits? And why the gulf between the two Morimori users would be so vast? Since he couldn't do what the other Morimori user could, being 2 woods short of Morimori made sense, right? That's what Aramaki thought, and what the officer thought too. The Rear Admiral at HQ, who received the report, thought the same. Very quickly, this natural type woodwood user became a hot candidate in the world draft. After all, a natural type woodwood fruit's power would be monstrously strong. The rise of this new star soon drew Morgan's notice as well. The fruit in particular screamed headline bait, and Morgan's ran Aramaki as the day's top story. His name spread across the world. PFT. Reading the headline, Link, mid-sip of tea, couldn't help spraying it out. A woodwood logia, what a way to kill me by laughter. Chapter 102, Pirate Empress vs. Pirate Queen, a clash of conquerors coding. Link is stunned. Link's overwhelming strength led even Aramaki to believe he didn't have the forest fruit, Morimori no Mi, but some lower logia woodwood fruit instead. More crucially, it wasn't just the Marines who believed that. So did the world government, and basically the entire world. You could hardly blame them. 2 identical devil fruit powers shouldn't exist. It's common sense, a rule of the world that seems unbreakable. If the same kind of power appears, there are only 2 possibilities. First, one of them is the product of a copy ability. On Whitebeard's crew, there's a man named Game Neo, the Lizardman, bounty 300 million berries, user of the copy fruit, a superior version of the mimic fruit. It can copy not just appearance and physique, but another person's devil fruit ability. Second, an lower pairing among fruits. For example, the ice fruit has the lower snow fruit beneath it. That no woodwood fruit user had ever shown up didn't mean it truly didn't exist. Devil fruits are born from human desire. when desire appears, a corresponding fruit may sprout somewhere in the world. Not even the devil fruit encyclopedia can log them all. So no one questioned Aramaki's power. As Aramaki's name exploded, another monster stepped out of the world draft. Fujitora Issho, who had eaten the gravity fruit, Zushi no Mi. Compared to Aramaki, Link felt that man was the real monster. The gravity fruit is one of the top paramecia, in no way inferior to the float or quake. It directly counters float. Float frees things from gravity imposes it. But gravity isn't just down. It can manipulate all kinds of forces: horizontal gravity, zero-G, reverse gravity, pressure, pull, repulsion, attraction, and more. On top of that, a gravity user can fuse observation haki with a force field to gain a one-of-a-kind sensory edge rivaling the rumble line. It's an incredibly all-round fruit. If Fujitora masters advanced applications of all three colors of haki, he'll be yet another powerhouse brushing the world's ceiling. With the world draft blazing, the grand line grew even livelier. In Paradise, recruitment raged. In the New World, the top two of the worst generation were fighting for the vacant Yonko seat. The new era had truly dawned. Time flashed by to December of Sea Circle calendar, 1520. At last, Link brought Ryuju back from the first half to the New World. They hadn't stayed in Drum for long. Instead, they sailed Paradise, having Ryuju use garden-level pirates as test subjects to develop the sickness fruit. Not only that, Link took her to the ancient island to capture extinct venomous insects and study the viruses inside them. Roger fell so fast largely because of an incurable disease. What ended him wasn't the Marines, it was illness. If Ryuju can master those near-lost viruses, her threat level will surpass even Magellan's venom fruit. Magellan's toxins have antidotes. Ryuju's viruses, outside of miracle doctors, only yield to the audiobook fruit or a few special abilities, and viruses are invisible. No contact needed. They ride the air, slip into the body, wreck the immune system, and unleash a host of diseases. Strategically, Ryuju is even scarier than Margaret's more fruit. With both the audiobook and sickness on his fleet, Link doesn't need to lift a hand. Karina's crew won't fear human wave tactics at all. As Link returned to the New World, intending to send Ryuju to join Karina and the others, one headline made an already blazing sea even hotter. Pirate Empress versus Pirate Queen, a sky-rending battle, the strongest women collide. On the cover, Boa Hancock's endless legs and Charlotte Linland's Napoleon clashed at range, dark red lightning crackling. A colossal rift gouged across the sky. Link. For once, the confused emoji might as well have been stamped on his face. Snapping back, Link pinged the wood clone assigned to shadow protect Karina's group. What's going on? The story's already out. This happened yesterday or hours ago. Something this big and you don't tell me? You trying to rebel? A moment later, the clone's intel synced over. Turns out the clone was just as baffled and was investigating why Hancock had exchanged blows with Charlotte Linland. To avoid Nami noticing him, the clone had always been sensing from extreme long range. You can't take everything Morgan's prints at face value. He lives on hype. Hancock did trade a strike with Linland, but it was literally one kick. After that single blow, Hancock and Karina's crew slipped into the alternate space. Realizing the clone couldn't give him the why, Link shelved calling the girls back and instead took Ryuju to rendezvous with them. Right now, the entire New World, and the whole world, was buzzing about that headline. If there were a global trending chart, Hancock would be blowing it up. In the eyes of factions and top fighters, the value of that one kick was through the roof. Anyone who understood advanced haki immediately placed Hancock on the super powerhouse list. Like the standard kit for 6 Paths class monsters with truth-seeking orbs, Conqueror's haki coding is the straight badge of a true top tier. Chapter 103, Hancock's Bounty, a new Yonko crew is born. The power of love is amazing. In just a few months, little Hancock's caught up to me. Snake Princess has better talent than I do. If not for what happened back then, she'd have led the Kuja Pirates to surpass me long ago. She's on the same path I took now, only following her captain, so for the moment she can't match rocks. Maybe, but those girls under her captain, each one has a top-tier ability. When they all mature, the piercing Duke Pirates will surely become one of the overlords of the new era. Maybe they already are. In the lawless quarter of the Sabyati archipelago, inside Shaki's ripoff bar, two former Kuja empresses, Shaki and Gloriosa, were chatting. Their topic was the woman on today's front page, Hancock. That Hancock had mastered Conqueror's haki coding didn't surprise Shaki or Gloriosa. They themselves could use it. The name Kuja echoes across the world because of the Empress's glory through the ages. Amazon Lily sits in the calm belt, yet it's every man's dreamland thanks to the legends of its rulers. In any generation, the Kuja Empress is among the strongest women at sea. Gloriosa in the Rocks era, Shaki in the last one, and Hancock in this one. The Kuja's haki system is complete, not just basic use of the three colors, but their advanced applications as well. Almost every Empress masters Conquerors coding before abdicating and leaves behind a haki notebook. Drawing on their predecessors' experience and gifted with astounding talent, Hancock reaching Conquerors coding at 29 is actually late. Someone equally gifted, like Yamato, managed it at 28. There's no help for it. Haki is the power of will, spirit, and boldness. If your will isn't strong or your courage shatters, you can't use haki you once had, like Gecko Moria. If your mind is weak, training haki is brutally hard, and advanced applications are like climbing to the heavens, just like how she once couldn't break free from her past. Even Hancock herself looked down on that old self. Inheriting the throne at 18 and standing where she is now was all talent and her fruit. After being reborn, she became flawless. Her spirit grew strong, and after more than 10 years of accumulation, it's only natural she's now a super strong force. Another red-haired class crew, unstoppable. At Marine HQ, the retired Fleet Admiral Sengoku had gone much grayer in just a few months. Staring at today's paper, the world's most beautiful woman crossing blades with the once peerless beauty Charlotte Linlin, he sighed with mixed feelings. In this rampaging new era, there's no place for old relics like me. Most people saw only Empress versus Queen and marveled at Hancock's strength. But Sengoku, 9 years older than Charlotte Linlin and of her era, saw Linlin's fury and shock. Clearly, Charlotte Linlin, that unmatched natural who became a super strong monster without real training, had grown old. Like Whitebeard, who sat on the world's strongest man's throne for decades, the world's strongest woman for decades has finally met her greatest challenger. And that challenger isn't a peer, she's a junior by decades. Right now, Charlotte Linlin's emotions must be complicated, even uneasy. That unease is the fate of everyone from the old age. Even super strong titans can't stay calm before the wave called the era's culling. Time is always the enemy of those who aren't ageless. With Hancock entering the super strong ranks, the Marines issued a new wanted poster the next day. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, bounty, 3,097,000,000 berries, dead or alive. During months of campaigning, Hancock and the other women had their bounties updated again and again. As the strongest among them, Hancock had already broken the 2 billion barrier. The value of that one kick pushed her over 3 billion. If Hancock were alone, or only leading the Kuja Pirates, then in this inflationary era, her bounty would top out in the 20 billions. But she's also the vice captain of the piercing Duke Pirates. That puts her strength and threat far beyond her original track. Her ascent also ended the piercing Duke Pirates versus Blackbeard Pirates race. Sensing the same, Morgans ran the story the next day, putting a lid on the struggle. The fourth Emperor rises, the piercing Duke Pirates replace Whitebeard's crew as the new overlord. The opening mirrored red hair Shanks's coronation, with Link's wanted poster splashed across the cover. But the layout also ranked Hancock and the others by tier, placing their posters beside and beneath Link's. One placard, right at Link's side, belonged to Hancock, now standing atop the sea. Seeing that ordering, the masses finally understood why the struggle had suddenly ended. When both captain and vice captain break 3 billion and both are super strong, isn't that just another red-haired class crew? Factor in the powers those women under Link wield, plus a Kuja crew whose members all command 2 colors of haki. What you have is a steel wall, an ability user version of the red-haired pirates. No wonder the fight ended without a decisive finish between Blackbeard and Whitebeard's remnants, because the piercing Duke pirates have already reached Yonko level. If the Blackbeard pirates beat Whitebeard's remnants and take his territories, a fifth emperor may appear, but not by replacing the piercing Duke pirates. With two super strong titans at the top, the piercing Duke pirates now stand like the red-haired pirates, unshakable. Chapter 104. Since Teach exists, why was Link born? A botched scheme that backfired. The piercing Duke pirates' sudden ascent didn't just catch the world off guard. It surprised Teach and even Link himself. Teach had only just rebuilt the Blackbeard pirates, learned from past mistakes, and either airdropping onto islands with Lafitte's help or coating their ships like Pops used to, started pummeling the Whitebeard remnants and taking territory one chunk at a time. While the piercing Duke pirates, pulled back onto the same starting line, quietly crossed the finish first. Worse, the way they did it demanded respect. A rules-type paramecia, love fruit, all three forms of haki plus Conqueror's coding, the most beautiful woman in the world. With a first mate like that, no wonder every man alive hates Link. Teach hates him too. A protagonist in a stage play or a story. No leading man ever has it this easy. He'd thought breaking the world's rules to become a unique dual fruit user would make this the age of Teach. Suddenly, he felt lost. If this world had romance of the three kingdoms, then when drunk Teach would surely look up and lament. Since Teach exists, why was Linky born? In his first life, Teach was lucky, barely stumbling at all, and under Link's arrangements got everything. But in that same life, he was unlucky too, because he always lived in Link's shadow. Link, of course, had no idea Teach had taken another hit. While the world debated the piercing Duke pirates' rise to the ranks of the four emperors, Link took Ryuju to meet Karina and the others. Link, you really came. Fufu. I knew if you saw that headline and didn't call me, you wouldn't be able to resist coming in person. The moment Link, carrying Ryuju, flash-stepped onto the deck of the Perfume Yuta, the ever-perceptive Nami and the rest swarmed him. After months apart, Nami and Karina ignored Ryuju completely. Each slipped an arm around Link from either side, sandwiching his arm between the two moral assets that had grown even fuller under his diligent cultivation, bigger than even 2 years later in the original. Hancock's eyes also shone with joy, her gaze soft on Link. If not for her shyness, and the fact their relationship hadn't been formally set, she might have thrown herself straight into his arms. You really gave me a big surprise. Reluctantly freeing his arms from those assets, Link scrubbed Nami's and Karina's hair with a grin. All right, talk. What happened? Why did Hancock fight Charlotte Linlin? Fufu, sit first and I'll tell you slowly. Karina guided Link toward Hancock. Hancock, in turn, signaled to Salome, who coiled into a chair. Seated on Hancock's personal throne, Link looked at the gathered beauties, waiting for the explanation. But Karina didn't start with the story. She eyed Ryuju, who stood beside Link, and asked curiously, Link, who's this sister? Oh right, I forgot the introductions. Link nodded and said to the group, this is Vinsmoke Ryuju, Poison Pink, of Germa 66 from the North Blue. She's now a paramecia disease fruit user, and the newest member of our crew. As his words fell, Ryuju offered Karina and the others a polite smile. Hello, seniors, please take care of me. A new sister, then please take care of me. Come on, I'll fill you in. Karina, warm as ever, slipped an arm through Ryuju's and led her off. After so many precedents, Karina had zero wariness toward anyone personally recruited by Link. She trusted him unconditionally. So did Nami and the rest. Their blind faith in Link meant absolute faith in his eye for people. Ryuju, who'd expected an interrogation, passed the Karina and Co. gate with ease and blinked in surprise. Warmth welled in her chest. She'd sensed over months that Link was an amazing captain, so his crew ought to be easy to get along with. But this? A Yonko-level force with no pirate crew, stink at all, more like a harmonious big family. With a personality much like Karina's, Ryuju slipped into the tempo naturally. She'd fit in fast. While Karina and the others greeted Ryuju, Link crooked a finger at the cool, queenly Hancock standing off to the side. Hancock, tell me what happened. Yes. At his call, the wintry aura around Hancock turned to spring. A flower-bright smile bloomed on her face as she trotted to his side like a loyal hound summoned by her master, and she recounted from start to finish why she'd fought Charlotte Linlin. During their months-long campaign, Karina and the others had crushed every non-affiliated island and any non-Yonko territories they came across, planting the piercing Duke flag wherever they went. Sometimes a village, sometimes a town, sometimes a non-member nation, sometimes a pirate base. Each time they took an island, Karina had a Felindra rip out the hearts of the local bosses, every last one for pirates, then had them continue to guard the island and pay tribute on schedule each year. Recently, they'd planted a flag on another island, a town famous for confections. Unfortunately, another force had also set its sights on it. The flag hadn't yet been fully raised. That force was the Big Mom Pirates. Maybe the Big Mom ships hadn't hoisted their own flag yet, or maybe the unfinished claim caused confusion. Either way, after months of sweeping every opponent, Karina and the others simply fought to seize the territory. Only after routing the enemy did they realize the opponent had been Charlotte Snack, one of Big Mom's former sweet commanders and minister of fried foods, with a 600 million berry bounty. Even facing a top officer of a Yonko crew, Karina's group didn't flinch. Hancock herself acted, turning the blustering Snack to stone, and let the Big Mom vessel bearing their flag drift about with his statue on board. The news reached Charlotte Linlin fast. Charlotte Katakuri set out immediately to retrieve his brother. One look at the petrified Snack sent Linlin into a fury. She ordered Katakuri to lead a punitive expedition against Karina's group. If not for Streusen stepping in to lay out Hancock's and the others' abilities, Linlin would have lost her cool completely. Having once sailed the same era as Gloriosa, Elder Nyan, Linlin, and Streusen knew all too well how formidable the Kuja were. Back in the Rox era, Gloriosa's Kuja unit had been one of the crews under Rox's banner, and Linlin had envied them like mad. And the way Shakiaku, who traded blows with Garp multiple times and always came back alive, proved just how much gold the name Kuja carried. If the new generation's Kuja Empress was this exceptional, Katakuri might truly not be her match. But as an Empress of the Sea, Linlin couldn't swallow the insult. So she struck first, aiming to catch Hancock's group off guard. Best case, capture a few of them to force Hancock to undo Snack's petrification and make Link hand back the newly flagged territories. It didn't work. This generation's Kuja Empress really was that good. At 29, just like the young Gloriosa back then, she'd mastered Conqueror's hacky coding, staking a claim among the true top tiers and blasting her bounty past 3 billion. Truly a botched theft that cost her the hen and the rice. Chapter 105, Peerless Talent, Hancock attends for the night. So that's how it was. After hearing the whole story, Link nodded in mild realization. Unable to read Link's mood, Hancock asked nervously, "Link, did I do something wrong?" Seeing the Empress of Pirates, so domineering outside, reigning like a queen, yet here before him timid as a pup, terrified of angering him, Link finally couldn't help himself after months apart. He took Hancock's soft hand and drew her into his arms. His arm circled her serpentine waist. Looking at Hancock's dazed face, he smiled. "How could it be wrong? You did the right thing, Hancock." "Wow, bold move. Congrats, Sister Hancock, you finally got your wish." Karina whooped the moment she saw it, then teased with a wicked grin, "Now that Link's a Yonko, shouldn't he dote on the greatest contributor tonight, Sister Hancock?" "Dote tonight." At those words, the scenes of Link with Karina and the other 3 shameless girls flashed through Hancock's mind. Her flawless face went scarlet in an instant. "Kaya, Lady Boer is so beautiful." The Kuja warriors melted before their Empress's charm as she turned into a steaming goddess. Meeting the Empress for the first time, Ryaju's heart also raced. If Karina and the others hadn't known Hancock so well, their reactions would have been the same as Ryaju's. It couldn't be helped. Hancock was already a peerless beauty, and with the love fruit amplifying her allure, a simple hair flip could make a battle-hardened veteran lose reason. Let alone when she showed such unbearably cute expressions. Perhaps Link was under that charm too, or maybe months of restraint were to blame, but the words slipped out of him. "All right, tonight Hancock will attend me." Like a cannon blast, that single sentence shattered the locks on Hancock's heart. Her eyes swirled into spirals. A puff of white steam shot from her crown like a locomotive, and the Empress who had just climbed to the summit of the seas, perfect in mind, skill, and body, nearly fainted on the spot. Karina and the others, as well as Hancock's two younger sisters, were all left dumbfounded. None of them had expected Hancock to be shy to this degree. Only Link felt that this side of Hancock was irresistibly adorable. After asking Sandersonia to carry Hancock back to her room, Link faced Karina and the others with a satisfied look. "I've been watching your exploits through the news these past months. Outstanding work. Each of you now stands as a one-of-a-kind powerhouse." Eufufofo. Hearing Link's praise, Karina and the others couldn't hide their smiles. "By the way," Karina asked, "we've offended Charlotte Linlin this time. Will the big mom pirates come and tear down our flags?" "It doesn't matter," Link said casually. "If they dare pull my flag, I'll go to war." As expected, Karina and Nami both lifted the corners of their lips. Perona and the rest showed no fear either. That alone showed how far they'd come. Back in the Devil's Triangle, Nami would go pale at the mere mention of a big name. Now, even facing a Yonko, the queen of pirates who ruled Tato Land, they felt no dread at all. In strength and in will, Karina and Nami were worlds apart from half a year ago. Only one person might surpass them in sheer improvement. A short, chubby 16-year-old who, 2 years hence, would be hailed as the Marine's new hero, Kobe, the king of effort. After all, Karina and the others had eaten top-tier devil fruits. With lineage factors reshaped, they'd defied their fates. Kobe, by contrast, worked 200 times harder than an ordinary Marine, relying solely on effort and talent. He was 16 now. 2 years later, he'd be 18. With such gifts, even the sun god Luffy couldn't quite compare. Luffy had trained since childhood and only became a Yonko at 19 by burning life to unlock 5th gear. If Kobe had started young, he might already be standing at the summit. Perhaps only Charlotte Linlin, born with monstrous strength and a body like iron, could truly arm wrestle with that kind of talent. Night fell, and the waves that had raged all day settled into calm. The redwood ship borne by 2 giant sea serpents came to a halt upon the wide, open sea. On deck, Kyuja warriors of all heights and faces tore into meat and drank themselves merry. In the cabins, Karina and the others joked and jostled around a long table. After months apart, they had prepared a grand banquet to celebrate Link's rise as a Yonko and to toast Hancock's entry into the ranks of the true top tiers. At the head, Link propped his cheek on one hand, smiling as Karina and Nami, ever the life of the party, ate, played, and stirred the crowd. On his right, Hancock, half distracted, half focused, kept piling food into his bowl. When Link finally came back to his senses, he realized the dishes were stacked nearly as high as his head. After eating and drinking their fill, Karina and the others went as a group to soak in what had once been Hancock's private bath. When they were done, Link also headed for a soak. The perfume Yuta's bath was as shallow as the palace baths on Amazon Lily. Seated, the water barely reached Link's chest. The pool and floor were all redwood, an aesthetic much like the ancient style of Link's original world, right to his taste. Beforehand, Karina had prepared fruit and wine by the tub. On nights like this, Link would sip a little. Creak. As he ate fruit, sipped wine, and listened to the cheers from the feast outside, the sound of a door opening reached his ears. He turned, a tall figure stepped in. Hair pinned up, long legs, a statuesque form wrapped only in a white bath towel. Hancock. Link raised a brow. Hancock. Link, let me serve you tonight. Whether from the recent bath or something else, Hancock's cheeks were flushed, a white mist rising from her brow. Her voice trembled. Seeing her force herself not to faint as she gathered her courage and entered, Link smiled. Then I'll be in your care, Hancock. And the towel slipped onto the redwood floor. The most beautiful serpent of Amazon Lily slid, silent and shy, into the steam-veiled pool. Chapter 106. The Three Girls' Admiration, Time to Unlock 100% and Become Truly Invincible. The next morning, both Link and Hancock skipped breakfast. Seeing Hancock's empty seat, Karina, Nami, and Vivi all wore the same expression, pure respect. As expected of the big sister, too strong. After sleeping with Link, Karina and the others had never made him miss breakfast. By contrast, Nami and Vivi had once missed morning drills and breakfast, and nearly lunch, too. Karina had only skipped drills, not breakfast, and she lorded that over Nami and Vivi for a good while. Even when the three teamed up, Link had still never missed breakfast. Now he had. Which meant Hancock's combat power was terrifying. One of the strongest women on the seas in every sense of the title. By noon, when Link and Hancock also missed lunch, Karina's trio practically worshipped her. Only by dinner did the two finally show themselves. Link, for once, looked a touch worn out. Hancock's face glowed with happiness. Huh. Dropping into the main seat, 28-year-old Link yawned, a bit listless, though his eyes still gleamed with satisfaction. At last he'd tasted the world's finest cake. His review was 3 words, too damn good. The Snake Princess lived up to her name. Though she stood 1.91 meters tall, with a bombshell figure that even put the equally mature Robin slightly in the shade, she moved like a soft-bodied serpent, supple and clinging. Usually, when Karina's trio joined forces, Link's ascensions to godhood barely broke into double digits. One-on-one with Hancock, he'd hit double digits in a single night. Just as Karina and the others had said, Hancock was absurdly strong. For the first time, Link felt that the sage body's oceanic reserves of physical and spiritual energy weren't quite enough. Looked like he needed to push the Hashirama Senju template to a full 100% unlock and attain the ultimate yang power. Only then would he be truly invincible, no matter the opponent, man or woman. Much as he'd once become besotted with petting the fox, after stepping onto adulthood's first rung with Karina, after stepping onto the divinity rung with Hancock, he'd become a lover of serpents. Snakes might seem cold-blooded, even off-putting, until you taste the flavor. Then you'd understand Su Xian and why Lady White Snake captivated a world. When the newly crowned Emperor of the Sea started skipping morning audiences, Karina's trio were at first too wary of the big sister's aura to complain. But they hadn't seen Link in months, and soon they couldn't hold back. Just as Nami and Vivi had once been provoked by Karina, one day the three finally couldn't stand it and waded straight onto the battlefield between Link and Hancock. On the perfume Yuta as it sailed back toward Amazon Lily, war raged day and night. The uninhibited clashes rocked the entire ship, filling the straightforward Kyuja warriors with awe. Even though the Snake Princess and the officers were already so powerful, they kept challenging Lord Link. No matter how badly they were beaten, no matter how loud the screams, they never gave up. Inspirational. By day or by night, every day it was relentless. Robin and the others, who suffered the most, lost all reverence for Hancock. The looks they gave the big sister matched Karina's trio, like staring at garbage. After more than a week of this, the perfume Yuta, home from months of campaigning, finally returned to Amazon Lily. At the sight of the ship, the islanders flocked to the docks to welcome Link, just as they had in years past when their empress returned from expedition. These past months, the people of Amazon Lily had lived better than ever. Before, to eat and drink, they had to hunt sea kings themselves. Anyone not in the Kyuja Pirates couldn't leave the island at all. Now, though they still couldn't leave, they could hop over to neighboring Suig town, and they no longer had to risk their lives against sea kings. The wooden clone, guarding the island, kept delivering huge quantities of supplies at intervals. No more animal pelts for underwear, bolts of cloth were freely handed out to make whatever outfits they liked. Steel weapons replaced rough wooden ones, no more chopping trees to carve junk arms. It did feel a bit like being domesticated, and this blood-hot warrior tribe might grow lazy. So on this return, Link was ready for the next phase of development. Now that the Piercer Pirates had become an emperor's crew, how could their territory remain scattered, and how could they live on taxes alone? It was time for Amazon Lily to leave its special sea. Link had kept the island anchored there for 2 reasons. First, he hadn't yet unlocked Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands, and thus lacked peak 4 Emperor-level combat power. Second, Karina and the others hadn't completed their metamorphoses and weren't ready for the roles his plan required. Now the metamorphoses were complete, and with Ryuju aboard, the Piercer pirates no longer feared mere numbers. There was no need to linger. But with the Mother Flame looming in the future, Link had to give Amazon Lily a safety net and accelerate that template unlock. A few days after returning, Link abruptly shelved the nightly revelry and summoned a Felindra, Shirahoshi, and Nijiko. "Shirahoshi, take me somewhere." Without explaining, he had Nijiko open an air door, then had Shirahoshi transform into a pink dragon and carry them off from Amazon Lily. At Shirahoshi's astonishing speed, they reached the first half of the Grand Line in a single day. Following Link's lead, and with the pocket dimensions quirks, Shirahoshi ignored the White Sea and soared to 7,000 meters. Soon, in the green pocket space, several islands floated upon the White Sea. One of them was overgrown with exotic flora. Those plants contained compounds that turned beasts into raging monsters. Its name, Merveille. And its ruler, one of the 4 legendary pirates of the previous era, former captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 107, A Legend Shouldn't Die Like This. The Golden Lion Shiki, Rock's right hand in the era before last, one of the 3 golden protagonists who vied for the throne in the last age. People like to say the Red Count could sit at the same table as any of those 3, but in truth he could not be compared to Shiki. Between gold and silver, Shiki was both lead and support, both hero and foil. When the Whitebeard pirates had yet to gather their full might, and the Beasts and Big Mom crews were still growing, the Flying Pirates became the strongest crew on the sea. Even the Roger pirates, with their gold, silver, and bronze trio, almost lost to the Golden Lion. Had that once-in-a-century superstorm not struck, Roger might never have become Pirate King, and the Tremor fruit might never have been crowned the strongest paramecia. Just how strong is the Float fruit, and how fearsome was Shiki at his peak? He could lift whole island groups and fly a superfleet through the sky, not only seizing absolute air supremacy, but projecting a terror equal to an ancient weapon. If the lion lost his mind and hurled one island at another, what scene would that be? Even a top-tier monster cannot shatter an island in a single blow. But if you could, those fragments would fall like a man-made cataclysm. Shiki could do it the easy way, raise an island, flip it 180 degrees, then release the buoyancy. How different is that from Pluton firing a single shot to erase an island? Beyond that terrifying paramecia, the Golden Lion commanded peerless dual-blade swordsmanship and all 3 colors of haki. As a golden protagonist of the last age, his haki stood at the summit. He surely wielded Conqueror's coding. Like Roger, like Whitebeard, like their former captain Rox, Shiki once stood nearest the ceiling of the world. Tragedy struck at Ed War. He lost the title of strongest crew, and a helm jammed into his skull became a constant threat to his life. Decades of that helm eroded his haki. Haki runs on will, much like chakra needs spirit. When the mind goes, haki fails. The helm robbed Shiki's haki and unbalanced his mind. Sometimes he raved. When the Marines announced Roger's capture, the Lion snapped, stormed Marineford, and fought Sengoku and Garp for 2 days and nights before being taken and thrown into Impel Down. To break out, he severed his own legs and cast aside his peerless dual-blade footwork. Even so, thanks to the Float fruit's dreadful power, he remained a great pirate. World government, Marine headquarters, and the monster-laden New World all treated him with wary respect. Yet in the original tale, such a titan fell to Luffy right after Thriller Bark, before Luffy had even learned haki. Because Shiki lost, Luffy gained the title king of the movies. In this life, thanks to Link, Teach delivered Ace to the world government early. Shiki never began his plan to devastate the East Blue. He watched the news of Marineford. And because Link poached Nami, Shiki never met the Straw Hats. He remained above the White Sea preparing his plan, for reasons unknown delaying its start. For a time, Link took Ryuju across the first half of the Grand Line, not to return elsewhere, but to hunt for Shiki's trail. In the original, the Straw Hats cleared the Florian Triangle and, on their way to the Sabyati archipelago, encountered Shiki. He only carried the Thousand Sunny a short way before heading to Merveille. So Link began from the waters outside the Florian Triangle, dispatched wooden clones to the White Sea, and in just over 2 weeks found Merveille. Shirahoshi had only just reached the first half of the Grand Line, yet could precisely locate Merveille. A vast air door opened above the archipelago. A roar that cowed all beasts rolled out, and the monsters of Merveille felt a pressure deep in their blood. They dropped to their bellies, faces almost human in their terror. On the surrounding islands, residents went pale, eyes fixed on the pink dragon rising from the pocket realm. "Senior Shiki, come out and talk." Standing on the dragon's head, Link looked toward the mountaintop complex and called out. A moment later, that unmistakable, imperious laugh rang to their ears. A figure burst from the buildings and flew to meet the great pink dragon. A kimono of wano cut, striped orange and yellow, waist-length golden hair like a lion's mane, a ship's helm protruding from his skull so he looked like a rooster. 2 double-edged blades tied where his legs should have been. If Tashigi were here, she would have recognized both as famed blades. The man was the golden lion, Shiki. He measured the 200-meter dragon and laughed. "I thought that brat Kaido had come calling. You aren't the first to find me, but you are the one who beat Newgate." Then he paused, slightly blank. "Right, what was your name again?" Link knew this wasn't mockery. Shiki had truly forgot. "Link." "Right, Link, kahahaha." Before Link could continue, the laugh sharpened into a vicious grin. "So you came for my head, and for my fruit?" "Both." Link's answer was as crisp as a drawn blade. Just as the air was about to snap, Link pointed at a Felindra beside him and spoke to Shiki. "Before we fight, let my companion treat your head. She's the Opop fruit user." "Eh?" Shiki, about to make his move, went blank again. "Why?" "Because one Whitebeard is enough." Link's voice was calm, his will absolute. "A legend shouldn't die like this." Chapter 108. The Golden Lion regains his haki, returning to rule the seas. "Jihahaha," Will said, "a legend shouldn't die like that." Hearing Link's words, the Golden Lion felt the same to his core. Back when he learned Roger was captured, the reason he stormed Marineford to demand Roger's release wasn't only that Roger couldn't possibly be caught, but that the Pirate King's death must not be an execution. For the Pirate King to be put to death by the Marines, impossible. For the man who defeated him to leave this world in such a way, unthinkable. If he must die, he should be sent off by one of equal standing, by a fellow pirate. So the Golden Lion strongly approved of Link's view. Link smiled and said, "Of the 4 great legends of the last era, Roger and Whitebeard are gone, the Red Count, older than both, is aged, and now only you remain, Shiki-senpai. If possible, let me witness the power of a legend." Jihahahata, very well. Perhaps appreciating Link's words, the Golden Lion agreed without hesitation. He turned and flew back into the summit hall. Link also directed Shirahoshi. "Shirahoshi, set Yeflindra and me down, then go with Najiko into the other space to watch." Shirahoshi answered sweetly and lowered her head. Carrying Yeflindra, Link leapt from the dragon's crown and followed the Golden Lion through corridor after corridor into a wide hall. At the same time, Shiki's deputy, Doctor of the Flying Pirates, Dr. Indigo, appeared before Link, prancing with his ridiculous, flamboyant steps. "Jihahaha, do it by all means." The Golden Lion dropped onto a sofa, arms folded, laughing aloud. The mettle of a legendary pirate. If he admired you, he'd trust you, even an enemy. If you betrayed that trust, then he'd merely misjudged. At worst, he'd die. Such is part of the path's allure. Link sat on the opposite sofa and signaled Yeflindra. "Go ahead, Yeflindra." Yeflindra bowed, then lowered her palm as a blue dome spread outward. SSSHHH. Once the surgical field opened, Yeflindra drew the dagger at her waist and made a swift cut. In the next second, the Golden Lion's head separated from his body and floated in the air. A marvel, though body and head were parted, there wasn't a trace of blood on either cut surface. Shiki did not lose consciousness. Mildly surprised, he said, "Is that the power of the Ope no Mi? Truly wondrous. No wonder the world government covets this devil fruit in every era." Yeflindra said nothing, stepping in with the dagger to open Shiki's skull. Seeing the section fused to the rudder, she frowned slightly and turned to Link. Lord Link, the wound is severely necrotic. If we remove the rudder and release the field, he'll die on the spot. Even if I cut away the rot, it can't be restored to its original state. Hearing this, neither the Golden Lion nor Dr. Indigo showed surprise. With such a huge rudder rammed into the skull, an ordinary man would have died long ago. Only a legend like the Golden Lion could have survived with it for over 20 years. Link was likewise unsurprised, only furrowing his brow. No way to make it heal. There is, and I'll need your aid, Lord Link. Yeflindra nodded. I understand. Link instantly grasped her meaning and stepped aside. Then Yeflindra used her fruit's power to separate the rudder from Shiki's skull. At once blue-white and golden currents welled over her hands. With electricity and gamma rays, she destroyed necrotic cells and stimulated regeneration. Meanwhile, Link placed both hands on Shiki's head, his palms sheathed in soft green light. Astonishing yang release seeped into Shiki's brain. In an instant, the rotten flesh seemed to turn back time, gradually returning to healthy color. Viewed under a microscope, those tissues would be seen endlessly destroyed and reborn. Were the gamma rays and yang release any weaker, the rot could neither be broken down nor regrown. Jihahaha, so cool and clear, could this be photosynthetic energy of the Mori Mori no Mi? Feeling no pain during the operation, Shiki keenly sensed the pleasure of the healing art. Like many others, he mistook Link for a plant logia user and took yang release for photosynthesis. Link did not answer, focusing on treatment. Soon, working in tandem, he and Yeflindra restored the dented wound carved by the rudder. Not only the skull, but the damaged brain beneath as well. The main credit was Link's yang release. Though not yet the ultimate yang, it could still flood Shiki with regenerative force, enough to repair the wound for now. This degree was sufficient. The heaviness and haze are gone. I haven't felt so light in years. When Yeflindra rejoined Shiki's head to his body and released the surgical field, the Golden Lion rose slowly, hand trembling as it touched his brow, no rudder ending his ambitions, no weight in his head, no more bouts of confusion. That strange, yet familiar power returned to his body once more. Boom! A violent, invisible shockwave burst from Shiki, becoming a golden dome that instantly covered all of Merveille. Jihahaha, the Golden Lion has returned. With his lion's roar laughter rolling to the horizons, the island's ferocious beasts rolled their eyes and dropped unconscious. After blanketing all of Merveille, the dome did not stop. The storm of spirits spread swiftly to the nearby isles. The people living there fell as the beasts did. After roughly 20 years suppressed, the Golden Lion again took his throne over the seas. Chapter 109, The Power of a Legend Devil Fruit Awakening. After taking back the power that stands above all else, the Golden Lion vented for a long time. For one, the way he unleashed his conqueror's haki without restraint, its range so vast it even reached 3 islands, made that plain to see. Only after a long while did that invisible shockwave that had turned the lounge upside down slowly dissipate. Link become my subordinate. Once he'd vented, the Golden Lion immediately thrust out his hand to Link, repeating the words he'd once said to Roger. I have a perfectly crafted plan. Join me, and I can conquer the world. Thank you for the offer, Shiki-senpai. Link was neither offended nor mocking toward the Golden Lion, who at this moment truly cherished talent. Smiling, he shook his head. But I have no interest whatsoever in conquering the world. Jihahaha, is that so? Then let's make it a pirate's wager. The Golden Lion laughed. If you win, my ability and my head are yours. If you lose, become my subordinate. I accept, Link smiled. The air snapped taut in an instant. But the next second, the Golden Lion shifted his gaze to Yeflindra. Kuja girl, use that ability of yours to take my men off this island. Yeflindra ignored the Golden Lion and looked to Link, awaiting her master's order. When she saw Link give a slight nod, she immediately expanded her surgical field at full power and teleported everyone on Merveille to a nearby islet. With no concerns left, the Golden Lion laughed loudly at Link. Jihahaha, Make your move, boy. Let me witness the power that killed Newgate. Then I won't be polite. Link's eyes, for once, filled with fighting spirit. With his sensory techniques, he could clearly see that after reclaiming his haki, the Golden Lion's haki reserves were surging higher with every passing second. Now the Golden Lion had reclaimed the glory of a legendary pirate. If not for losing his legs, his present strength would be on par with Rayleigh and Sengoku. At most, his sustain would be somewhat shorter than at the Ed War. Link hadn't asked Yeflindra to transplant new legs for the Golden Lion, because that, unlike treating his head, would require a long period of adaptation. Without legs, the Golden Lion was already accustomed to fighting. He wouldn't handle new ones well. Unless Link gave him time to adapt to a new body, grafting legs on Shiki wouldn't make him stronger, only weaker. Wielding blades with his feet, this Golden Lion was at his true peak for this stage. So long as Link fought him and in the end, slew him, he would gain the Fuwa Fuwa no Mi, legendary pirate experience, and an increase in both the quantity and quality of his haki. The reason Link healed Shiki's head was to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Sage mode. Without a shred of wasted talk, Link clapped his hands and entered Sage mode. Seeing the red shadow appear at the corners of Link's eyes and his pupils shift from black to gold, the Golden Lion didn't have time to voice a question. His observation haki reacted like a sixth sense, and he shot skyward. Crack, crack, crack. The stone-paved floor split. Masses of branches burst forth like a nest of serpents, rushing to bind the Golden Lion. Slash wave. Facing the green serpents closing in, the Golden Lion casually kicked out a massive flying slash that drowned the branches in an instant and cleaved the hall and the mountain in 2. With the rudder removed and his mind restored, what the Golden Lion reclaimed wasn't only his sovereign haki to dominate the world, but also his peerless dual-blade swordsmanship. To cut steel, a swordsman must hear the breath of all things, akin to observation haki, requiring steady calm. The rudder had stolen not only Shiki's haki, but his great swordsman's state as well. Even so, he could still send out slashes with his feet. Those slashes were strong enough to cut the sea, though unlike Mihawk, he couldn't casually swing out a great swordsman's cut. Now, the Golden Lion could again loose great swordsman's slashes with ease. After splitting the hall and mountain in 2, he flew out through the massive fissure. Seeing the torrent of branches surging up from the rift, each as thick as several men could encircle, the Golden Lion laughed. Jehehaha, boy, didn't you say you wanted to witness a legend's power? Then feel it. When he finished, the Golden Lion stretched his hand toward the green flood of serpentine branches below and clenched his fingers into a fist. A force beyond mere haki or perception, rules themselves, flared from the Golden Lion. Grant weightlessness to inanimate matter without touching it. Control all inanimate matter without touching it. A domain taking shape. Devil fruit awakening. As one of the strongest of the last era, once nearest the world's ceiling, Shiki's body and will had long since fully matched the Fuwa Fuwa no Mi. Just as he was about to seize control of the branches at a distance and catch Link off guard, his face suddenly changed, disbelief flashing there. Impossible! Could it really be the Mori Mori no Mi? He found he couldn't wrest control of the branches. In truth, he didn't dare. Strong as the Fuwa Fuwa no Mi is, even if the Golden Lion isn't a mutant human, his stamina can lift archipelagos. Once he's lifted an island and set it moving, he needn't spend stamina to maintain it. But to seize control of an island, he must pay stamina. The same is true for seawater. The heavier the island or sea he takes hold of, the more stamina it costs. For that very reason, he didn't dare to seize control of those branches. Because the weight inside those branches was terrifying. Chakra is the product of fusing bodily energy and mental energy, the vigor everyone possesses. Wood release is born from Link using Yang release as the energy core, fusing earth and water nature transformations. The stronger the user's chakra, the greater wood releases power. That is why a wood human's palm can easily catch a tailed beast ball, why it can barehand the fully formed Suzanu's katana, and why even a wounded Whitebeard must fully unleash Conqueror's infusion, and the Gura Gura no Mi to barely shatter a single arm of the wood human. Because within the wood human, within every branch of wood release, surges an oceanic vastness of chakra. To seize control of those branches, the golden lion would pay a price even more shocking than lifting islands or heaving up tsunamis. So he didn't dare spend his stamina there. Chapter 110. A palm from the heavens, Conqueror's haki coating reaches the hand. Roar! Dozens upon dozens of tree branches, each so thick that scores of men couldn't encircle them, surged upward as if they could stretch without end, crashing toward the golden lion in the sky. A figure that looked ant-small beside those branches sprinted along one of them. His running stance was strange, body pitched forward, fists drawn back. A ninja's run. That figure was Link. As Link dashed forward, the branch beneath his feet visibly transformed, scales of bark rolling like waves. It split from the writhing green serpents and shot skyward as a wooden dragon. Plants defying gravity, this sight truly startled the golden lion. But unwilling to waste stamina wrestling Link for control of the branches, he lashed out with his feet, kicking one colossal flying slash after another. Shishi Senjandani. Dozens of slashes collided with the surging green serpents below. Several streaked toward the wooden dragon in the sky. They targeted every part of the dragon as if to cut it into segments. The next instant, the golden lion's expression changed again. Where the slashes met the green serpents, the image of branches being easily severed never appeared. Slightly stronger than cannon fire against the treasure tree atom, the slashes only managed to shave off bark, etching shallow blade marks across trunks thick as towers. Then the slashes burst in place, becoming tempests that could rip land and sea. Even a mountain swallowed by them would be ground to dust as the winds spread in all directions. The branch's defense shocked the golden lion. Quickly, his fingers curled into a grasping pose. The raging winds gathered into a lion, shaped from endless air blades, and slammed again into the green serpents below. This time, the lion finally bit through a few branches, but only that. The branches still surged toward him, extending as if without limit. As the distance closed, many branches forking outward sprouted a mass of smaller limbs, vines snaking out to seize an opening and bind the golden lion. The wooden dragon in the sky swept aside slashes of even master swordsman caliber with ease. Just as Hashirama's wood release could block a complete body Suzanu's blade, mountain-cleaving, sea-splitting strikes from a great swordsman meant nothing to Link. Even without unlocking Sage Body, Link's wood release already boasted astounding defense. Not even Crocodile's ground-rending slashes could cut it. Now Link's chakra was truly oceanic, lacking only that final pinnacle of pure yang. With natural energy infused, his chakra had become Senjutsu chakra. Slashes without haki, even those of a great swordsman, didn't amount to much. The golden lion seemed to realize this and kicked again and again, each slash now imbued with armament haki. Those haki-laced blades met the branching torrent that had become a small forest of green serpents. At last they succeeded in severing countless twigs and even hacked through one trunk the size of a house. Yet the severed limbs lived on like octopus tentacles. Those broken boughs kept extending anew, sprouting branches that rejoined others, directly grafting themselves back into the mass. Seeing that he couldn't truly kill the branches, the golden lion understood that slashes were useless against this nascent sea of trees. He abandoned sword techniques, raised both hands as if hefting a weight, and unleashed the power of his devil fruit. Vipers. Lion's Dominion, Earth Maelstrom. Rumble. As though he'd triggered the tremor fruit, a violent quake rolled across all of Merveille. Yet instead of cracking open into great and small fissures, the ground, lifted by a law-like force, seemed to liquefy and heave up lions the size of mountains from the earth itself. As soon as they formed, those lions leapt to maul the sea of trees in the sky. Part of the ground speared upward as a colossal stone lance, driving at the sea's root where it extended from a split mountain, trying to shatter the connection to the earth and drag the forest down. From the neighboring islets looking toward Merveille, one saw the once small island turned into a cramped arena. As the earth lions pounced on the skyborn forest and stone met mountain, a gray pall of dust swallowed Merveille whole. With eyes that could see through dust, one would have noticed the mountain struck by the spear crumbling apart. The earth lions plunged into the sea of trees and instantly liquefied into hands of soil, slapping the forest down toward the ground. All across Merveille, the land lay in ruins, choked with shattered rock and splintered trees, and here and there the buried corpses of ferocious beasts. Those savage creatures had died in the mere aftershocks of a clash between two superpowers. While dust veiled the entire island, a titanic wooden hand suddenly descended, wreathed in the heat of air friction, slamming down toward Merveille below. Riding his wooden dragon high above, Link had used sage art, wood release to create a world-blotting hand, the palm from the heavens. Used as a killing strike, the wooden hand, infused with senjutsu chakra and aspects of earth and water natures, could pulp any living thing. Used as a sealing art, empowered by yang release, it could spare an enemy's life while stripping away their ability to fight. If the Golden Lion took that blow and Link chose to kill, he would step straight into the realm of the dead to reunite with Roger and Whitebeard. If he lived, the battle would end all the same. Whoosh! As the palm fell, the dust shrouding the island tore open like a gaping maw. Two enormous dark red slashes shot up, crossing into a blazing X of crackling crimson lightning, and rammed into the wooden hand. The two forces locked. Perhaps the wooden hand lacked the support of a colossal wooden human Arhat. Perhaps the Golden Lion right now was stronger than the gravely wounded Whitebeard of the Paramount War. After a brief stalemate, the dark red cross shattered the wooden hand and rushed on toward Link above. The sagewood dragon snapped its tail once, blasting the spent cross-slash into a rain of blades that fanned out as a storm flickering with dark red lightning. Standing within that storm, in sage mode with senses sharp beyond belief, Link watched the stuttering crimson arcs and a smile tugged at his lips. So that's what you used, Conqueror's Haki, coding. Chapter 111. A Palm from Another Dimension, the legend ends. Zzz. Link raised his palm and watched the dark red lightning coiling around it, murmuring, Conqueror's Haki coding, just as it is. After reaching Amazon Lily, Link obtained from Hancock the insights and experiences of past empresses on Conqueror's Haki coding. His mind learned it, but his body wouldn't comply. Conqueror's coding is very similar to armament Haki coding, only it exists on a different plane. To master Conqueror's coding, one needs Haki capacity and quality, and more importantly talent and a flash of inspiration. With the sage body's oceanic physical and spiritual energy, and the aura of one who stands among the four emperors, Link's Haki capacity and quality had long met the requirements. He simply could not grasp that feeling that lets Conqueror's Haki be wound around an attack. But now, in sage mode, Link suddenly discovered another advantage of that state. Perception merged with nature. That perception let Link see Conqueror's Haki adhering to attacks. Just like Luffy catching that instant of inspiration after taking a few hits, Link seized his own flash and mastered the hallmark of the strongest, the salute shared by four Emperor-class fighters. At the same time, Link also mastered armament Haki emission and internal destruction. Because armament emission and internal destruction are akin in principle to Conqueror's coding. All are codings, Conqueror's coding is simply more advanced and more difficult. Having developed armament emission, Link had never cared much about armament's higher applications. Yet without deliberate training, the advanced uses unlocked. With advanced Conquerors and armament in hand, Link was a step from observation Haki future sight, and he had grasped a way to kill future sight by sealing it. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki can be coded simultaneously. Moreover, under Sage Mode's enhanced perception, as if his meridians had burst open, his comprehension spiked, and he instantly learned how to fuse armament and conquerors with the natural energy around him. Thus Link's attacks could be wrapped in three kinds of power. Then, like a child with a beloved new toy, he clapped his hands and shouted, Sage Art, Wood Release, Universal Grasp. Roar! The wooden dragon let out a deafening bellow. Countless branches raced from its body, and in an instant formed a sky-blotting wooden hand. Beyond pump-like absorption and sealing, the wooden dragon grants terrain advantage, letting Link unleash powerful wood release without landing. Zzz. As soon as the wooden hand formed, the dragon twisted in midair and slammed the hand down from the heavens. In an instant, air friction again birthed red heat, forming a palm technique descending from above. This time, around the red blaze flowed a black, streaming vapor and dark red lightning. That was armament haki emission and Conqueror's coating. With armament and Conquerors wrapped around it, the wooden hand's might was entirely different. Its power surged, and it carried a breath of another dimension. A gap in realm. Rumble. Sensing the palm's overwhelming power and the impossibility of evasion, the dust-veiled island shook violently again. An earth lion, second in sheer size only to those wrought by Douglas bullets awakened fruit, thrust its head from the haze and roared deafeningly at the wooden hand in the sky. At once, another dark red supercross tore the dust and shot skyward. When the supercross again clashed from below with the wooden hand. This time the two did not truly touch. An invisible substance held them apart. Zzz. With that unseen barrier present, dark red lightning burst wildly around the wooden hand and the supercross, flashing without cease. As before, the stalemate did not last long before ending. This time it wasn't the wooden hand that shattered, but the dark red supercross. Before a wooden hand infused with three forces, the once invincible supercross was no more than an ordinary slash, slapped to pieces. The wooden hand lost little strength and kept crashing down. Just then, the earth lion fully formed. The wooden hand smashed into the roaring earth lion. In an instant, the dust-shrouding Merveille surged up again like world-darkening ash. Even those not on Merveille, but on neighboring islets felt as if doomsday had come. It's over. Standing 8 or 9 kilometers high, Link seemed to sense it. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he spoke. Then the wooden dragon dove with Link aboard, flying into Merveille where nothing could be seen but dust. Whoosh! Before long, a sudden gale tore a huge mouth in the dust. On the island strewn with shattered stone and broken trees lay a colossal handprint. Around the handprint flickered heat, like scorching flame and faint dark red current. At the center of the handprint lay a figure on its last breath. Rewinding to just now. When the wooden hand collided with the earth lion, the latter was not even the equal of the supercross. The instant it met the wooden hand, like a monkey beneath a giant palm, it was crushed from outside to in by Conqueror's coating and armament's internal destruction, and then the palm covered the ant-small golden lion. Before a blow from another dimension braided from three forces, however extravagant the outward form, it was only hollow display. What matters is realm, whether one reaches the other dimensional tier. Like the truth-seeking orbs beside a six paths, level fighter. If your ninjutsu is not sage art or has not reached the six paths realm, then all ninjutsu are useless against them. Attacks without Conqueror's coating are innately beneath those that bear Conqueror's coating. All the more when, beyond Conqueror's coating, the wooden hand itself is wrought from Senjutsu chakra and yang release, layered with armament emission and internal destruction, and fed by the planet's native natural energy. With these forces stacked, in realm and in power, the wooden hand is a tier or two above the palm with which the wooden Arhat slapped down Whitebeard. An earth lion that cannot be wrapped in Conqueror's haki like wood release can, like a monkey beneath a giant hand, is simply not worth mention. Thus, before Link's freshly comprehended, self-created other-dimensional palm, the golden lion who had only just reclaimed his legendary luster met defeat. Chapter 112. Uproar on Hachinasu, a terrified Teat. Use the two swords as senior Shiki's corpse and bury them. Having lost the float power and fully turned back into a small sky island, Link tossed the trussed, unconscious golden lion, wrapped like a zongzi, to the over 4-meter-tall Yafalandora to carry. He then took the two famed blades from the golden lion's body, handed them to Dr. Indigo with a single message, leapt onto Shirahoshi's head, and rode the dragon away. Link did not kill Dr. Indigo, nor did he wipe out the flying pirates. Before leaving, however, Link had Yafalandora seize the hearts of Dr. Indigo and those scientists and navigators on the island, and throw them into a separate space. His point was this: when prey can provide Link with experience, even just 0.01%, he will finish it completely and root it out. If the prey cannot provide experience, then unless he deems the other party a threat that must be removed, Link does not mind sparing a life. Later on, there may be places where such small fry are useful. Cutting through the white sea from that other space, and then flying over the red line, Link swiftly returned to the new world. Seated on the pink dragon's head, Link gave the order, "Shirahoshi, go straight to Hachinasu." "Yes, Lord Link." Shirahoshi answered obediently. In half a day, flying at full speed, Shirahoshi reached the skies above Hachinasu. "A GG giant dragon, has Kaido of the beasts come?" "No, a pink dragon. That's the Impaler's mount, it's Link the Impaler." Gulp, even his entrance is so domineering. No wonder he's the newly risen emperor. "Wait, look that bundle." "Oi oi, you're kidding. That lion's mane, blonde hair, that legendary pirate isn't dead. Not only alive, he's in Link the Impaler's hands. If Link the Impaler is here then." Hiss, the Paramecia-type float fruit is about to change owners. The moment Shirahoshi arrived, a huge commotion erupted on Hachinasu. Some who hadn't read the papers almost mistook Shirahoshi for Kaido. But soon enough, people recognized Shirahoshi's identity, and as her head dipped, they saw the golden lion clutched in Yafalandora's hand. Pirates who can survive in the new world have decent discernment. They don't go face-blind like weaklings when it comes to the greats. Though the golden lion hadn't appeared for years, his bounty poster and visage were still etched into countless pirates' minds. Seeing the golden lion fall into Link's hands, the pirates gathered on Hachinasu for the pirate game realized at once, collectively sucking in a breath and growing even more fearful of Link, the new emperor. Clearly, the float fruit, which can contend with the quake fruit for the title of strongest Paramecia, was about to fall into Link the Impaler's hands. With a top-tier ability user already filling the ranks, the Impaler pirates were about to gain another who could rule the skies and drive whole islands with the float fruit. Many equally ambitious pirates immediately struck the Impaler pirates from their lists of targets. Challenge the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, even the ironclad red-haired pirates if you must, but by no means challenge the Impaler pirates. That's asking to die. GG Golden Lion. By then, Link had come before Teach. Staring at the golden lion, bound tight with branches and unconscious, Teach, now with the beginnings of a beard, couldn't, for once, produce his trademark laugh. Shiryu of the Rain and the others watched Link with wary faces, nerves taut, ready to fight. If their captain fell out with Link, they would attack him at once. Link glanced over and said coolly, "The gap in strength is too great, don't court death." "What are you doing?" Snapped awake by Link's words, Teach broke into a cold sweat and barked at his crew, "Link is my friend and our savior. Treat him with the same respect you show me." Then he hurriedly grinned wide and changed the subject. "Zehahaha, as expected of you, Link. Another legend after the old man has fallen to your hand. After today, your bounty will surpass that red-haired bastard's." "Perhaps." Pleased by Teach's tact, Link smiled and reminded him, "Remember, you owe me 10. Zehahaha, of course, toss me an apple." Teach laughed and nodded, then shouted to Doc Q not far away. Doc Q hastily took a harmless apple from his basket and tossed it to Teach. Catching the apple, Teach strode toward Yafalandora. Looking at the golden lion in Yafalandora's grasp, Teach seemed to notice something. His pupils shrank, and he no longer dared harbor the slightest scheme. Teach's memory is excellent. He can recall every devil fruit in the illustrated guide and the secrets most people overlook. As for the golden lion, Shiki, Teach was anything but unfamiliar. He had many times seen the old man wield the quake fruit against Shiki's float fruit. Why can the float fruit contend with the quake fruit for the strongest Paramecia? In part because their wielders once stood closest to the world's ceiling. Also because both carry a world-ending, strategic deterrence. What the quake fruit can do, the float fruit can do. Like raising tsunamis, rending the earth. The only difference is that the quake fruit maxes out offense, while the float fruit maxes out control. Of course, that wasn't why Teach's pupils tightened. If memory serves, after the Ed War, didn't a ship's helm get lodged in the Golden Lion's skull? After his prison break, when he visited the Moby Dick to reminisce with the old man, Teach saw it with his own eyes. He glanced at the over, 4-meter-tall Yafalandora and understood in an instant. He no longer dared entertain any schemes. Because it was too outrageous. Link had an op-hop fruit user fix the Golden Lion's head, and then beat him. What audacity is that? What kind of strength? Teach told himself he couldn't do that, and wouldn't dare be so arrogant. For a moment, recalling Link's earlier warning, Teach couldn't help grumbling in his heart. Compared to me, you're the truly conceited one. Little did he know, arrogance belongs to the failures. The successful are simply confident. Chapter 113. The Golden Lion's Experience, Link's bounty soars again. Ding, enemy slain. Gained 4.42% experience. As with the previous fruit extraction, after Yafalandora set the Golden Lion down, Link undid the bindings of branches. A wooden spike extended from the branches and, under Link's control, pierced the back of the Golden Lion's head, ending the legend's life. When the system prompt sounded in his mind, the corners of Link's mouth lifted slightly. Only a top-tier powerhouse at the 9th stage could provide that much experience. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Senju Hashirama. Unlock progress, 90% plus. Experience, 6.68%. With the Golden Lion's experience credited, Link's stored experience also rose to 6.68%. Yes, 6.68%, not 5.79%. While Karina and the other women were away on expedition, Link was far from idle. Just as they had guessed, Link's wood clones are now all over the world. So lifelike are the wood clones that even an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could not tell. When these wood clones use wood transformation, it is like having eaten an imitation fruit. With chakra as vast as an ocean, Link splits off 6 wood clones with enormous chakra every month. Even if those wood clones did nothing, a year would not exhaust their chakra. When those wood clones use the multiple wood clone technique, their clones can endure for weeks, even over a month. These wood clones operate across the 4 seas and both halves of the Grand Line, gathering all kinds of intelligence for Link. Some of the better endurance wood clones have infiltrated various factions. For example, the Blackbeard Pirates. Knowing the Blackbeard Pirates would crush the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, Link certainly would not waste those pirate captains' experience. But the captain's experience was not enough to make Link act personally. So Link sent wood clones to infiltrate, to assassinate or finish off those New World captains when chances arose. The wood clones guarding Karina and the others from behind also sensed the strength of the pirate captains defeated by Hancock. If they met the conditions to yield experience, the wood clones quietly hunted them down. Though each New World captain's experience was a mere mosquito's bite, the numbers added up. Over a few months, Link gained nearly 1% experience. He was one super strong opponent's worth of experience away from unlocking the Senju Hashirama template to 100%. As for how to get the final 3.32% experience, Link already had a target. Soon enough, Teach completed the fruit extraction. This time, Teach did not hesitate at all. He promptly handed the paramecia-type float fruit to Link and laughed. Zehahaha, I did not fail you. Congratulations, Link, on another top-tier paramecia. Clearly, Teach had been frightened just now. He feared that if he hesitated a second, Link would start a massacre. Thanks. Link appreciated Teach's self-awareness. Teach is a gambler. In the original tale, when he lacked the Quake fruit, he kept taking reckless risks. Yet after gaining the Quake fruit and reaching top-tier power on the seas, he suddenly turned timid. He did not dare fight Akinu, nor Aokiji, and he slipped away quickly even upon seeing Rayleigh. Not fighting is not cowardice. The losses would be too great. Barring a final decisive battle where the winner takes all, Teach would not strike without scruples. Likewise, Teach would not and dared not fight Link. He lacked the confidence to defeat Link. Even if Lady Luck favored him and he won by fluke, he could not stop Link from leaving. What use is such a victory? It would only cause heavy losses on his own side, and utterly offend a terrifying opponent like Link. Thus Teach so decisively handed over the float fruit, hoping the great man would not remember the small men and would ignore his subordinate's behavior just now. Let's go. Next time we meet, I hope you've broken the new world's balance and become the fifth emperor. After receiving the float fruit, Link did not linger on Hachinasu. Leaving Teach with a sentence, Link took the golden lion's corpse, had Yafalandora transfer it onto Shirahoshi's head, and rode the dragon away. That scene was snapped by certain paparazzi on Hachinasu and soon faxed to Morgan's. The next day, news that a legend had fallen and that the float fruit had changed hands spread across the world at once. Unsurprisingly, the story shocked the entire world again. Just as the fear of the quake fruit did not fade when Teach seized it, so too did the fear of the float fruit reappear on the seas after many years. In that moment, the elders of the previous era all involuntarily pictured the flying pirates. A fleet that soared, islands floating in the sky, a man who ruled the seas from above. Now, following Whitebeard, another legend had fallen to Link. Unlike the grievously wounded Whitebeard, Morgans also saw the photos and, like Teach, noticed the change in the golden lion. Seeing that Link repaired the golden lion's head and then defeated him outright, the whole article let the world feel the aura of an emperor of the sea. Truly a being enthroned over the oceans. The Navy and the world government knew more. Following Whitebeard and Wang Zhai, the Golden Lion was the third Rocks pirate officer Link had felled. With such a record, and with the float fruit now in his hands, Link's threat level skyrocketed again in the eyes of the world government and naval headquarters. That very day, the Navy's top brass convened. The next day they issued Link's new bounty. Link the Impaler. Bounty, 4,246,000,000 Billy, dead or alive. Just as Teach had said, Link's bounty soared again, surpassing red-haired Shanks and ranking third among the 4 emperors. His gap with Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, was only 142 million Billy. In less than a single year, Link had risen from 0 to catch up with Charlotte Linlin, whose bounty had taken her decades across 3 eras to attain. The horn of a new era blared ever louder. Chapter 114. The candidate for the Fua no Mi, Little Hancock. Link, who should eat the Fua no Mi. While the whole world buzzed about Link, the Golden Lion, and the Fua no Mi inside the palace of Amazon Lily, Karina and Nami leaned against Link on either side, asking curiously. Vivi stood behind Link, massaging the acupoints on his head. For now, I don't know. I'm hesitating about who should take it. Link toyed with the Fua no Mi in one hand and stroked the Heimcut beauty crouching at his feet with the other. Faces flashed through his mind, then were crossed off one by one. He didn't mind giving the Moa no Mi and the Ope no Mi to Margaret and Afelandra, but the Fua no Mi couldn't be bestowed lightly. They're all strategic-level deterrents. The Moa no Mi would mainly support Nami and boost Margaret's combat power. The Ope no Mi could control enemies' lives, and their hearts could be tossed by Najiko into a pocket dimension where no one could retrieve them. But the Fua no Mi is different. Its deterrence is no less than an ancient weapon. It concerns Link's territorial rule, lets him relocate flagged islands with ease, arrange them into various formations, and even build a chain of islands like Charlotte Linlin to form Tato Land. Moving islands would make the world government even more wary of Link, unwilling to rashly unleash the Mother Flame. The Mother Flame requires charge time and wind-up. Even if it could hit Amazon Lily, and even if it did, the world government would have to consider the consequences. If Link and the Fua user survived, what awaited them would be a Yonko's mad revenge. No war required. Just lift allied nations' islands one by one, flip them 180 degrees, and drop them. An affiliated nation would be erased. Marine branches as well. If the Doa no Mi user and a teleport fruit user also survived, Link wouldn't even need to act personally. Those 3 abilities could topple the world governments and Marines' rule over the seas. The mere thought makes one's scalp tingle. That's why, even without his 3 types of haki, and after losing both legs in Impel Down, the Golden Lion remained deeply feared by the world government and Marines. If he went berserk and couldn't be eliminated instantly, it would be no different from an ancient weapon awakening. This ancient weapon, level deterrent, means that even if the Fuwa no Mi lacks the extreme destructive power of the Gura no Mi, it can still contend for the strongest paramecia. For such a devil fruit, either Link eats it himself, or he finds a subordinate who is absolutely trustworthy and immensely powerful. Link will not become a devil fruit user, so it must be the latter. He doesn't trust men with that power. Strength breeds ambition. The only man in the world he truly trusts is Zoro. But Zoro acknowledges Luffy and would never betray him, even in death. As for women, among the female characters from the original story and films, the ones who left a deep impression on Link are basically all already by his side. The women he hasn't recruited are either already ability users or not strong enough to merit the Fuwa no Mi. Among the Kuja warriors, Link only fancied Margaret and Ephelindra. The others are loyal, but far too simple. Simple people die the fastest. So deciding who should eat the Fuwa no Mi genuinely stumped Link. While he flipped through the few names left, a strong suction pulled him back to himself, and he shivered. He looked at Hancock, who had choked on soy milk, and a bolt of inspiration flashed across his mind. His eyes lit up. "I've got it, the most suitable person for the Fuwa no Mi." "Who?" Karina asked at once. "He not telling yet." Link grinned wickedly, keeping the same teasing mystery as always. "You're awful, Link, always the same. Sisters together now, let me teach this Riddler a lesson." That night, beneath the stars over Amazon Lily. In the palace's observation room, Link, having fended off the combined assault of 4 women, sat tiredly on a rosewood chair. 3 thick stacks of documents lay on the rosewood table before him. Most of the pages were blueprints. Some were clone soldier and cyborg schematics Link had obtained from Vinsmoke Judge. Among them were files from MADS, also known as the Peace Research Institute, on the study and analysis of lineage factors. He hadn't looked at this stuff for months after getting it, nearly forgot where he'd put it, and almost threw it out. Link split off 2 wood clones and had them speed-read the files. A few hours later, the clones put down the final page and, turning into seeds, dispelled themselves. Absorbing the shared information, Link set down the schematics as the corner of his mouth lifted. "I can't do it, but it's feasible." The candidate he'd prepared for the Fuwa no Mi was none other than Hancock. Or rather, a Hancock clone, the original story's Seraphim, Little Hancock. In the original, the Seraphim are both clones and modified humans, scientific creations. Though they gain replicated abilities through green blood, Link wasn't sure whether they could eat a devil fruit. After reading Vinsmoke Judge's data on lineage factors, clone soldiers, and cyborgs, Link was certain that clones can eat devil fruits. As long as they possess lineage factors, and those factors don't already contain devil power, they can eat a devil fruit. If the lineage factors already hold devil power, then unless it's a special bloodline like Teach's, eating a second devil fruit would make the 2 devil powers repel each other and burst the host apart. If the clone succeeds, it can become an ability user. But Link can't make one, and Vinsmoke Judge can't either. Judge's files on clone soldiers and cyborgs aren't the complete clone data. He only held part of a splintered archive. The most comprehensive data is with Vegapunk. The first successful clone is now one of the Underworld's rulers and a member of CP0, the Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy. MADS used the lineage factors of Miss Buckingham Stussy for experimentation and produced the Peace Research Institute's first perfect clone. Chapter 115. Stealing the blood vial and sending a visiting card to the Emperor of the Sea. After deciding to let a Hancock clone eat the Fuwa no Mi, Link moved at once. The next day, Link summoned Shirahoshi, Nami, and Nijiko. The 4 slipped into a pocket dimension, mounted a dragon, and left Amazon Lily. A few days later, Link, the 3 women, and the dragon arrived above an island. It was the future island reputed to be 500 years ahead of its time, Egghead. After Punk Hazard had been blown apart by Caesar, Egghead became Vegapunk's new base. High technology filled everything inside and out. It was hard to imagine such a futuristic island on a sea still in the age of sail. Mechanical sea beasts patrolled the waters around Egghead. Inside, monitoring Den Den Mushi and eavesdropping Den Den Mushi were everywhere. The world government watched this island constantly. At the slightest change, even the 5 elders might be stirred to act in person. Unless the world government had achieved its objective, anyone who made a move on Egghead would face its boundless fury. It could mean not only a buster call led by the 3 admirals, but also the mobilization of the government's deepest resources. So Link neither had Nijiko open an air door, nor let Shirahoshi return to her original form. All 4 continued through the pocket space. Seeing so much advanced technology for the first time, Nijiko was visibly stunned. Shirahoshi's bright eyes sparkled at the devices around them. Sensing alone on her unique frequency, Nami exclaimed in wonder at the number of robots and asked if they had slipped through time into the future. This is one of the world government's most tightly guarded forbidden zones. If you're curious, look around here. I'm going to fetch what we need. With that, Link vanished. When he reappeared, he was inside the laboratory in the sky. Before him, soaking in liquid, floated a gigantic radish-shaped mass. It was a brain. The brain of Vegapunk, who had eaten the Nomi Nomi no Mi, the greatest brain in the world. Last year, Vegapunk successfully separated his brain and used island clouds to suspend the lab and the brain in the air. There were only 2 ways for Link to obtain the method for creating perfect clones. 1, the lab might store the data on how to make them. 2, he could pull the data directly from that brain. He chose both. Forming a seal with one hand, he created a wood clone with vast chakra to remain in the pocket dimension and keep watch over Egghead. Then Link wandered the lab to see whether any seraphim had been completed. He quickly confirmed what he needed to know. The seraphim had not yet been born. In the facility's gene vault, also called the lineage factor repository, Link looked at a row of 7 vials. One bore a label with a name, Boa Hancock. Anyone who became a warlord of the sea had to provide a tube of blood. Link and Teach should have been tapped as well, but that was during the exceptional chaos of the Marineford War. The world government planned to take their blood afterward. No one expected both Link and Teach to defect at Marineford, which is why their blood wasn't here. The Warlords are a headstrong lot. The government only gets 1 scheduled draw. This vial was fully sealed, which meant Vegapunk had not yet produced the seraphim and was likely still experimenting with Bartholomew Kuma's lineage factor. That was excellent news. Link would never allow little Hancock to become someone else's weapon, possibly turned against him later. Nami Nijiko. Moments later, guided by his signal, Nami arrived with Nijiko. Nami glanced around and asked if he had found it. Pointing to a surveillance Den Den Mushi in the corner, Link said, "I'm taking something from here. Once Nijiko opens the door, block this snail's signal with your electromagnetic field." "No problem." Nami flashed an OK sign. Nijiko used her fruit ability to open a small air door. Nami instantly released an electromagnetic field, jamming the monitoring lines in the gene vault. A hand reached through the air door and removed the vial containing Hancock's blood. Link didn't bother planting a fake. When Vegapunk began work on the seraphim, he would discover that Hancock's vial was gone and know who had been here. By taking only Hancock's vial and not making a scene, Link judged that Vegapunk wouldn't fuss over it. At worst, 1 seraphim model would be missing. Such a small matter would not be reported to the world government. Even if they learned of it, they still wouldn't tear things open with Link. He had shown respect by not destroying the entire gene bank. Handled this way, Link could lull them and make it easier to retrieve the perfect clone data next time. No one would imagine he had left a clone in the pocket dimension to monitor Vegapunk and his satellite's every move. After pinpointing the brain's location and taking Hancock's vial, Link did not linger on Egghead. Shirahoshi led the 3 back out. Upon returning to Amazon Lily, Link summoned Hancock and gave the order. "Hancock, go to Tato Land with Shirahoshi and present my visiting card to Charlotte Linlin. I'm going to pay my respects to a senior. Understood, I will depart now. Chapter 116, The World Watches, A Meeting of Two Emperors. A dragon's roar that cowed all living things rolled across the sky above Cake Island. So loud it seemed to sweep the whole archipelago of Tato Land. Charlotte Katakuri, the Charlotte family's supreme masterpiece, stepped out at once and looked up at the pink dragon lowering its head. More precisely, at the peerless beauty standing on the dragon's crown. Taking in the woman in a black kippah, one hand on her hip as she gazed down on all, Katakuri said warily, "Pirate Empress, what are you doing here, Hancock?" He knew all too well the culprit, who had turned his younger brother to stone and reduced the sweet commanders from 4 to 3. If she weren't in the same class as Mama, he would have struck already. Knowing too clearly the gulf between strength tiers, Katakuri did no such thing. Even Mama, wary that the Puncture Duke pirates had 2 top-tier monsters, had chosen not to go to all-out war and to swallow her pride instead. Hancock, of course, knew none of this. Beyond Link, nothing interested her. Looking down over Katakuri, she said coolly, "I am here on behalf of my captain to present a visiting card to Big Mom. My captain will pay a visit in 3 days. Be ready to receive him." She drew out a letter and flicked it down. The envelope, infused with armament haki, flew like a shuriken toward Katakuri. With his future sight, he merely lifted 2 fingers and caught it. Hancock wasn't surprised. Anyone who couldn't manage that didn't deserve to stand as a Yonko's right hand. Having delivered the card, she told Shirahoshi, "We're going back." "Yes, Sister Hancock." The pink dragon answered in a clear woman's voice, proof she was indeed, like Kaido, a mythical Zoan user. Whether her abilities matched Kaido's was unknown. Watching the dragon wing away, Katakuri felt the weight settle in his chest. A rational man, he knew too well how fearsome the Puncture Duke pirates had become. The Devil Fruit Compendium made it plain how terrifying the Paramecia-type Miro, No-Mi's twin fruit, was in the right hands. A special Paramecia. Unless your haki surpassed Hancock's, you would be hard-countered and petrified. But was that likely? She wielded Conqueror's haki infusion, squarely in the realm of super top-tier fighters. If battle broke out, defeat and death would only be a matter of how long you could last. Once he was tied down, his siblings would be crushed by the pink dragon and the user of the Goro Goro no Mi. They had spatial-type users, more than one. And with the Fuwa no Mi newly in their grasp, they held absolute air superiority, making Tato Land's island barriers meaningless. If it came to total war with the Puncture Duke pirates, they would be at a crushing disadvantage. So Katakuri, anxiety coiling in his gut, brought the visiting card to Mama. "A card, that brat wants to see me." Charlotte Linlin tossed it aside without so much as a glance, hands still stuffing sweets into her mouth as she squinted in thought. When she swallowed, she let out her singular laugh. "Mama, a visiting card isn't a battle challenge. That means the brat intends to keep the current balance. In that case, prepare a welcoming ceremony. This meeting might even let that useless snack return to normal." Hearing Mama's take, Katakuri found it reasonable and exhaled in relief. Anyone with apex strength can step off the board and cease being a pawn. Every top-tier power is a player, slicing up the world's cake alongside the others. The world government rules the seas, the true overlord. In the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, the Marines and the allied nations rule. Only the New World is a sea ruled by pirates. Their marine bases and allied nations are shockingly few. Most islands, without legal protection, fall under the 4 emperors. Like the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors are enemies, and also covert allies on the same line. Unless one side is no longer satisfied with its share, they do not fight the other emperors. Otherwise, the 4 emperors can go years, 10, 20, without meeting face to face. Only thus can the world government and Marines rest easy. When emperors start to meet and join hands, the Marines grow very, very nervous. So it was when Shanks met Whitebeard. So it was when Charlotte Linlin allied with Kaido. Likewise, when word, source unknown, spread that Link would visit Tato Land to meet Charlotte Linlin, the world government and marines tensed up, and the world's eyes turned to Tato land. As for Amazon Lily, no one in the new world could find it. No one knew where Link had hidden the paradise in every man's heart. With the Fua no Mi confirmed in Link's possession, many believed Amazon Lily might no longer be on the sea at all, but in the sky. The great powers agreed. 3 days flashed by. The Marines dispatched swarms of surveillance ships to prowl the waters around Tato land. Even the number of birds in the skies seemed greater than usual. At midday, a pink dragon over 200 meters long flew over the patrols and into Tato land's airspace. The archipelago's layered defenses were nothing before a master of the skies. Over Cake Island, the dragon lowered her head, setting Link down at the gate of a palace shaped like a giant cake. "Welcome, the captain of the Puncture Duke Pirates." As Link's feet touched the ground, the confectionery doors swung wide from within, and a ringing voice carried out to him. The sense of déjà vu tugged a smile to his lips. He stepped inside. With his very first step, an invisible shockwave burst from him, sweeping through the hall like a gale. Chapter 117, 5 Top-Tier Devil Fruits, Link's Steak. Booms, boom, boom. As the gale-like pressure swept through the hall, some of the soldiers standing toward the rear rolled their eyes and fainted where they stood while the Charlotte family lined up to receive Link. Charlotte Linlin had 43 husbands, 46 sons, and 39 daughters. Many of those sons and daughters were married with children. Within the family alone, there were over 200 members. More than half of them couldn't withstand Link's conqueror's haki and collapsed. Before Link even stood before Charlotte Linlin, whole ranks of the Charlotte clan to either side had toppled. So it was clear. The strongest pirate family's facade was propped up by Charlotte Linlin and Charlotte Katakuri. The other senior officers and cadres were nowhere near the level of those 3 imperial crews. Link's greeting came fast and passed just as quickly. Moments later, he stood before Charlotte Linlin, the giantess upon her throne, and met her gaze. At 8.8 meters tall, she was the tallest woman he'd seen up close besides Shirahoshi. A walking mansion. "Lord Puncture Duke, be seated." The eldest son of the family, Charlotte Perospero, user of the paramecia-type lick fruit, dragged over a chair shaped like candy. When Link sat down, Charlotte Linlin, whose beauty could turn hag in a blink, flashed what she fancied a gentle smile, vicious and feral in truth, and said, "Ma, what overwhelming haki. No wonder you felled Newgate, Wang Zhai, and Shiki, becoming the youngest emperor in history." Link wasn't about to snub a greeting, and so many still standing. As expected of the number 1 pirate family, the Charlottes are all elites. "Ma, a far cry from the Kuja." Linlin said with a nostalgic air, "Back in the Rocks Pirates, I envied Gloriosa and the Kuja. It's one reason I founded Tato land." "Gloriosa also told me you're the woman with the greatest natural gift on the sea," Link lied without blinking. That answer made a glint flash in Linlin's eyes. Plainly, this upstart knew plenty about the era before the last. If he knew Gloriosa had been a comrade, then of course he knew of Kaido, Whitebeard, Wang Zhai, and the Golden Lion too. On the surface, Linlin kept smiling warmly. Ma, some time ago my idiot son got into a scuffle with your crew while seizing territory. I happened to be in a hunger pang then. When I saw an issue with the Vivre card, I lost control and acted rashly. When I came to my senses, it was too late. I hope Gloriosa's juniors won't take it to heart." Seeing Linlin lower herself again, Link smiled. "Of course not. After all, you already made amends." Linlin's mouth twitched. If Link weren't her equal, she would have exploded. She knew exactly what he meant by amends. She had marched out of Cake Island to strike down a junior, and failed, handing Hancock the status of a super-top fighter instead. Steal a chicken, lose the rice. Since I've heard you love sweets, I brought a calling gift. Link clapped his hands. A massive air door bloomed before them. When it opened, Karina in her hybrid form pushed out an oversized cart from the pocket space. It was heaped with confections. At the sight, Linlin's irritation flipped to surprise. Like a child, her eyes lit up. Sweets from Fishman Island. As expected of you, a true connoisseur. Thumb raised, Link said. I heard you've been buying them at a premium, so I had Fishman Island's chefs prepare a spread and airlifted it straight here. Mama, you're thoughtful. Her favor toward Link spiked. She hauled the cart closer and, like a greedy child, began stuffing her mouth with both hands. Between bites, she got to the point. You didn't send a visiting card just to pay your respects, did you? In part, yes. Among the Old Rocks crew still active on the front lines, only you and Kaido remain. Link took a long custom case from Karina. When Karina slipped back into the pocket space, he spoke plainly. Mainly, I came to ask you to play a Davy back fight. Linlin's hand paused mid-bite. Charlotte Katakuri, who had been using Future Sight, saw a vision that made his pupils contract. Link opened the case. A row of devil fruits lay revealed before Charlotte Linlin. Those standing nearest on either side could see them clearly. Gulp. Prospero and the others versed in the fruit compendium swallowed hard. The non-user's eyes blazed. Even Linlin's gaze shone with greed. No one could stay calm before these. There were 5 fruits in the case, from left to right. Zoan, Uma no Mi mythical model, Pegasus. Zoan, Bat no Mi mythical model, Vampire. Paramecia, Riki no Mi. Paramecia, teleport fruit. Paramecia, Fua no Mi. 2 mythical Zoans rarer than most logias, and 3 top-tier Paramecia, who wouldn't be dazzled. If Link laid down stakes like these, what he wanted in return would not be ordinary. Linlin fought the urge to agree on the spot and asked, cold and steady, "What are you after?" Chapter 118, Sweeten the Pot, the Strong Win. What do you want? Hearing Charlotte Linlin's question, Link closed the case. If I win, I'm taking your 35th daughter, Charlotte Pudding. The hall froze. Ay. Barely not knocked out by Conqueror's Hacky, Pudding raised a trembling hand at herself. You want me? Linlin blinked, then laughed. Mama, so you've taken a liking to my daughter. In that case, there's no need for a Davy backfight at all. I can simply betroth Pudding to you. I believe she'd be delighted to follow a man of your stature, right, Pudding? Meeting her mother's gaze, Pudding understood at once. She put on her best act, cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Link. I will follow Mother's arrangements. Karina, watching from the pocket space, snorted. Her 13-year-old self and Nami could out-tact Charlotte Pudding with ease. Link saw through it as well, but he did not care about Pudding's true nature. He smiled and declined. No betrothal. I want her completely severed from the Charlotte family, and I want her to swear to Davy Jones that she will serve me for life. Both Linlin and Pudding sneered inwardly. In this day and age, who still believes oaths can bind loyalty? Linlin also knew a straight marriage was impossible. They were not on the same level. Push it, and she would only be insulting Link. So if I win, she said airily, all 5 devil fruits are mine, yes. Do you think that's possible, Senior Linlin? Link's look said it all. Human form of gluttony indeed, with an appetite to match. Linlin kept selling. Pudding is the memo fruit user and a half-blood 3-eyed. If her 3rd eye awakens, she can even read the ancient script. Pudding is my most beloved daughter. In short, sweeten the pot. Link shrugged. I already have scholars who can read the ancient script. I don't care about the 3-eyed tribe's ability. Mother-daughter bonds do not warrant a higher price. If you win, you may choose 2 of the 5 fruits. Deal. Linlin agreed at once, as if afraid he might take it back a second later. So a trade in people was settled. Aside from Charlotte Katakuri, who burned with anger, the rest took it in stride. This was their mother who would even take a child's lifespan for mistakes. A favored child could not choose their fate. If profit outweighed affection, Linlin would sell them without a second thought. Clearly, Pudding's memo fruit and 3-eyed blood did not outweigh the 5 fruits before her. Understandable. Any one of those 5 could change a nobody's destiny into a top-tier power. With 2 in hand, Linlin could quickly raise 2 top officers. Not wastes like Charlotte Snack, but cadres just below her masterpiece, Charlotte Katakuri. With advanced Hacky infusion, they might even surpass that masterpiece. 1 Pudding was nothing. Linlin's quick assent had another reason. She saw that Link had come with courtesy first, force later. With a door user under him, he could have seized Pudding without a sound. If all he wanted was the memo fruit, he could have had Blackbeard steal the power afterward. The world knew that Puncture Duke Link and Marshall D. Teach, the top two of the worst generation, were close as brothers. Yet Link did not do that. He sent a visiting card and chose a Davy back fight to claim Pudding. That meant he truly wanted her loyalty. If Linlin prevented him from taking Pudding the gentle way, he would surely take her the pirate way. Linlin did not fear war with Link, but doing so would be foolish. She would eat this fish several ways. She would fight the Davy back, take 2 fruits if she won, and still hand Pudding over without marriage or alliance. So long as her daughter was with Link, he would not strike at Tato Land. Even in defeat, the same held. Linlin was confident that even if Pudding went to Link, her heart would remain with her mother. Through Pudding, she could grasp Link's secrets. Win or lose, she would win. Why refuse? Link did not know her calculus. If he had, he would have laughed. It was hard to blame Linlin for her strange confidence. Pudding's mask had been perfect, and she had indeed darkened a bit. She was not evil by nature. Bullied since childhood for her 3 eyes, she learned to wear armor and to hurt first, so as not to be hurt. In truth, she was easy to win over. With the stakes set, Linlin could not wait. How do we play? How many rounds? 1 match, winner takes all. Link raised a finger and smiled. This world bows to strength. At the summit, any scheme can be shattered by force. Since it's a pirate's game, we fight the pirate's way. The strong will take the victory. Ma. Linlin rose with a feral grin. A storm of pressure, no weaker than Link's, burst invisibly from her. Chapter 119. You thought it was 1-on-1, but it's 1 versus N. SCZZT. Facing Charlotte Linlin's overwhelming presence, Link stood his ground and unleashed Conqueror's haki once more. The 2 kingly auras collided, turning invisible pressure into a howling gale that upended everything indoors. Dark red lightning flickered ceaselessly around Link and Charlotte Linlin. Those who hadn't been flattened by Link's opening intimidation were the Charlotte family's elites, formidable even in the New World, yet many would have been blown away by the storm and knocked out midair. Even those who remained conscious had to raise their arms against the roaring wind, and when they looked at the smiling Link and Charlotte Linlin, it was like staring up at 2 immovable mountains. Step outside the palace, and you would see that the skies over Whole Cake Island had somehow shifted from clear to overcast. Thunderheads churned, lightning writhed within, and distant thunder rumbled. At length, the clash of wills ebbed. Looking at the high-spirited Link, Charlotte Linlin felt a moment's daze. For an instant behind him, she saw the silhouettes of a young Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, even Rox. It was as if a voice told her she was growing old. The new generation shone as brightly as the legends once had. She turned that fear of time into anger. All the more reason to prove she wasn't old. She would defeat Link and show the world whose era this was. Where do we fight? She asked in a low voice. Link didn't know why her mood had plunged and smiled. If you don't mind, let's use one of your islands as the game board. Fine. Without hesitation, she issued orders to Charlotte Katakuri. Katakuri, clear everyone off Wheat Island. Katakuri nodded once and vanished. Link gestured, handing the long case of devil fruits to Karina as she stepped from pocket space. In a moment, you and Shirahoshi use flame clouds to lift Wheat Island into the air. I understand. Karina nodded obediently and slipped back into the pocket space. Soon, after Katakuri's command had emptied Wheat Island, 2 vast air doors opened high above. A pink dragon over 200 meters long and a 9-tailed fox over 20 meters tall burst out left and right from pocket space. At the sight of dragon and fox, the faces of the Charlotte family, Katakuri at their head, grew solemn and wary. The weaker ones were openly afraid. Only Charlotte Linlin's eyes held envy and a trace of nostalgia. Had she not already eaten a devil fruit back then, she would never have given the mythical Zoan Azure dragon to Kaido. Now the pink dragon only sharpened her regret. The color suited her so well. If that fruit had fallen to her, she would truly have been the world's strongest creature. But there are no ifs. Dragon and fox trod the air and circled above Wheat Island. Orange flame clouds bloomed out of nothing, thickening and multiplying. The wheat-shaped island rose as if buoyed by the float power, lifting into the sky. Borne by flame clouds, Wheat Island climbed to more than 200 meters and held there. On Cake Island, Link raised a hand. "After you, Senior Linlin." "Zeus." "Yes, Mama." The thundercloud Zeus swooped down. Charlotte Linlin leapt aboard and soared toward the airborne island. Link vaulted up onto Karina's head, and she carried him to Wheat Island. Katakuri prepared to ascend and watched the peak duel between his mother and Link. Just then Pudding hurried over, smiling sweetly. "Brother Katakuri, are you going up to watch? Could you take me along?" Katakuri pondered a few seconds, then nodded. "All right." On any other day, he'd have refused. But Link's purpose today concerned Pudding, and he did not turn her away. He wasn't Link or Mama's match, but watching from afar and protecting a sister posed no problem. He awakened his Machi power, turned the ground into endlessly extending Machi, and conveyed himself and Pudding onto Wheat Island. Charlotte Brûlé, who had been hurrying over, froze where she stood, near tears. By the time Katakuri and Pudding stepped onto the island, Link and Charlotte Linlin had already begun. Sage mode. Link opened the bout in Sage mode. He was, at heart, a mage. Even with Haki, he was still a glass cannon. Only by turning chakra into Sage chakra and fusing Haki with natural energy would he keep his head on his shoulders. Red eyeshadow spread at the corners of his eyes, his pupils turned gold, and he clapped his hands, unleashing his signature ninjutsu. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The earth heaved. Trunks so thick that a dozen men could not encircle them burst from the ground like great serpents. No sooner had those trunks broken the surface than they forked wildly, sprouting dense leaves and racing into towering trees. Hundreds of trees became a sea of green, rolling toward Charlotte Linlin like waves. A brawler in the mold of Wang Zhai would have had to answer with sheer force, and might not have matched it. Charlotte Linlin simply rode Zeus into the sky and slipped the net with ease. Link had never expected this move to fell her. He meant only to turn the field into his home turf. Once it was his domain, unless Charlotte Linlin stayed aloft forever, the moment she touched down she would be at an absolute disadvantage, just like an Uchiha facing Hashirama inside the Flower Tree world. You thought it was one-on-one, it's actually one versus many. Chapter 120. The Wood Human Reappears, Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. Napoleon. Yes, Mama. Riding the thundercloud Zeus into the sky, Charlotte Linlin shouted at once. The hat on her head instantly opened a pair of eyes, then flew off and turned into a gigantic blade. Born with a maxed-out warrior's talent, Charlotte Linlin was nevertheless a battle mage, similar to Kaido. With the Paramecia-type soul fruit, Charlotte Linlin could freely manipulate human souls and lodge them into all kinds of things, anthropomorphizing them. These anthropomorphized things were called homies. For decades, Charlotte Linlin had extracted unknown amounts of people's lifespans, all taken away as souls. Humans living in the Totland Kingdom had to pay Charlotte Linlin 1 month of lifespan as a soul every half-year. With those souls, Charlotte Linlin remodeled Totland so that homies existed everywhere throughout the kingdom, not only serving as her eyes, but forming an enormous rank-and-file defensive line. Besides ordinary homies, Charlotte Linlin had 3 special homies at her side, all forged from fragments of her own soul, each possessing tremendous power. These 3 were the weapon-type Napoleon, and the elemental-type Zeus the Thundercloud and Prometheus the Sun. When wielding the Thundercloud and the Sun, Charlotte Linlin was a battle mage whose strength and defense were astonishing, capable of unleashing lightning and flame. When wielding Napoleon, Charlotte Linlin was a max-level warrior, and unlike Achuku, she also had Conqueror's coding. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin was in the latter state. The instant she gripped Napoleon, a piercing red light burst from her eyes, her observation Haki locking onto Link's position. She clenched the blade with both hands like a baseball slugger and hacked down fiercely toward the ground. Elbaf Spear Ikoku. In a flash, a cylindrical shockwave roared downward. Its scope was vast, its speed terrifying. Without needing to send a flying slash, Charlotte Linlin could rank among the great swordsmen with this single move alone. If that massive shockwave fell into the sea of trees, it would surely blast open a gigantic crater. Such an area of destruction would not be a problem for the Sea of Trees. But Link did not dodge, for the pride of an emperor of the sea was at stake. Link formed a one-handed seal and barked, "Sage art would release, all-encompassing bag technique." A giant wooden hand shot up from the forest, its fist colliding head-on with the howling shockwave. In an instant, the Haculess shockwave was scattered by the wooden giant fist, imbued with natural energy. Roar! At once, a huge wooden dragon also flew out from the forest, lunging toward Charlotte Linlin in the sky. Prometheus. Yes, Mama. The sun floating beside Charlotte Linlin plunged toward the wooden dragon and spat a massive pillar of fire, trying to burn the dragon to ash. In the next second, the sun was dumbfounded. The wooden dragon ignored the damage of the flames, instead cloaking itself in fire, becoming a fire dragon that kept flying. A wooden dragon that feared no burning was simply unheard of. But from this, it was clear how much life energy was contained within the wooden dragon. Prometheus's flames were like weak fire trying to burn a towering tree. In a short time, it might scorch a layer of bark, but nothing remarkable. To burn through the trunk, not only would the flames need to be fiercer, they would have to last. That short span was more than enough for the wooden dragon. Seeing Prometheus's fire pillar ineffective, Charlotte Linlin shouted, "Prometheus, come." Yes, Mama. As a shard of Charlotte Linlin's soul, the sun instantly grasped her meaning, flew over, and fused with Napoleon, forming a great flaming blade. Zeus. Yes, Mama. The thundercloud underfoot shifted from white cloud to black cloud. Purple lightning curled around Charlotte Linlin. Gripping the flaming great blade, Charlotte Linlin became a battle mage. She sprang away from Zeus, her 8.8-meter tall, massive body flipping forward several times in midair, then abruptly accelerating like purple lightning to cleave down at the wooden dragon below. Purple lightning and orange-yellow flame flashed as a tricolored blade light, finally hewing apart the wooden dragon that had turned into a fire dragon. Seeing this, Link gauged Charlotte Linlin's strength. Though aged, Charlotte Linlin truly was the woman with the greatest natural talent upon the seas. Her innate monstrous strength had let her possess power more fearsome than that of giants since childhood. With such strength, she needed no sense for the breath of all things. As long as the weapon was sharp enough, each slash she made was more terrifying than a great swordsman's cut. Even the wooden dragon's fearsome defense and tenacity were split in two by Charlotte Linlin's doubly enchanted brute force strike. Granted, that wooden dragon had not been wrapped in haki. But Charlotte Linlin's slash likewise carried no haki. This one force breaks 10,000 styles approach suited Link's tastes. Because an opponent like this was far easier to deal with than those technique types and Logia ability users. Link clapped his hands together and grinned. Sage art would release, wood human technique. Rumble. The transformed forested earth shook violently once more. Then a wooden R-hat over 200 meters tall, like a giant just awakened, slowly rose from the forest. A vast shadow climbed upward, and in a blink Charlotte Linlin was enveloped. The 8.8-meter-tall Charlotte Linlin was the size of a grasshopper before this wooden R-hat. Even Charlotte Katakuri, and Pudding watching from the island's edge, felt as if a mountain had appeared out of thin air. Sage art would release, wood dragon technique. Would release. Standing atop the wood human's head, Link clapped his hands again and unleashed the three-piece combo Hashirama Senju used to thrash Uchiha Madara. Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. Chapter 121. The evolved wooden dragon, Charlotte Linlin also instantly defeated. Rumble. As Link's voice fell, the ground shook violently once more. The already dense forest sprouted a vast number of new trees, and this small wheat island, similar to Amazon Lily's domain, was now mostly covered by forest. The newly emerging trees were thicker and greener than before, with numerous massive vines as thick as dozens of people linking arms. At the tips of those vines bloomed huge red flowers. The red flowers slowly opened their petals, continuously releasing pollen like gray dust. In no time, several regions of the forest turned hazy and gray. Though she didn't know what the pollen did, Charlotte Linlin's instincts told her she absolutely must not inhale it. Thus, Charlotte Linlin ascended on the thundercloud Zeus while ordering, "Prometheus, destroy the flowers below." "Yes, Mama." The sun, fused with Napoleon, immediately spewed a pillar of fire downward, attempting to ignite the forest through the pollen. Roar! At the same time, the wooden dragon's roar echoed to the heavens. From the forest, a dozen branches shot forth as if they could extend without limit, and several of those branches turned into wooden dragons. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded, shocking Charlotte Linlin and making Charlotte Katakuri and putting watching from afar turn pale. The wooden dragons soaring skyward opened their giant maws and spewed torrents of water at Charlotte Linlin above. One of the streams was a razor-sharp, high-pressure jet aimed straight at the roaring pillar of fire. With a single contact, the fire pillar was sliced apart by the high-pressure water, and the remaining force cleaved the unprepared son Prometheus in two. Although Prometheus did not die, he was so frightened he could not recover for the moment. Equally frightened were Napoleon and the thundercloud Zeus, both nearly severed, and their mama, Charlotte Linlin. Yet what terrified them was not merely the power of the high-pressure water. A wooden dragon spewing water, how horrifying a thing. Charlotte Linlin and Charlotte Katakuri's first thought wasn't even what tricks Link was using. If Link could develop his ability to this extent, wouldn't all ability users be restrained? Even so, Charlotte Linlin did not move slowly. Riding Zeus, she dodged the attacks of the water streams. As for whether those water streams were performed by Link. Simple, Link could remotely control all trees created by wood release, because those trees contain chakra. Since Link could use the trees to remotely perform the wood clone technique, he could naturally create a half-torso, or even a wood-transformed clone, inside the wooden dragon's mouth, and then perform water release within it. Thus, to outside eyes, it appeared the wooden dragon was spewing water. In truth, it was Link's wood clone spewing water. Not only water, Link could have the wooden dragon spew fire, wind, and lightning as well, all at sage art level. While Charlotte Linlin nimbly avoided the water jets, with water dragons and branches slamming and binding in pursuit behind them. The sky suddenly darkened. As if only now reacting, Charlotte Linlin's expression changed drastically as she looked upward. The wood human Arhat, towering like a mountain, raised its hand to gather force and swatted down toward Charlotte Linlin. Its speed was so great that friction with the air produced a red aura, descending like a meteor with terrifying air pressure. Around that flaming aura, dark red lightning flashed without cease. The world-blotting wooden giant hand was imbued with Conqueror's coating. Clearly, this palm was even more terrifying than the one that slew Whitebeard during the Summit War. Though the falling speed of the wooden hand was fast, Charlotte Linlin still had time to charge a counterattack, but she could not do so. Because without her control, Zeus's reactions and speed would slow, and they simply wouldn't evade the wooden dragons and branches. If her charge failed, she would have no chance at all. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin's eyes suddenly hardened. Controlling Zeus, she continued to evade the dragons and branches trying to attack and bind her, and dove toward the pollen-shrouded forest. While diving, Charlotte Linlin also gathered the powers of Zeus, Prometheus, and the thunder and fire sword Napoleon into one, forming a humanoid energy body that shone with emerald laser light. The energy body was enormous, its exterior resembling a woman. As soon as the feminine energy body formed, it opened eyes flickering with dark red electricity, and within the emerald laser ran thin threads of dark red current. When the charge was complete, Charlotte Linlin whipped around, back to the forest, and fired her strongest strike at the wooden giant hand above. Mother's Visit Cannon, 3,000 League Ikoku. Boom! Using the cylindrical shockwave as thrust, the feminine energy body soared skyward. Fused from the energies of Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, the feminine energy body, like a special homie, possessed independent will. It could act on its own, avoiding wooden dragons and branches that tried to obstruct or attack it, and blasted toward the descending wooden hand. After dodging every dragon and branch, a new radiance bloomed above the feminine energy body's head, a golden flame tinged with faint dark red. With its multi-hued glow, under the boost of Ikoku, the feminine energy body became like a supermassive laser cannon, streaking upward at extreme speed to collide with the descending wooden hand. Just like a clash of conquerors coding, the laser cannon and the wooden hand did not truly touch. They were blocked by a layer of invisible substance. But in the next second, the invisible substance suddenly took on color. It flashed several hues in succession, finally turning into a beam of white light that burst outward. The white light was so dazzling it was as if the entire world turned white. Even Charlotte Katakuri, and putting on the island's edge, shut their eyes against that white glare. Boom! Almost the very next second, a terrifying explosion rolled across the Totland kingdom, spanning dozens of islands. The skies, darkened to overcast by the earlier clash of conquerors' haki, were instantly blown clear by a terrifying invisible airflow. That unseen gale, like an invisible hurricane, not only scattered the clouds above but swept across Wheat Island, flinging the unprepared Charlotte Katakuri and putting off the isle. Pudding, blown away like a fallen leaf, let out an involuntary cry. At that moment, a gigantic hand, wreathed in an orange-yellow flame cloud, caught the pudding flying off the island. When the white light faded, the owner of that hand was revealed, Karina in nine-tailed fox beast form. Even so, Pudding had no time to thank Karina. Her eyes were wide as she stared at Wheat Island ahead. If she lifted the bangs on her forehead, even the third eye would be wide, filled with shock. The sea of trees that Wheat Island had become was now a scene of devastation. The forest covering most of the island looked as if ravaged by a super hurricane, countless trees not merely snapped, but torn up by the roots. The luckiest were bent double to the ground. The forest was coated in dust, not pollen-made, but true grit. At the island's center stood a wood-human Arhat over 200 meters tall. Beneath the wood-human lay a truly colossal crater. The crater was not circular, it was shaped like a human hand. At the bottom of that handprint crater lay a faint, dying figure. She had not been killed by Link, but she could not withstand Wood Release's absorption of vitality and haki, along with its sealing power, Charlotte Linlin. After the gravely wounded Whitebeard and Golden Lion, yet another Rocks Pirates cadre had been one-shotted by Link's extra-dimensional palm. Chapter 122. Bounty rises to Pirate World Number 1, the new strongest man in the world. Charlotte Linlin's mother's visit cannon, 3,000 League Ikoku, was powerful, at least more practical than the Golden Lion's earthly lion, and its level even entwined Conqueror's haki at an extra-dimensional grade. But just like the reason for the Golden Lion's defeat, Charlotte Linlin's mother's visit cannon, 3,000 League Ikoku, lacked one kind of energy compared to the wood-human Arhat's palm from the heavens, natural energy. Moreover, Mother's visit cannon, 3,000 League Ikoku, had a drawback. Once unleashed, Charlotte Linlin could no longer continue supplying it with energy. By contrast, the descending palm was different. Like Kaido's flaming Bagua, Link could supply the wood-human Arhat with chakra and haki, letting each move carry armament haki and even Conqueror's coding. When the clash deadlocked and the wood-human's attack was being neutralized, Link could immediately feed it energy. Thus, from the instant Mother's visit cannon, 3,000 League Ikoku collided with the wood-human's hand, its defeat was sealed. Unless the Mother's visit cannon's power could obliterate the wood-human's giant hand in a single instant. But was that possible? Clearly impossible. As Link's self-created extra-dimensional strike, the wood-human's palm, though smaller in sheer size than Kaido's flaming Bagua and Luffy's Kong gun, was not weaker in level. In fact, it was somewhat stronger. Blended with Sage Chakra's Yang Release, Earth Release, and Water Release nature transformations, armament, haki emission, and internal destruction, plus Conqueror's coding and Frog Kata's way of drawing on natural energy. In Link's eyes, this one palm was far stronger than a slash from a full-body Suzanu's katana. Shirahoshi Karina put the island down. After defeating Charlotte Linlin, Link immediately gave the order. Quickly, the Wheat Island that had become a sea of trees slowly descended from the sky and returned to its original place. Members of the Charlotte family were rushing over from Whole Cake Island. The fastest was still Charlotte Katakuri, who had been blown off the island by the hurricane. Although Link's battle with Charlotte Linlin was a contest under the pirate game's rules. Now that Charlotte Linlin had lost consciousness, who knew whether Link would break his promise and strike her down? Though not Link's match, Charlotte Katakuri absolutely could not let that happen. Like the Whitebeard pirates after losing Whitebeard, if the Charlotte family lost Charlotte Linlin, their central pillar, then Tato Land's dozens of islands would draw countless jackals to scramble madly. If Link truly moved to kill, then even at the cost of his life, Charlotte Katakuri would try to stop it. Fortunately, Link had no intention of killing Charlotte Linlin. When the Charlotte family members arrived in succession, Karina, returning to human beast form, brought Pudding back to Link's side. Link looked at Charlotte Katakuri and said, "I won the Davy back fight. By the wager, I'm taking Pudding." "Fine." Watching his sister being taken away, though his heart burned with unwillingness and anger, Charlotte Katakuri nodded. He had no choice but to agree. If he dared refuse or move to block it, then today they might lose not only one sister. The whole family might be killed. After all, Link's persona was one of extreme hatred for pirates, extermination, skewering them all as the impaling lord. Though after ascending to the four emperors, he had done fewer such cruel things, Charlotte Katakuri did not dare gamble on Link's kindness. Thus, the Charlotte family members could only watch as Link led a completely unhesitant Pudding into a different dimension. The battle's result, no one knew who spread it, quickly reached the marine surveillance ships on Tato Land's periphery. Some scenes of the battle, no one knew by what means they were filmed, appeared the next day as the World Economy News paper's front-page images spread across the globe. Among those images, two stood out most. One showed the wood human Arhat unleashing a palm from the heavens, and one showed a wooden dragon spewing water. Reading that article, those who had been secretly searching for who used the water dragon to wipe out Teach's crew instantly understood. They had thought that person was one of the impaling Lord Pirate's hidden assets. It turned out that person was actually Link. Even water can be produced. Is that why the Mori Mori no Mi is called the source of life that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sea? At Marine headquarters, Aramaki, who had not yet passed final assessment, murmured to himself, "I wonder whether my Mori Mori no Mi can reach that level." If Link had seen that report, he would surely have burst out laughing. Good grief, the more the Mori Mori no Mi user believed it, the more he thought Link was actually a Logia Woodwood fruit user. The strong focused their attention on how Link had developed the Mori Mori no Mi. The world's attention, however, Charlotte Linlin had lost. Or rather, an Emperor of the Sea had lost in a one-on-one. What did that mean? It meant the pirate world rankings were about to change again. Sure enough, on the day after the news broke, the Marines updated Link's bounty once more. The impaling Lord Link. Bounty, 5,640,000,000 berries, dead or alive. After Roger and Whitebeard, another pirate had broken the 5 billion threshold. Link's bounty surpassed Whitebeard's by more than 10 million berries, making him the current #1 among active pirates. After defeating Charlotte Linlin, Link directly surpassed her and Kaido, whose bounty was 4,611,100,000 berries, seizing the #1 throne among the four emperors. At the end of the Sea Circle calendar year 1520, the year that should have belonged to the impaling Lord and Blackbeard. In the final days of the countdown, Link forcefully turned it into his year. Link had defeated Charlotte Linlin head-on, one-on-one, impact far greater than felling the gravely wounded Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Such impact had examples in the previous era, not just one. Even among superpowers there are levels, but every Emperor of the Sea without exception stands closest to the world's ceiling. They represent the extreme of individual might, mind, skill, and body all at the peak. Such superpowers are hard to separate one-on-one. Without outside interference, most end in stalemates, with wins and losses traded, almost never a total rout. Thus, when such superpowers fight and a result emerges, the victor's standing surges while the loser's declines. The classic case was the Ed War, where the Golden Lion lost to Roger. Though not a one-on-one defeat, the Golden Lion became Roger's foil. Another case was the Red Count defeating a fleet admiral. On the strength of that record, the Red Count, despite lacking a sea-dominating organization, could sit as an equal with Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, one of the 4 legends of the last era. In recent years, the only one-on-one between such superpowers was Akinu versus Aokiji. Thus the victor, Akinu, became the new fleet admiral. Now, yet another superpower had lost one-on-one, one of the active 4 emperors. And the one defeated was also a 4 emperor. Unintentionally, Link had achieved a feat, an emperor of the sea defeating an emperor of the sea. A same-tier victory, something even Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks had not done. Hence, Link's bounty directly surpassed Charlotte Linlin's and Kaido's, and even the late Whitebeard's, second only to the Pirate King. That bounty was tantamount to official recognition and a crown. The next day, seizing the hype, Morgans used a single article to whip the craze to a peak. Its headline blazed, Pirate World #1, the new strongest man in the world, the impaling Lord Link. Chapter 123, The Memory Fruit shows its power, data on the perfect clone in hand. While the whole world was discussing Link becoming Pirate World #1, and perhaps the strongest man of the new era, the man at the center of attention headed with Pudding into Egghead's separate space. Along with them were Nami, Nijiko, and Yaflindora. Captain, what is this island? It was Pudding's first time on Egghead, and the technologized island stunned her. This is Vegapunk's turf. His research institute is up there. Link pointed to the island cloud in the sky. So this is the domain of the world's foremost scientist. Pudding understood at once. Vegapunk, said to be 500 years ahead of humanity, might not be known in detail by many, but his name was known to nobles and commoners alike. He had invented far too much. The Marine's technology for crossing the Calm Belt and the Pacifista exposed by the world government and Marines not long ago were all Vegapunk's handiwork. If this was the strongest scientist territory, then such a futuristic island was easy to understand. Then Pudding seemed to realize something and suddenly asked, Captain, can I use my fruit ability to read Vegapunk's brain and obtain some technical memories? Link looked approving. Good, even smarter than I imagined. Don't worry and leave it to me. I won't disappoint you. Knowing it was time to prove herself, Pudding played the cute girl, patting her ample chest with a smile. I'm sorry for what comes next. Link smiled as well. Soon, Link brought Pudding into the lab where Vegapunk's brain was stored. Just as Pudding was rolling up her sleeves to perform well, she heard Link say, Pudding, lend me your body. Eh? Pudding blinked, not yet reacting, as Link formed a hand seal. A blue spirit, like the Paramecia soul fruit, flew from the top of Link's head and seeped into her body. A few seconds later, Pudding's eyes and expression changed. Link had seized control of her body. A devil fruit ability, as wondrous as chakra. Sensing the special power within, Link sighed softly. Then he nodded to the 3 women. Begin. Right. The 3 nodded obediently. Nijiko opened a small air door. Nami released an electromagnetic field and waves, jamming the surveillance transponder snail signals in the lab. Yaflindora unfolded a surgical domain, drew the dagger at her waist, and across the little air door, traced several light cuts. The lab holding Vegapunk's brain was instantly stripped from the Institute by an invisible rule-like power. Nami tossed a coin. Yaflindora whispered, transfer. In the next second, the coin vanished, and the scene before Link's group changed in a blink. When Nijiko closed the air door, the outside lab was gone. In the pocket space, the lab's green hue turned into the full colors of reality. Yaflindora had used her space ability to swap the lab's position with the coin. The lab's disappearance caused an uproar at the Institute above Egghead. Vegapunk and several satellites rushed over at once. They discussed the lab's vanishing. The traces of stripping and transfer were obvious signs of a space ability. There were not a few devil fruit users with space abilities in the world. Perhaps because the theft of Hancock's vial had not been discovered, Vegapunk, and the satellites did not guess Link for the moment. They did not know that, in the pocket dimension behind reality, Link stood beside the brain and was using the Paramecia memory fruit to extract Vegapunk's memories, searching for the method to create a perfect clone. Vegapunk's brain was especially large, several times taller than the 1 meter 90 Link. As the world's greatest brain, it also stored the world's greatest library, with every kind of knowledge within. To find the perfect clone data in that ocean of knowledge would take quite some time. That was why Link had Yeflindora transfer the lab into the separate space. Otherwise, with signals merely jammed, Vegapunk and the satellites would have discovered it quickly. Then they would certainly have stopped Link. Time ticked by. Link pulled strip after strip of film from the world's greatest brain, like spooling tape. On those reels were Vegapunk's experiences, knowledge drawn from books, and scenes of experiments. No one knew how long it took before Link finally found memories of MADS successfully cloning Stussy. He centered on that part of the memory and began searching. Soon he found Vegapunk's summarized notes. Link pulled all of those memories out from the brain, then used the memory fruit to edit them and stuffed the compiled memories into the brain now housed within Pudding's body. After securing one part of the memories, Link did not stop. He continued to sift. Before long, Link found the memories on how to build the cloning machine and transferred those into the brain once more. When this was done, Link nodded to the three women. "That will do, put the lab back." "Right." They nodded again. Yeflindora used spatial transfer to change position. Nijiko opened a small air door again. Nami released the field and waves to jam signals. At last, Yeflindora sent the lab back out. When Nami lifted the jamming, the lab reappeared out of thin air on Egghead and was soon discovered by Vegapunk and the satellites. They hurried to relocate the brain, afraid the fluid soaking it might have issues that would lead to necrosis. As for who had stolen the lab and what had been done to the brain, Vegapunk had no time to care. But this matter would surely reach the Five Elders soon. After all, one of Vegapunk's satellites was a traitor to the Celestial Dragons. Chapter 124. The Year of Link, a legendary year, a new chapter. After obtaining the data on the perfect clone and the cloning machine, Link released the spirit form technique, and his soul returned to his body. The moment he returned, a mass of memory fragments flooded Link's mind. Those fragments were all the materials just transferred. After digesting them all, Link instantly went from a layman in science to an expert in cloning. So long as he built the cloning machine, Link would only need to take lineage factor samples and gather the needed materials to mass-produce clones, perfect clones on Stussy's level. While Link was digesting the fragments, Pudding also regained control of her body, but she murmured blankly, "What just happened?" Although her body had been taken, Pudding's soul and consciousness had not fallen asleep. In a mental, or soul, space, as if watching television, she saw how Link controlled her body. That viewpoint felt so uncanny that Pudding hadn't yet come back to herself. Just then, Link laid a hand on Pudding's head and said with a gentle smile, "Sorry about just now, Pudding. I accidentally saw into your heart. I'm very, very sorry. From now on, in front of me, you don't need a mask and you don't need to hide your third eye. Just be your true self. That you is very cute." On that last line, Link lifted Pudding's bangs, looked at the three-eyed Pudding, and praised her with a smile. His tone and gaze were utterly sincere. In Pudding's eyes, which could see through to the essence, there was not a trace of falseness or perfunctory play in Link. So the just-awakened Pudding took a clean hit straight to the heart. Dazzling light finally shone into her dark inner chambers. She could not describe the feeling. But her eyes misted over of their own accord, tears beating and falling. The reason Link hadn't killed Pudding to seize a devil fruit, spending no small effort instead to win her from Charlotte Linlin via the pirate game. Was that what Pudding envied most was the simple, kind Charlotte Lola, because Pudding's true nature was the same. Bullied for years on end, she had had no choice but to blacken herself. In truth, she was of a kind with Nami and the other girls, just as easy to reach. And Link's praise was not perfunctory. 3 eyes are indeed ugly, disgusting on one condition. that the person is a plain-faced ghoul. But on the pretty, cute pudding, just like Karina in human beast form, Link not only found it not ugly, it brought a thrilling sense of novelty, a bit exciting. In any world, looks are justice. As the saying goes, sincerity is a finishing move. With this round of praise, like Sanji's in the original, Link easily won Pudding's favor. Seeing Pudding bow her head and cry, and trusting Link with Robin and the others as examples, Nami and the rest, who had no ill will toward Pudding, stepped forward with tender hearts. Nijiko was the first to hug Pudding, silently comforting the girl. In Pudding, Nijiko saw Nami's shadow. Both forced smiles, both hiding behind masks. Wyatt, feeling Nijiko and the others' care, and just like Link, no disgust for her 3 eyes, the Pudding spurned even within the Charlotte family could no longer hold back and bawled. 10-odd years of negative emotion began to pour out. When she finished venting, she completely set down her guard toward Link's crew. Once Pudding blended into Karina and the others' circle and became her true self, even if Charlotte Linlin played the mother-daughter card or pressed and threatened Pudding, she would not betray Link and the rest. Thus, the impaling Lord Pirates gained yet another member. 2 days later, the Sea Circle calendar 1520 finally turned its page, entering January 1 of the Sea Circle calendar 1521. A brief summary of 1520 guaranteed its place in history, the most legendary year of the Great Pirate Era. In that year, Eni's lobby, forming an iron triangle with Marineford and Impel Down, was destroyed. In that year, the 7 warlords of the sea, maintaining balance among Marines, headquarters, and the 4 emperors, changed out 2 members in succession. In that year, the number of supernovas shattered into double digits, making Paradise the most watched sea. In that year, the uncrowned king who had ruled the throne of strongest in the world, for decades since the Great Pirate Era opened by the Pirate King fell, and the era ran wild. In that year, the Marines entered the era of the Red Dog. In that year, 2 newcomers climbed upon the uncrowned king's corpse to the summit, tying for worst generation number 1. If nothing major had happened afterward, then the year would have belonged to the impaling Lord Link and Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. But in the last few months of the second half, the impaling Lord Link kept pressing forward, defeating in turn the great pirate Wang Zhai, the legendary Golden Lion, and the current Emperor of the Sea, the Pirate Queen Charlotte Linlin. Having been in the New World only a few months, he became the youngest Emperor of the Sea in history and the strongest man of the new era. On the last day of 1520, Morgans specially listed the year's great events in the World Economy newspaper, and in the end defined the year as the Year of the Impaling Lord. The Year of Link, winning recognition from the whole world. With a new strongest man born, pirate arrogance peaked. Countless newcomers took Link as an idol, harboring the thought that if someone as young as Link could do it, then they could too, and they put to sea as pirates one after another. The 4 seas, once peaceful and rotten, threw the Marines into busyness, and morale seemed at its lowest ebb. At the start of 1521, the Marines immediately announced they would move headquarters to the New World and strike evil with full force, raising Marine morale again. The former G1 branch became the new Marine headquarters. The former Marineford became the new G1 branch. At the same time, with Akinu taking office as Fleet Admiral and Aokiji departing, the 2 vacant admiral seats were filled. The 2 new Marine admirals were not admiral candidates, but civilian masters recognized by the world government and Marines through a world military draft, men of monstrous strength. Codenamed Fujitora, Issho, a Paramecia gravity fruit user. And codenamed Ryokaju, Aramaki, a Logia woodwood fruit user. The most dazzling among them was not Fujitora Issho with his top-tier Paramecia, but Aramaki, who had eaten a lower-tier fruit to the Mori Mori no Mi yet, was terrifyingly strong, further highlighting the gold content of Link as the world's strongest man. So much so that Aramaki won high recognition from the world government and was often dispatched to stand watch at Mary Geowise. Since they could not recruit the world's strongest man, then at least they would recruit a subordinate fruit user beneath him. Aramaki also zealously supported the world government and the celestial dragons, gradually beginning to molt into their lapdog. Chapter 125. Another Pair of Wings, A Bustling New World. On January 11 of the Sea Circle calendar year, 1521. That day, Link took a noon nap and only then woke on the 10-meter bed. On his left and right lay several bare figures. Besides Karina, Nami, Hancock, and Vivi, there were two new faces, Najiko and Margaret. After returning from Egghead, Link had been busy for a time, and finally, while his wood clones went to the black market to purchase materials, his true body took a proper rest. During that time, to celebrate Link becoming the new strongest man in the world, Hancock held a grand feast on Amazon Lily, a carnival for all. Link, who rarely drank much, got tipsy for once with Karina and the others. While playing games, Link took full advantage, and his feelings with several girls who already held great fondness for him warmed further. As those tabloid slanders of Link claimed, although he didn't madly meet every beauty and study the precise strokes of the character, Kun on the spot with them. He brought no male members aboard, and Karina and the others could see his ambition. Karina and the rest felt no dislike and no jealousy. First, they all regarded one another as family, on the same side, which only drew them closer. Second, it was the world itself. In a world of slaves and nobles, those in high positions keep concubines. Raised with such ideas since childhood, the women felt no rejection at all. As Link gradually realized this, he too slowly relaxed. On one chance encounter, studying calligraphy in a corner with Nami, Link successfully pulled Najiko into the water, achieving a result countless men would envy. Afterward, hooked, Link called in the absolutely obedient Margaret to form a mistress and maid duo with Hancock. Adding Hancock the Empress and Vivi the Princess as another duo, 3 teams in all struck Link until his head spun, and he suffered a rare defeat. Tasting defeat, Link for once felt scattered in spirit, with a hint of laxness. If a wood clone hadn't notified him to receive the materials, he might have forgotten his proper business. Fortunately, the kingly will of Conqueror's Haki steadied him. He gathered himself, left the great bed, and called Shirahoshi to set out and receive the goods. Had his will been less firm, had he not kept sprouting new wings, had he chosen the Red Count's lone wolf path, he still wouldn't have lost to a 4 Emperors crew. Because he didn't need a network, he himself was a top-tier power. With the Hashirama Senju template, unlocked to 90%, Link could now perform the wood clone technique in numbers that outstripped the original Naruto's battlefield-spanning shadow clones. In fact, Link truly did so. Only, he did not personally cast the wood clone technique each time. Clones imbued with vast chakra split themselves. Link needed only, once a month, to pour himself out and produce a few wood clones with massive chakra reserves. Even Link himself did not know how many wood clones were out there now. All those clones used wood transformation, some turning into strangers, some replacing others, infiltrating every faction. If they gathered good intelligence, they immediately shared it with Link. When Link issued a command, those wood clones did their utmost to carry it out. Thus Link needed no relationship web. With a single order, the clones embedded in the black market procured the materials for cloning. From one such clone, after receiving a sailboat packed with materials, Link returned to Amazon Lily, transformed into a scientist, and began building the cloning machine to prepare for cloning Hancock. Before cloning, Link also asked Hancock's opinion. As Link's first fervent admirer, Hancock certainly minded nothing. Her thoughts even began to turn wicked, imagining teaming up to overstep their station and punish Link. Hearing that Link would clone Hancock and have her eat the most precious paramecia in their stock, the float fruit, Karina and the others were full of curiosity and expectation to see what the clone would be like. An independent individual or a special double. Whatever the case, it had to wait until the cloning succeeded. Thus Link went into seclusion and focused on research. As Link shut himself away, the New World's new chapter was in full bustle. When the Marines moved headquarters to the New World and announced that 2 admiral seats were filled, the world government also announced a new replacement among the 7 warlords of the sea. Originally, 2 people took seats, Edward Weevil, Whitebeard Jr., and Buggy the Thousand Dryo Clown. But since prisoners from the lower levels of Impel Down had been swept up by Link in one net, Buggy lacked the capital to rise as in the original events, had not made a splash at Marineford, and had slipped out from a lower level of Impel Down. No one knew which corner of the world he was now digging for treasure in. So this time there was only one replacement, Edward Weevil, Whitebeard Jr. As for Weevil's identity, Link had guesses. Either the true son of Whitebeard, or a success or failure among clones made by Miss Backen and Stussy, using Whitebeard's lineage factor. If successful, Edward Weevil would be similarly strong. If failed, he would be nothing like Whitebeard, a dull-witted child. With headquarters moved to the New World, the Marines began to exert strength. Together with the long defensive G5 branch, they struck hard at pirates around allied nations, giving the New World's pirates a show of force. But only that. On the open sea, if the Marines encountered a Four Emperors crew, they could not start a war without headquarters' permission. Marine commanders likewise could not engage a Four Emperors crew without approval from the Fleet Admiral and the world government. So the crackdown targeted pirates below the emperors. Even the great pirate crews occupying a corner were not casually provoked. After all, great pirates are no weaklings. Many lack only a chance, their strength is just a shade short, which is why they cannot become emperors. Even so, there were still monsters on the level of Achoku. As the Marines began to act, thanks to Link and Teach's upheavals, the long-overlooked Worst Generation finally grew familiar with the New World and began to show themselves. Chapter 126. The Fifth Emperor of the Sea, Hancock's perfect clone, is born. The first supernova to make waves was Urouge, the Worst Generation's lowest bounty member. Poor Charlotte Snack, released from petrification by Hancock because of putting at Link's merciful order. Since Hancock was a top-tier powerhouse, Charlotte Linlin did not punish Charlotte Snack. But in the end, a highest-ranking officer of a Yonko crew with a bounty of 600 million berries lost again. And not to another Yonko officer, but to a newcomer who had only entered the New World from Paradise not long before. Though that newcomer belonged to the Worst Generation beside the world's strongest man, everyone knew Link and Teach were beings on a different level from the rest of the Worst Generation. A newcomer, the lowest bounty among the Worst Generation. Once the news spread, it instantly reignited the Worst Generation's heat. Members of the Worst Generation, beyond Link and Teach, finally entered the New World's sightlines. An enraged Charlotte Linlin could no longer hold back and struck Charlotte Snack from the list of top officers. The Big Mom Pirates, Sweet 4 Generals, became the Sweet 3 Generals. With Urouge firing the first shot, supernovas led by Eustace Kid began challenging veteran pirates, letting the Worst Generation's brilliance bloom. These active youths posed a huge threat to pirates barely scraping by in the New World. Even major pirate crews, and the Yonko cast appreciative looks their way. Many big names who loved talent wanted to recruit these seedlings, unlike any past supernovas, full of vigor and gifted. Even the Yonko Kaido set his sights on X-Drake, who had eaten the Zoan dragon fruit, ancient model, Allosaurus. But the supernovas' flash of brilliance was only a moment. They had yet to grow, had to start from zero in the New World, and potential still needed time to cash out. The figure who should have tied Link for first last year, the other legend maker, finally refused to be outdone and showed the world power that breaks the rules. When the calendar turned to June of Sea Circle Calendar, 1521. A piece of news shook the entire world, and the New World, brimming with fresh blood, shifted again. The headline read, "The Settling War." The Whitebeard Pirates suffer total collapse. The Blackbeard Pirates seize all remaining Whitebeard territory, succeeding the man of Whitebeard, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. On the front page, Teach wore an evil smile, black mist coiling in one hand, transparent white shockwaves in the other. Low profile for most of the year, the Blackbeard Pirates quietly used the pirate game to build a super fleet. This time, learning from his previous route, Teach launched no high-profile campaign. He chose a killing blow, leading the Blackbeard Pirates to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates under Marco and Ace. Relaxed for half a year, the Whitebeard Pirates clearly did not expect Teach's ambush, had no time to summon affiliates scattered across the New World, and stood no chance against the Blackbeard Pirates. In that battle, the Whitebeard Pirates suffered heavy casualties. Marco and Ace vanished after defeat. 3rd Division Commander Diamond Jazu was slain. His Paramecia Diamond Fruit was taken by Teach and bestowed upon 1st Division Captain and fighting champion Jesus Burgess. Seeing the Whitebeard Pirates thoroughly beaten, many affiliate crews, once conquered by Whitebeard but never truly loyal to Marco and Ace, accepted reality and lowered the Whitebeard flag. From then on, the Whitebeard Pirates were not even a great pirate crew. Teach, who seized most of Whitebeard's territory, once again proved himself a rule breaker, now a dual fruit user with the strongest Paramecia monster in hand. The next day, the Marines issued Teach's new bounty. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, bounty, 3,032,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Since the other Marineford protagonist had already climbed to the top as the strongest man of the new era. Teach's sudden rise shook the world and drew utmost attention from the world government and the Marines. His special threat level, having helped Link seize a trove of top-tier devil fruits and made the impaling Lord Pirates nigh unsolvable, far surpassed the original course. Thus, instead of the original 2,247,600,000 berry surge after defeating Whitebeard remnants, Teach's bounty broke the 3 billion mark at once. A figure that stands above great pirates. Grabbing the hook, Morgans gave Teach a boost in the World Economy News paper the very next day. The headline, Bounty 3,032,000,000 berries, the man who broke the world's rules. The 5th Emperor of the Sea is born. The news instantly made Teach the world's focus. And for once, no one refuted or questioned it. Because the Blackbeard crew indeed met Yonko conditions. Their captain was not only a Logia user, but also held the strongest Paramecia, the Tremor fruit. Their territory was the former realm of the world's strongest pirate crew. If Link had stepped on Whitebeard's corpse to rise, then toppled legends to take the throne Whitebeard had held for decades as the strongest. Then Teach also stepped on Whitebeard's corpse to rise, proved himself by taking Whitebeard's territory, and at last let the Blackbeard Pirates replace the Whitebeard Pirates. Without Link, Blackbeard would be the new 4th Yonko. But now, Blackbeard shattered the new world's balance, the 5th Emperor of the Sea. With Teach and the Blackbeard Pirates atop the summit, the already crowded new world had an even smaller cake. Wherever you went, you could see a 5 Emperors flag. For newcomers to survive and expand, they had to challenge the apex, like Crocodile once did. Eustace Kid and the others were indeed preparing for that. But none of this affected Link's crew in their special sea zone for the time being. One day, Karina and the others finally heard good news. After half a year in seclusion, Link emerged from the lab. Hancock's perfect clone was born. Chapter 127, Conqueror's Coding, a perfect and powerful little Hancock. Link, did Hancock's clone succeed? Where is she? Let me see. Just as Link stepped out of the lab, Nami, who had been passively sensing with her unique talent, immediately notified Karina and the others to come see Link's result. Looking at the curious, expectant faces, Link, wearing only white shorts, smiled. It worked, come in. Then Link led Karina and the others into the lab. In the tech-filled room, the most eye-catching thing was an open culture pod. Green fluid was splashed on the floor, with 2 rows of tiny green footprints. Following the prints, everyone except Hancock and Robin had hearts in their eyes and cried. So cute. At the end of the prints sat a chair. On it, a small figure, a little girl who looked 11 or 12. She had long, straight black hair, deep blue eyes, a delicate, adorable face, and wore an oversized white uniform. So young, yet she gave off a cool, lofty air. This little girl was Hancock in her childhood, almost identical to the original story's Seraphim S-Snake. Different was that little Hancock's hair was not white, her eyes not starry, but still deep blue. Her skin was fair as jade rather than brown. There were no Lunarian black wings or flame behind her. Though lacking that race's abilities and any cyborg mechanization, she was the most perfect clone. Only such a clone could become a devil fruit user. Is this a clone of me? Hancock walked up to little Hancock and finally breathed in wonder. How amazing! She looks exactly like I did as a child." Hearing her, the girl wrapped in Link's uniform rolled her eyes, habitually flicked her hair, and quipped, making a fuss. "A clone of me, in a growth phase, will of course look like I did as a child." Robin's eyes lit with interest. "Then do you also have the original's memories?" Little Hancock's lips curled. "Of course. Aside from not having the love fruit and a physique not yet as strong as the original's, everything the original has, I have, including." Her tone paused, her pupils shrank, and an invisible shockwave burst from her. The wave brushed past Karina and the others, making clothes flutter and eyes narrow. A faint dark red crackle threaded the air. "Even Conqueror's Haki can be cloned. Science is unbelievable." Karina and the rest were full of awe. They had yet to notice that it wasn't only Conqueror's Haki, but also the hallmark of top fighters, Conqueror's coding. Robin sighed as well. "It's practically a permanent wood clone." "Yes, the most perfect clone," Link agreed with a nod. With Hancock successfully cloned, Link felt ever more certain that Edward Weevil should be a Whitebeard clone. Even failed attempts can produce successful individuals. Stussy goes without saying. If her identity hadn't been exposed in the original story, who would believe Miss Bakken and Stussy were clones? In Rokushiki and Haki, Stussy excelled, her mind razor sharp, even better than the aged original. The difference between a perfect clone and a wood clone is largely that they don't share information, and clones can grow. Given opportunities the original never had, they might surpass the original. Becoming one of the Dark Kings, infiltrating the world government as the Celestial Dragon's strongest shield, Stussy is the best example. Just then Karina asked, "Since she's a perfect individual, what should we call Hancock's clone?" "Little Hancock or Snake Maiden or Snake Princess," Link said with a smile. "If it's Little Hancock, we could also give her a name." Little Hancock's brows knit. "Call me Snake Maiden." Hancock and Snake Princess are for the original. Little Hancock sounded too awkward. Knowing she was a clone, she didn't want another separate name. Her mission at birth was to become a float fruit user. In that case, like Link's wood clones, she would serve as the original's perfect double. Worthy of being Link's #1 admirer's clone. To please Link, she even volunteered to be a tool person. If Link knew her inner thoughts, he would have scooped her up and doted on her like a daughter. Without a doubt, Little Hancock, no, Snake Maiden, would be the crew's darling. If Karina and the others couldn't help themselves, they would surely smother the little big sister with affection. Even without the love fruit, Hancock is officially one of the 3 peerless beauties, the greatest beauty of her era. Fruit or not, her charm is top tier. With the name set, Link's big family gained another member. A new member unlike any other. After they left the lab, Link immediately called Sandersonia and Marigold to prepare clothes for Snake Maiden. Seeing their elder sister as a child, Sandersonia and Marigold fell at once. They feared Hancock very much, but not Snake Maiden, even with Hancock's regal memories and bearing. They couldn't help it, she was too cute. Even when she put on full dignity, it was the adorable dignity of a little grown-up. When she first stepped from the pod and showed a shy, spoiled look at Link, he fell on the spot, though no one saw that embarrassing moment. Since Snake Maiden looked like Hancock as a child and still remembered Sandersonia and Marigold as her elder sisters, they didn't make her a fitted cheongsam, but a shoulder-bearing kimono like the one from back then. Gazing at the kimono, Snake Maiden's eyes turned wistful, then she smiled and changed into it. Unlike the original's Heim cut, she kept her long, straight black hair and simply tied the locks at her temples. In that instant, Snake Maiden seemed to be Little Hancock crossing time, past and future at once. The only difference was that this Little Hancock was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 128. Serving Link together with the original, the pure Snake Maiden. That night, to celebrate the Snake Maiden's birth, Link's crew held a grand banquet. No one treated Hancock's clone as a tool, she was regarded as family. To Link, a perfect clone, though born with the original's memories and part of her strength, was an independent being with self-awareness and potential. The Snake Maiden was both a clone and a living person with feelings. Neither Karina and the others nor Hancock would see her as merely a clone, but as a new member of their big family. Link felt the same. Although he had mastered the method for creating perfect clones, he made only one, the Snake Maiden, without any plan to mass-produce them. If he hadn't been unable to find a suitable person to eat the float fruit, he wouldn't have created even this wing. The float fruit was too important. In Link's eyes, this devil fruit ranked even higher than the tremor fruit. He was a transmigrant and stood above others at the narrative level. From the original story, he knew the world would one day face a cataclysm that could submerge everything beneath the sea. That calamity might be the greatest trial for the Child of Destiny and would surely be resolved in the end. But Link never pinned hope on others. He planned ahead. As long as the float fruit was on his side, even if the world sank, it would not concern him. After the banquet ended, Link sat in a redwood chair, holding the Snake Maiden in her off-shoulder kimono. He handed her a fruit patterned with special spirals and said, "I'm counting on you, little Hancock." The Snake Maiden accepted the float fruit, bigger than her head. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled. It is this one's honor to share Link's burdens. She bit into the fruit without hesitation. Its indescribable taste didn't make her frown. Instead, her face glowed with happiness. Within the group, the original was the most important second in command, and now the clone was also crucial. Though a clone, the Snake Maiden felt no jealousy toward the original. Her devotion to Link matched Hancock's, and she occupied an important place in Link's heart. Now she had succeeded. After swallowing the pulp, the Snake Maiden tossed the rest aside, leaned into Link's arms, and shyly said, "Link, may this one serve together with the original tonight." "Ahem, when you're a little older, a little older." Cold sweat beaded on Link's face. He could sense several gazes on him, as if he were some beast. Though he had been in this world 2 years and shed the shackles of his previous one, his hacky awakening and rise had changed him, and he'd adapted to local ways. He wasn't a pervert. The equally pure Snake Maiden failed to grasp his meaning. She lowered her head to look at her figure and said regretfully, "Indeed, this one's body cannot take a beating like the original." Seeing she didn't insist, Link exhaled in relief, and the observation hacky locking onto those gazes faded. He had almost been stripped of his human rights and branded a beast and a deviant. How dare they look down on him, unforgivable. That night, Link let Karina and the others experience the captain's majesty. A few days later, the gifted prodigy whose talent and potential matched Hancock's, who inherited the original's mastery of all 3 colors of haki, fully grasped the float fruit's power. She could heave up sea and land at will, like a creator. Lifting an island was even easier than lifting a mountain. With the core of his development plan secured, and the confidence to face the mother flame without fear, Link no longer intended to remain in that desolate special sea. Thus, the Snake Maiden raised Amazon Lily and the neighboring sleepy ancient town into the sky, guiding them out of that special sea where only one merchant ship dared enter each month. Soon, news that the Impaler Pirates had stirred again after half a year spread across the New World. 2 floating islands drew all eyes. No flame clouds supported them, a clear announcement that a new float fruit user had been born. Upon receiving this, the world government, marine headquarters, and all powers in the New World tensed. Link's wager with Charlotte Linlin had somehow leaked. Among Link's stakes back then was the float fruit. But the one he took away was Charlotte Pudding, a memory fruit user without other abilities. So who was the new float fruit user? An ordinary person or a mutated Kuja warrior, a mysterious figure of unknown identity? A weakling, a powerhouse? Or a super powerhouse? All sides mobilized their intelligence networks to learn the identity of the new user. The world government, especially, dispatched the ever-present CP units with orders to uncover the mystery. If the person was weak, they would decapitate at once. If strong, they would have to reassess the Impaler Pirates' threat level and avoid casually provoking an Emperor of the Sea. Such was the float fruit's deterrence. Link paid little heed to these small maneuvers. At present, aside from the world government and marine headquarters together, or a coalition of emperors, no single great power could threaten him. As his title declared, Link was the strongest in the world. Just as with Whitebeard and his crew, if the captain is the world's strongest, the crew naturally stands at the summit. Since late last year, Link had gone from challenger to challenged. Chapter 129, The Snake Maiden's Bounty, the Final Experience. After leaving the Special Sea, Link began choosing new positions for Amazon Lily and Sleepy Ancient Town. The Grand Line is a sea sandwiched between two calm belts, and the New World is only half of it. Most of the cake here is fought over by pirates who can't find the final island, yet refuse to return to Paradise or the Four Seas. Nami unfolded a new world map, pointed at the places specially marked with various Jolly Rogers, and explained, among the 5 emperors, the emperor with the most territory is Charlotte Linlin's Tato Land, a nation formed by 35 islands, plus the sea around them that bears the Tato Land name. Although Charlotte Linlin has the most land, it's all concentrated in one area. Only a few desert specialty islands have been flagged outside it. Next most is the Blackbeard Pirates, who just took Whitebeard's remaining turf, then us and the Red Hair Pirates. The smallest territory belongs to the Beasts Pirates. After offending the Whitebeard Pirates, they've been stuck developing inside Wano's special waters and can't plant flags outside. Linlin's and Kaido's holdings are concentrated. Teach controls most of the rear of the New World, also the northern zones. Only the Red Hair Pirates like us have flags that aren't concentrated in one region. Should we pick a specific zone to develop? At this last question, Nami looked to Link. Emma. Link nodded, then pointed to the center of the New World map. Put Amazon Lily here and shift our holdings there. Hearing this, Nami's eyes brightened. Like Tato Land, form a defensive belt centered on Amazon Lily. Link shook his head. No need, and there's no reason to place those islands too close. Put them dozens of nautical miles out, easier to levy taxes. Okay. Nami obediently nodded, then circled the map center in red. Many islands fell inside the circle. Some belonged to certain pirate crews, and some were member or non-member nations. Next comes handling the neighbors, the work of top executives and officers. With Nami leading the way, the Snake Maiden quickly ferried Amazon Lily and Sleepy Ancient Town to the New World's central region. Then the Impaler Pirates began a new round of flag planting. Hancock and the others used a simple, brutal method on the neighbors, turned them all into our territory. Non-member kingdoms and several pirate headquarters were all razed with the Impaler Pirates flag by Hancock's group. The powers originally stationed there had their hearts stripped by Yafalandora and were forced to become affiliates of the Impaler Pirates. As for nearby member nations, since Link didn't want to rip things open with the world government yet, he had the Snake Maiden toss them out of these waters without planting flags. Such high-profile moves also exposed the Snake Maiden's identity. When every faction learned that the new Float fruit user was Boa Hancock's clone, jaws dropped. They were all stunned by Link's play. Reactions varied across factions. Most forces unfamiliar with cloning assumed the Snake Maiden was a modified clone like the Pacifista that the Marines and world government had flaunted recently. Only those tied to Caesar, Doflamingo, Vinsmoke Judge, the Beasts Pirates Queen, as well as the Marines and the world government, knew she wasn't modified at all but a true perfect clone. Only a perfect clone can become a devil fruit user. The Marines and world government immediately concluded that the Egghead incident 6 months ago was Link's doing. They also guessed why Link used the Davy back game to take the memory fruit user from Charlotte Linlin. Obviously, he used that fruit to forcibly obtain perfect clone data from Vegapunk. Yet he left no exploitable flaw. It was a deliberate show of face. He didn't go too far and didn't cross the 5 elders' bottom line, leaving the world government's anger nowhere to land. Since the cost of war with the Impaler Pirates is too high, and no true red line was crossed, the 5 elders could swallow it. Thus, the next day the Marines issued a bounty poster for the Snake Maiden. Clone of the Pirate Empress, Snake Maiden. Bounty, 500 million belly, dead or alive. Uncertain of her strength, and seeing her in the Empress's childhood form, the Marines didn't post an inflated top officer figure, but a new world super rookie bounty. Even so, 500 million on a first posting shows the status of the float fruit. Once the Snake Maiden reveals all 3 colors of Haki, with Conqueror's coding, her bounty will quickly break the 1 billion mark, even 2 billion, becoming another top executive of the Impaler Pirates. Counting Hancock, Karina, Nami, and Shirahoshi, the Impaler Pirates already have 5 top executives. Yafelandora and Margaret are also far above ordinary Emperor-class officers. On high-end combat power, the Impaler Pirates crushed the other 4 Emperor's crews. In just a week, Hancock and the others finished flagging and clearing the surrounding islands. Then the Snake Maiden moved every island flagged during their expeditions to within dozens of nautical miles of Amazon Lily, scattering them like stars. Unlike Tato Land's 35 islands, the Impaler Pirates holdings, excluding Fishman Island 10,000 meters below, numbered only 18. Even sleepy ancient town was tossed outward by the Snake Maiden. In the New World's central region, within a span of dozens of nautical miles, there was only one island, Amazon Lily. The spacing between Amazon Lily and the other islands sat just within Nami's sensing range. Any outsider entering that ring would be warned by Nami's lightning. Trying to slip past to Amazon Lily or infiltrate the sanctuary where men are forbidden still had 0 chance. While Hancock and the others were busy, Link, after half a year in seclusion, picked up his unfinished work, ready to reap the final experience and unlock the Hashirama template to 100% and. Chapter 130, Douglas Barrett, A Battle of Gigantification. New World, a sea area similar to the one where sleepy ancient town lies. Because the currents there are peculiar and the weather capricious, and because it is extremely remote, the islands in this sea are almost all uninhabited and overrun by ferocious beasts. But some time ago, a human arrived on one of these islands, and soon the beasts there became his meals, and the calories he needed to grow stronger. Booms, booms, boom. Thunderous detonations echoed across the entire island with each strike, frightening the surviving beasts into shivering in their massive hides, eyes filled with human-like terror. Following the sound, the view pulled across a ravaged plain to a figure several meters tall, using a mountain as a punching post. Every blow, now a straight, iron-hard smash, now an inch punch that mixed steel with suppleness, sent shards of rock spraying as cracks of every size crawled over 2/3 of the massif. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the entire mountain was blasted apart by this towering brute. People of the new era would not recognize this man. But if the great pirate era had just begun and the first class of supernovas were present, they would certainly know him. Among that first generation, no one had a more ferocious record. The Marines even mobilized then-Admiral Sengoku, the Marine hero, and still not yet admirals at the time, Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kyuzin, plus a 10-warship buster call, to capture him and throw him into Impel Down, Level 6. Yes, the man who went berserk across the seas after Gall D. Rogers' death, losing his purpose and turning the world upside down, the demon heir, Douglas Barrett. Doesn't training alone feel lonely? At that moment, a voice sounded beside Douglas Barrett's ear. He turned, and behind him, he didn't know when stood a tiny figure. White robe without a single pattern, waist-length black hair like a waterfall, yet the energy within was as vast as the sea. In a strong man's eyes it stood like a mountain, blazed like the sun in the heavens. That aura condensed from standing at the world's summit. One glance from such a person could make even a battle-hardened fighter's legs give out, or knock him straight into a faint. But Douglas Barrett's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Grinning savagely, he said, "No need for me to look, you came to me yourself, world's strongest." Link smiled as well. Want the title of world's strongest, then a duel to the death. Just what I wanted. Barrett's grin widened. The ground under his feet shattered, and his massive body erupted with speed that defied its size, an arrow loosed from the string, streaking at Link. Link neither dodged nor flinched, watching Barrett close. When the vast shadow fell over him, and a fist nearly as big as a man slammed down, Link calmly lifted a foot and kicked. In the next instant, Barrett's savage grin flickered. That hammer blow fist, the kind that could make a mountain shudder and shed boulders, ran into a layer of invisible substance and stopped. Zzzzt, zzzzt. Dark red lightning flickered around the unseen barrier. A heartbeat later, an invisible shockwave surged out from that same point, crashed into Barrett's body, ignored his near-invulnerable guard, and struck straight at his vitals. Vastly bigger than Link, Barrett shot backward like a fired shell. Conqueror's Haki coding. Blood traced the corner of Barrett's mouth as he instantly grasped the gap between himself and the world's strongest. His gaze hardened, and he triggered the awakening of his devil fruit. Rumble. In a blink, the ground heaved as if under the sway of a float fruit master, lifted by an unseen rule. Countless scattered stones, the cracked mountain, even the far forest where beasts hid, all liquefied into a black flood that surged toward Barrett. Even the catapult moored at the island's shore, and the sailboat Link had shaped with wood techniques, melted into liquid. Those mixed elements gathered into one, forming a black giant wolf over 200 meters tall. It was a small island with few man-made structures. Otherwise, that black giant wolf could have been even larger. The paramecia-type clank-clank fruit, upon awakening, could fuse all inanimate matter, assembling it into a towering warframe. In sheer size, it was one of the few powers that could rival or surpass the wood human. But as always, Link liked fighting oversized opponents best. What he hated most were Logias, and those small, agile types. Sage mode. Seeing Barrett take only a nick and immediately unleash his strongest move without hesitation, Link reciprocated in kind, bringing his hands together and entering Sage mode. Blue chakra flames burst from him, wood human technique. Rumble. The island the fusion fruit had scoured into a barren waste convulsed violently. As fissures webbed outward, a gigantic wooden hand thrust up from a crack and slapped down on the earth. Stones tumbled away, and a wood human over 200 meters tall hauled itself up like a giant waking from its slumber underground. Two colossi of equal height now occupied most of the island, facing off. Ruar. The black giant wolf broke first, loosing a gale of a roar, then lifting a fist clad in armament haki and smashing at the wood human. The wood human simply raised an arm and blocked, casually stopping a blow that could have wiped out 5 vice admirals in a buster call. Then, standing atop the wood human's head, Link formed a seal at an unhurried pace, ready to show Douglas Barrett just how disadvantaged a giant is when it fights wood. Chapter 131, Hashirama Template Unlock Progress, 100%. Sage Art, Wood Release, Wood Dragon Technique. As Link's hand seal fell, the ground split again, and a colossal wooden dragon burst from the fissure, winding like a rope around the black giant wolf. Then Link clapped his hands once more. Wood Release, Flower Tree World coming. Rumble. Amid violent tremors, the barren island sprouted a dense forest, with vast crimson blossoms shedding a gray, misty pollen. Even so, no matter how the forest spread, it reached only the black giant wolf's height, about the wood human's knees. But it was enough. The instant the woods formed, the trees under the giant wolf's feet seemed to gain a will of their own. Branches that could extend without limit kept growing, binding its legs and pinning them hard to the earth. No matter how Douglas Barrett directed it, the giant wolf could not tear free of those bindings, and its terrifying strength could not rip those branches apart. Just as Barrett prepared to use his awakened fruit to liquefy and fuse the forest beneath, his face changed sharply, and he immediately abandoned the idea. That reaction was the same as the Golden Lions when trying to wrest control from Link's wood release. Unlike the wooden sailing ships Link shaped, the forest grown upon the land pulsed with an oceanic reservoir of power. To neutralize that power and liquefy the grove into the giant wolf's body would cost Barrett a sea's worth of stamina as well. Having scoured the island's surface through his awakening to forge the black giant wolf, Barrett did not have that kind of stamina to spare. Before he could reach for another counter, his expression shifted again. Impossible. The moment the wood dragon and branches coiled around the giant wolf, Barrett clearly felt the haki inside it draining at high speed. Rather than merely draining, it was being sucked away by a terrifying pull. the thieves stealing that haki were the wood dragon on its body and the branches around its feet. The developed realm of the Logia Woodswood's fruit. Barrett had never imagined that haki, sovereign over all and able to nullify any devil fruit, could be siphoned away by a devil fruit. Link's development of the Woodswood's fruit shattered his worldview. He once more felt the gulf between himself and the world's strongest. After the wood dragon and flower tree world coming rapidly sucked the haki from the giant wolf, the wood human suddenly brought its palm down. With its feet bound tight, the wolf could not dodge. Barrett's shock made its reactions a beat late, and the palm strike landed flush. Boom! Armament haki, both external emission and internal destruction, became a pillar of force. Elbaf's spear and the Proden's Kingdom's king punch in one, howling out through the giant wolf's back. From that point of impact, the wolf began to shatter from within. Though the damage to the wolf didn't directly wound Barrett in the control core, it was enough for Link. This battle of giants, indeed the entire fight, had already tipped. Link murmured, sage art, would release cutting technique. Great, branching wooden spikes, each like a wood dragon, burst from within the black giant wolf. With its haki siphoned and defenses gutted, the wolf, now as brittle as the golden lion's island eaters, was dismembered in an instant. As the giant wolf fell away in a dozen chunks, the wood human raised its hand and slammed down again. A sky-blotting palm, sheathed in a layer of red aura and crackling dark red lightning, descended like the hand of a demon god. Unable to escape fast enough from the wolf's head, Barrett stared through the beast's eye at the oncoming blow, dazed. For a heartbeat, he was young again, facing Roger, feeling a powerlessness and insignificance he had never known. So far, he was so far from the world's strongest. In truth, he was already tremendously strong, only a single step, Conqueror's haki infusion, short of the summit. Even without the infusion, Barrett was a top-tier powerhouse. Against Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, even Teach and Kaido, Barrett, whose martial arts and armament haki were polished to the peak, could battle for a long time. When he invoked Awakening, only Kaido's Great Flame Dragon Torch and Teach's Quake that ruptures from within could firmly suppress him. Even Linlin's Ikoku Sovereignty and Shanks's Divine Departure would not have it this easy. Unfortunately, his opponent was Link, the nemesis of giants. Before Link's 3 axe strokes, Barrett fell even more cleanly than Linlin had. Just as Uchiha Madara, before gaining the Rinnegan, saw his complete body Susanoo beaten down every time by Hashirama's 3 axe strokes. With the 9 tails as a booster, Madara's armored Susanoo could only barely fight Hashirama's 3 strokes to a draw. Because the 9 tails' bottomless chakra made that armor far more resistant to being drained than complete body Susanoo alone. Were the 9 tails not so drain-resistant, Madara would have lost quickly all the same. Once the black giant wolf lost its haki and that mighty defense, it was as fragile as the golden lion's constructs before Link. In terms of realm, it wasn't even worthy to carry complete body Susanoo's shoes. Naturally, it could not withstand a single blow. Boom! That palm, laden with extra-dimensional force, shattered the wolf's head, already severed by branches, and drove Douglas Barrett into the tree-grown earth. The colossal force spidered cracks across the island, a vast vortex billowed out beyond the shores, and the sea heaved in towering waves. A giant mushroom cloud rose. The whole island seemed to sink a little. A perfect kill. With that single palm, Link held nothing back. He hadn't aimed to seal. When all fell quiet, a system chime sounded in Link's mind. Ding, you have slain an enemy, gaining 4.02% experience. Host, Link. Inheritance template, Senju Hashirama. Unlock progress, 100%. Experience, 0.7%. Chapter 132, the second template Sasuke. Just as Link had guessed, Douglas Bullett's XP counted in the top-tier powerhouse bracket. Even if he didn't, his XP would still be at least 5%, more than enough to push Link's stored XP past 10%. As it turned out, Douglas Bullet outperformed Link's expectations. Even without Conqueror's haki infusion, he was a top-tier monster, and the XP exceeded 4%. So the instant the system chime rang out, Link impatiently pulled up the virtual panel and pushed the Senju Hashirama template to 100% unlock. The moment the value spiked to 100%, Link received the final 10 feedback waves. With the mushroom cloud still hanging, Link sat cross-legged atop the woodman Arhat's head, fusing the system's direct enlightenment, his bodily energy and mental energy merging into chakra. At the same time, he digested the final feedback from Hashirama's inheritance. And just as he'd said, the last feedback was indeed the extreme yang power. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, a 6 paths level being, whether or not he was the 10 tails Jinchuriki, was a god among men. His 2 sons were super cage class beings, standing between god and man. The elder inherited the sage's sage eyes, the younger the sage's sage body. One represented extreme yin, the other extreme yang. When extreme yin and extreme yang fuse, they evolve into the Rinnegan, stepping into the god among men tier, with creation power to be a god of genesis and destruction power to be a god of ruin. The extreme yang power, the inexhaustible source of life, meant Link's sage body reached completion. Sealless healing would reach the extreme. So long as his head wasn't cut off, even a heart issue wouldn't kill him. Wood release would power up massively. Not only would casting wood release become effortless, its toughness would grow nigh unbreakable. If at 90%, unlock Link's strength was the apex of Super Cage, and with Haki added could be scored at 99. Then now, even without Haki, his score was 100. Because at this moment, his realm reached the world's ceiling, the extreme of Super Cage. In one phrase, this realm was closest to a god. When Link finished absorbing the last feedback and was about to check whether that remaining 0.7% XP could be reassigned, a barrage of system prompts suddenly thundered in his mind. Ding, first template detected at 100% unlock, initializing second template slot. Ding, loading progress 1%, 5%, 10%, 20%. Ding, first template at 100% unlock, unlocking associated card set. Ding, second template slot loaded. Please draw a random second template inheritance card. With the final chime, a virtual panel popped up before Link. Unlike the personal info panel, this one displayed 6 cards. No labels, only big question marks. But the borders differed. 3 cards had golden, glowing borders, the other 3 did not. As Link examined them, unfamiliar information suddenly flooded his mind. After digesting it, he understood at once. The gold border cards were the set associated with the first template. All 3 were Naruto World inheritance cards. The other 3 were Unknown World, unknown character inheritance cards. Strong or weak, it all depended on luck. Of course, none of that mattered to Link as much as one reminder. That reminder was associated. Cards associated with the first template had golden borders, but weren't necessarily from the first template's world. That prompt was intriguing. So, were all 3 flashy cards related to Senju Hashirama? Or was he overthinking it? In truth, the 3 special effect cards were all Naruto World inheritance cards. Any character might appear. Maybe one of them was even a Konohamaru card. Still, compared to the 3 unknown cards, Link preferred to try these. Who knew what the unknown set held? What if he pulled an Ito Makoto card? He already had the bulldozer heart and golden stamina. He didn't need Makoto. Thus, Link tapped the first gold border card. Like a gacha game. The chosen card spun and zoomed, filling the entire panel. When it stopped, a character image and name came into view. At the same time, the system's prompt rang again. Ding, second inheritance card detected, loading data. Ding, data loaded, updating personal status panel. Ding, update complete, please check. As the prompt ended, the card dissolved into golden photons. The draw panel vanished with it. Link could only summon his updated personal info panel. The draw screen was nowhere to be found. He didn't mind. Calling up the new panel, and especially the name of the second inheritance, he smiled playfully. I thought it'd be Lord Madara, but no. Sasuke. Host, Link. First inheritance. Senju Hashirama, 100% unlocked. Second Inheritance, Uchiha Sasuke. Unlock progress, 0% plus. XP, 0.7%. Chapter 133. A Rinnegan begins to gestate, and a second template that can auto-level. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Sasuke felt he could do it again. One sentence sums up Shippuden-era Uchiha Sasuke best. He trained under Orochimaru for a few years, then easily cut down the gravely ill Orochimaru and decided he was ready to kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge the clan. So he immediately formed Team Taka and scoured the world for Itachi's trail. Along the way he was thrashed by Deidara and almost died, but because he ultimately won, Sasuke believed even more that he had it. And only because Uchiha Itachi held back. If he had truly been after those Sharingan eyes, Sasuke would have been done for. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke cranked that clear sky buff to the max. At the 5-cage summit he was beaten badly. He mouthed off to Uchiha Madara, and after the biggest crisis ended, he started stirring trouble again, only to get slapped down each time. So in Link's original world, the eternal runner-up that is Sasuke became the butt of the Clearweather Sasuke jokes. But if you look closely at the character, Uchiha Sasuke is one of the most tragic number 2s, or co-protagonists, in anime. He's actually worse off than Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's misery was his childhood. From age 12 things steadily changed until, around 16 or 17, he became the winner at life. Sasuke, by contrast, lived happily until about 8, and after that never lived for himself again, reduced to a puppet of revenge. When he learned the truth and finally had the power to change everything, he was beaten and talked down by Uzumaki Naruto, and in the end could only guard and atone from the shadows. From 8 years old on, Uchiha Sasuke was always being forced along by life. Now, this tragic figure who rarely avoids a face slap, yet still manages the occasional successful flex, has become Link's second template. Link couldn't help feeling great about it. Compared to Uchiha Madara, who seized Senju Hashirama's cells and evolved the Rinnegan, Uchiha Sasuke only opened a single 6-damo Rinnegan thanks to the Sage of 6 Paths handing him a buff, so he's not quite on Madara's level. But for Link's purposes, whether the second template is Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Madara doesn't matter. What matters most to Link is Indra's reincarnate, Sage Eyes, and the extreme yin power. When Link awakened the Sharingan, no, more precisely, when he obtained the second template, the Rinnegan had already begun to gestate. Like Uchiha Madara, using extreme yin plus a touch of yang to give birth to the Rinnegan. Link, who possesses extreme yang, likewise needs only a small amount of yin to open the Rinnegan. Unlike Madara, if Link relied on only a sliver of yin, he would need years of waiting. With more yin, the evolution speeds up. Therefore, as Link raises Uchiha Sasuke's unlock progress, he gains more yin power and accelerates the Rinnegan's gestation. The instant the Rinnegan is born, it means Link has shattered the world's ceiling and stepped into the God among men realm of the 6 Paths. Once he reaches that tier, Link will have no more scruples. Even if the original story hasn't finished, even if he doesn't know what comes next, even if the true power of the 3 ancient weapons is unknown, even if Imu's gender is unknown, and the 4 Empress-class fighters seem like extra-dimensional terrors on the level of 6 Paths. None of it matters. Even if Imu holds God among men power, it still won't change a thing. If Imu doesn't, then the moment Link becomes a 6 Paths class being, the world changes hands. No matter how many top tiers there are, whether 4 emperors, marine admirals, or the 5 elders together, before Link they're all just chickens and dogs. The One Piece world will become Link's playground. While Link was full of longing for the 6 Paths level, his pupils suddenly tightened as if he'd seen something unbelievable. Such a look rarely appeared on Link, the man who planned 3 steps ahead. From the moment he unlocked the Senju Hashirama template to 1% and shed his frail, sub-healthy body, Link had leveraged his transmigrator's meta-knowledge to suffer no losses. For something to make his expression change like this, it had to be no small matter. And it was. On the virtual panel floating before him, the one he hadn't yet dismissed, there was a tiny change. The unlock progress that had read 0% now showed 0.01%. Link was absolutely sure he hadn't tapped the plus sign next to the progress. The XP reservoir still showed 0.7%. That 0.01% hadn't come from the stored XP. In other words, the second template was leveling up on its own. Shock and disbelief flashed across Link's face, then melted into dawning delight. The perks of being associated, Uchiha Sasuke and Senju Hashirama are connected. Their forebear is the Sage of Six Paths. The chakra within their reincarnations once belonged to brothers. Extreme Yang and Extreme Yin fused to birth the Rinnegan that governs Yin and Yang. That's a kind of upgrade. From the instant Link obtained the Uchiha Sasuke template, an evolution began. Yang and Yin feed back into each other, influencing the Sasuke template so that it unlocks step by step on its own without consuming XP. Or perhaps Link's Extreme Yang itself is XP. For Link, this was an enormous boon. Because who knew, after loading a second template, would XP acquisition reset from scratch and throw him straight into a Hell Mode 11th stage. Now, with the second template auto-leveling, the difficulty of reaching 6 paths plummeted from hard to easy. He might not even need to do anything. Just wait, like Midoriya did for his Rinnegan. And as the Uchiha Sasuke template climbs toward 100%, his power will surpass Hashirama and Sasuke at their peaks. At that point, Link will exceed both templates' prime. Hashirama possessed only Extreme Yang. Sasuke, even with a single 6-damo Rinnegan, held only Extreme Yin. Link will hold both Extreme Yang and Extreme Yin, the Sage of Six Paths without needing the 10 tails. His 6 Paths road will carry him farther than Uchiha Midoriya's. Chapter 134. Sea Circle Calendar 1522, Central Divine Link grows 2 more pairs of wings. Because the sea area was so remote, no one knew Douglas Bullet had died. In his rush to push the Senju Hashirama template to 100%, Link didn't bother seizing the Paramecia Clank Clank fruit. By the time someone passes through that sea and sees the wood human and Douglas Bullet's corpse, the news will spread, but who knows when that will be. Loading the second template and slowly molting to a higher life tier, Link returned to Amazon Lily in an extremely good mood. In that span, Hancock and the others also finished their task, turning the central New World waters into the territory of the Impalement Duke Pirates. Seizing the New World Center made Link the central divine among the 5 emperors. Whoever entered any island within that sea had to obey the rules of the Impalement Duke Pirates, or face divine judgment from the world's strongest pirate crew. That judgment was unquestionably blessed. If you slipped the judgment, you'd be hunted by the crew's affiliates, or a cadre or top cadre would come personally. So whether pirates, marines, slavers, bounty hunters, or even world government members, none dared make trouble in those waters. Even far away, on Fishman Island 10,000 meters below, no one dared stir trouble on its shores. The banner of the Impalement Duke Pirates had reached peak prestige, no less than the Whitebeard Pirates once had. If nothing unexpected happens, the new era will, as before, be ruled by an uncrowned king, Link. The other 4 emperors will tacitly maintain the balance of the seas. But Link knew that before long, another, a child of destiny who had finished training, would enter the strongest of seas and, with unbelievable cheat-like speed, rise to the summit, detonating a new era and shaking the world government's 800-year rule. Without Link, this world would likely play out the tale of a dragon slayer decapitating the evil dragon. But with Link here, and with his transcendence, everything has become unpredictable. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. In January of Sea Circle Calendar, 1522. One day Link woke, as usual on a 10-meter bed, fair figures sprawled all around. Besides the original 4, Karina, Nami, Hancock, and Robin, plus Najiko and Margaret, there were several new faces. On either side were Robin and Perona, and also Ryuju and Pudding. Like Teach, who, after reaching the top and failing to find Laughtail, began to indulge in pleasure and even tried to trade Kobe to have Hachinasu recognized as a legal nation by the world government, the world's strongest man, who only has to finish his transcendence to turn the world into a playground. Link also began to enjoy himself. After finishing off Douglas Bullet and returning to Amazon Lily, Link didn't leave for half a year, living the kind of life tabloids slander for hype, night after night. Not only nightly revelry, but the play got wilder and wilder. Even Robin, who could tolerate anything like a big sister, finally couldn't stand it and scolded the whole group. The result, instead of reflecting, Karina and Nami dragged Robin in, and an out-of-body Perona who was hiding to peep. In the end, even Rieju and Pudding were pulled under. Only the large-framed Shirahoshi and Aflandra, and the young serpent, escaped that fate. When he wasn't reveling, Link's strength was steadily rising. Every morning after waking, Link would call up the virtual panel only he could see to check the unlock numbers. Today, with Hancock in one arm and Robin in the other, Link did the same. Playing idly with the two queens' proud consciences, he summoned the virtual panel and, seeing the numbers by unlock progress, showed a satisfied smile. Host, Link. First inheritance, Senju Hashirama, unlocked 100%. Second inheritance, Uchiha Sasuke. Unlock progress, 36% plus. Exp, 0.7%. With the extreme yang power feeding back, the second template's auto-level speed was fast, increasing by 0.2% every day. In half a year of Link doing nothing, the unlock progress still surged to 36%. Know that back in East Blue, half a year of grinding, who knows how many pirates and kingdom soldiers he killed, only brought 20% exp. Now, without doing anything, he got 36% in half a year. Though it didn't add to the EXP pool, because the progress came from correlated benefits, the pace was terrifying enough. Link found that the second template's auto-leveling didn't spike in difficulty by stages. Whether 10%, 20%, or even 30%, it rose a steady 0.2% per day. If it keeps on like this, then by the end of C Circle Calendar 1522, Link can push the Uchiha Sasuke template to 100%. If Link harvests a bit of EXP, it will be even faster. He already had a method for that, but wasn't in a hurry. SCC 1522 will enter the annals, a year of grand surges. Everything Link arranged and fought for in the last 2 years was to prepare for this year. Originally, if Impel Down's haul wasn't big, he'd spend a year reaping those leaks to push the Senju Hashirama template to 100%. In the end, the plan went smoother than expected. No need to reap those leaks at all. The Hashirama template hit 100% and the second template loaded. Those leaks are still useful to Link. Only now, Link has a new plan. After 6 crazy months with Hancock and the others, having sampled every play, Link finally decided to let his kidneys rest, get busy with proper business, and lay the groundwork for the grand show in the second half of the year. Chapter 135. Future Sight and Observation Kill, the Pinnacle of Humanity. Plant our flag on the kingdom of Dressrosa. Did Link finally decide to pull himself together? I thought he'd lost his fighting spirit. Phew, he hasn't gotten tired of me, has he? Men really don't cherish things once they've had them. After wrapping up the morning, training, calisthenics, Karina and the others took a bath and came out for breakfast, only to hear Link's new decision. Seeing Link, who had been drifting toward the decadence of nobles and foolish kings, lost in beauty and neglecting business, suddenly start handling real work, Nami and the others teased him first. With her hair somehow changed from straight black to a wife style under Link's coaxing, Robin rested a finger under her chin and said, Dressrosa is, if I remember right, a member nation of the world government. Its king is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Karina's eyes lit up. So we're finally moving on a world government member state? Link, you're not about to start a full war with the Marines and the world government, are you? I just suddenly took a liking to 2 promising talents, that's all. Munching his breakfast, Link smiled carelessly. Of course, if they dare fight me, that's fine too. He spoke as if the Marines and the world government were nothing. Karina and the others felt the same. High Station itself is a massive boost for anyone who commands haki. Just as losers whose courage shatters can fail to use haki at all, becoming the strongest pirate crew in the world had dramatically raised the presence of Karina's group. Their haki training now progressed with half the effort for double the result. At this point, aside from lacking the highest level applications, their haki's volume and quality were no weaker than cadres of other Yonko crews. Add in top-tier devil fruit abilities and their unbeatable synergy. Whether an admiral or another emperor, Karina and the rest felt no fear. Not bloated, confident. Link felt the same. Even though the Uchiha Sasuke template was only 36% unlocked, and those 36 feedbacks meant little to Link, his strength had still skyrocketed. As he'd said, before reaching the Sage of Six Baths level, whether the second template was Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Madara, their greatest value to Link was the Sage's Eye and the power of Yin. Just as unlocking 1% of the Hashirama Senju template gave Link a true Sage's body, unlocking 1% of the Sasuke template granted him the Sage's Eye, opening a 1-tamo Sharingan. Even now it had only progressed to 3-tamo, but for Link it was enough. That Taijutsu, with Yin power, gave Link the attribute of Yin. Now Link possessed a fully aligned physique. The Yin release chakra that came with the Sharingan let Link grasp haki at a wonderfully subtle level. By studying the notes left by successive Kyuja empresses, Link taught himself future sight and then taught Hancock to see the future as well. When the two fought with future sight, Link inadvertently used Conqueror's haki to sever Hancock's foresight and mastered observation kill. Whether by the power systems of the shinobi world or the seas, Link had reached what could be called the pinnacle of humanity. He lacked only the final metamorphosis for his life level to fully ascend. On top of that, both Hancock and the Serpent Girl were already in the super strong class. Unless the world government brought out all its hidden foundations, Link truly didn't care how many super strong figures Marine headquarters fielded. Seeing Link move on Dressrosa, Hancock, the #1 loyalist, rose at once. If that's the case, let me and Shirahoshi make the trip. I'll leave it to you. Link nodded with a smile, then added, have Nami go too. I want 2 people brought back. People. Karina and the others were puzzled. Robin, seeing through it, smiled. If they're to be brought back, they must be women, very beautiful women, most likely. Karina instantly put her acting to work, eyes full of grievance. Sure enough, out with the old, in with the new. Link gave her a half-smile. Want me to show you here and now just how much I spoil you? Do it, do it. Karina showed no fear, and without a shred of shame, pounced on Link like a hungry little fiend. The warm atmosphere flipped in a heartbeat. Hancock and the others were long used to it. After half a year, what storms hadn't they seen? Group dog walking had been tried. A little breakfast milk scene was nothing. Even pure as paper, Shirahoshi was getting led astray. If not for her massive size and untransformed tail, she might have joined in as well. Before long, Robin and the rest were dragged into it too. When the special breakfast ended, Hancock and Nami took a bath, then rode Shirahoshi and left Amazon Lily. At the same time, Link quietly rode Karina off the island, heading straight for a very special sea area in the New World. Among the warlords, Doflamingo had done the best, eating from both sides, white in the world government, black under Kaido, one of the 5 emperors. As a transmigrator, Link knew how tightly Doflamingo clung to Kaido's thigh, and how important he was to Kaido. If Link moved against Doflamingo, then for ambition's sake and because of the Beast's pirates, Kaido would certainly try to protect him, even with the Crossbearser pirates now the strongest crew in the world. If 2 superpowers went to full war, the world government and Marines might also stick a hand in from the shadows, looking to trip Link up. Since that was so, why wait for trouble to arrive and answer passively? Better to sweep away the trouble yourself and keep losses to a minimum. Now, Link and Hancock split into 2 routes. Chapter 136, Demon Sound Clears the Field, Karina's Growth. Onigashima, a small island like Amazon Lily, sits near Wano country. Compared to the large island of Wano, Onigashima is like a child standing beside an adult. No, less than a child even. Because all of Onigashima set atop Wano would amount at most to the area of a single city. Wano has 6 such cities. So you can see the size gap between Wano and Onigashima. Unlike the resource-poor super island Saint Ting Island, Wano may be large, but its ecology is superb, and its resources extremely rich. Not only vast gold and minerals, but also abundant sea stone that restrains devil fruit users. After Kaido occupied Wano, the weapons forged from its iron ore sold briskly worldwide. Even the world government and the navy bought weapons and sea stone from Kaido through Donquixote Doflamingo. Though Kaido holds the smallest territory among the 5 emperors, he is anything but poor. On the contrary, he's very wealthy. Wealthy enough to casually bankroll Doflamingo's research into artificial devil fruits. A single Wano can feed the entire beast's pirates. Few know that beneath Wano lies one of the 3 ancient weapons, said to blast an island apart with a single shot: Pluton. Though Link doesn't like this island, he has to admit it's one of the best in the One Piece world. Link, is this the place? Karina, who can grow into a 30-plus meter 9-tailed fox, flew above Onigashima with Link in broad daylight, looked at the demon-faced island below, and asked. Wano has been closed for centuries. Like Amazon Lily, it's famous, and the swordsmen who leave it make great names for themselves. But the more famous, the more mysterious. Like Amazon Lily, it's a legendary island. So on New World charts, Wano is marked, yet few go there. And Onigashima, beside Wano, is the same. Without Link leading, Karina, far inferior to Nami in navigation, wouldn't even know where to look. Missing it would be perfectly normal. Whoosh! Before Link could nod, a piercing sonic crack rose from below. A black pterosaur, tiny compared to Karina's beast form, shot up wreathed in the Lunarian race's unique flames, stepping on flame clouds before the 9-tailed fox. Eyeing the black-robed Link warily, it growled, "Piercer, Link, what are you doing here?" King the Wildfire, huh? Sizing up the imposing presence that rivaled Charlotte Katakuri, one excelling in will, the other in body, Link smirked. No calling card, and you still put on airs. You can tell I didn't come here for tea. Link, this guy isn't worth talking to. Leave him to me. Before King could answer, Karina let out a thunderous roar. VMM. Visible rings of sound rippled from her mouth. Sonic waves that could pierce eardrums, split skulls with pain, even draw blood from the 7 orifices and churn the viscera, swept down and blanketed all of Onigashima. Among island nation yakai legends, the 9-tailed fox is the white-faced, golden fur fox, hence Karina's silver hair and golden tails. As chief of the 3 great yakai, the 9-tailed fox commands many powers. Beyond wind, fire, thunder, and cloud, it can cause quakes, raise floods, and even unleash sonic waves and plague. Because the fox, and its human guise, Tamamonomi, is hugely popular, it appears often in anime and games. Each work gives it different abilities, some like the legends, some not. For 2 years, Link's crew studied the Devil Fruit Compendium. Compared to fiction, the 9-tailed fox of this world matches legend closely. After all, mythical Zoans are born from legend. Even so, it's not as exaggerated as in lore. Karina can't drop meteors or spawn plagues. But she has awakened and mastered quakes and sonic waves over these 2 years. In legend, when the fox goes berserk, its 9 tails lash and the earth quakes. One roar unleashes a dread demon sound, howling like a gale and shattering countless innards. So when that demon sound blanketed Onigashima, the scene was even more shocking than clearing the field with Conqueror's haki. Alia. Pirates reveling in and around Onigashima suddenly saw rings shimmering through the air. Even space in their vision seemed to warp. The invisible sound bored through ears into brains, making eyes bulge as they clutched their heads and writhed, screaming in agony beyond description. Those with haki hurried to defend with haki. Those without saw blood flood their eyes, then their 7 orifices. One by one they lost consciousness. Many weaker ones had their brains and organs shaken, hemorrhaged severely, and died. Crack, crack, crack. Even buildings, under the assault of those waves, split with countless fissures. Fortunately, Karina hadn't learned to fuse quakes into the sound. Otherwise, this area-wide killer would have culled far more small fry. Roar. as beasts pirates fell one after another to Karina's range suppression. A deafening bellow burst forth, riding a formless shock that scattered her sonic assault and saved many of them. Then a 200-plus-meter azure dragon burst out from the eye of the horned demon skull island, and, in a blink, faced the nine-tailed fox. Glaring at Link, who had just delivered a show of force, Kaido, now in his azure dragon form, rumbled, "Brat, what's the idea?" Chapter 137, The I Reckon Technique. Kid, what do you mean? Hearing Kaido's question, Link smiled playfully. Do pirates need a reason to fight? Fine then die, heat breaths. Kaido couldn't be bothered to talk, opening his jaws to spew a colossal pillar of fire at Link and Karina. At the same time, Karina opened her mouth and unleashed a flame column no weaker than Kaido's. The two pillars collided and bloomed into a giant firework in the sky. Flame Dragon Emperor. As the battle broke out, King the Wildfire shifted from beast to hybrid form, soared above Karina and Kaido, drew his massive katana, and slashed down a great flaming dragon at the easy, oversized target that was Karina. Link still didn't move, folding his arms to watch. Driven back by the blast wave and scorching gale from the colliding fire, Karina's 9 golden tails swayed behind her. 4 tails twisted together, flashing red and white, then fired a gigantic beam straight at the roaring flame dragon. Beam and dragon met. In sheer density, the beam overwhelmed the dragon, but the dragon carried potent haki, so the beam couldn't crush it outright, and both exploded together. The searing gale howled like a storm. Even Onigashima below was ravaged by the winds. So strong. Atop a rocky peak on the island, Yamato, wearing a demon face mask, gazed up at the beasts and figures in the sky, eyes shining as if seeing the hope that would defeat her father and free Wano. Dog Fruit mythical model, nine-tailed fox, a fine ability indeed. Seeing Karina's power so similar to his own theme, Kaido suddenly stopped rushing his attacks and asked, "That lucky one who ate the artificial mythical model azure dragon, where is he?" From that, it was clear he knew about Shirahoshi's gift and about artificial devil fruits. No doubt Doflamingo told him. Learning that Vegapunk used blood to create a mythical Zoan didn't anger Kaido. It shocked and pleased him. It meant not only standard Zoans, but even ancient and mythical models could be manufactured. An army of beasts was no longer a dream. But when he learned the artificial azure dragon had been eaten by someone else, Kaido's rage flared again. He hated that someone now bore a power like his. That devil fruit might have fallen into his hands. If he'd known Vegapunk labeled it a failure because of its color, he would have snatched it himself, not left it for Link. As for Shirahoshi, Kaido felt fondness. Her beast form could rival his, and it was clear her strength was considerable. If she were human, he'd make her his adopted daughter and raise her into someone surpassing Yamato. Link had no interest in Kaido's musings. He answered without concealment. I sent them to deal with Joker, so he's in my way, Kaido-senpai. Joker! Kaido blinked, then roared in fury. You dare lay hands on my man. Isn't it obvious? Link sneered, why else would I be here? Turbulent blast. Kaido stopped talking. His vast body spun, whipping up a gigantic tornado that swept toward Link and Karina. Karina, go keep that one busy. Before Karina could summon the power of wind, Link gave the order. Leave the rest to me. She nodded obediently, shrinking from full beast form to hybrid. 2 flame clouds held Link and Karina aloft. Wood release, wood dragon. Facing the howling twister, Link lifted his arm. Branches surged from it, swiftly weaving into a colossal wooden dragon brimming with fierce haki. It ignored slicing wind blades, smashed straight through the tornado, and tore it apart. From start to finish, Link hadn't formed a single seal, not even one-handed. Since gaining the ultimate Yang power, his boost wasn't just in Wood Release's might, but in his freedom to shape it at will. He finally understood why Hashirama could bring forth Sage Art Wood Release. True several thousand hands with a simple double clap. At this realm, like the Otsutsuki, there was no need for hand seals. It was the I reckon technique, will it and it is. Hand seals were invented by Otsutsuki Indra to let ordinary people use techniques. Indra himself needed none. Nor did Otsutsuki Asura. Link and Hashirama could do the same. The wood dragon shattered the tornado and lunged roaring for Kaido. Kaido had dismissed the wooden dragon as a fake, but when it coiled around him, his expression changed. Glaring at Link with great dragon eyes, Kaido spoke in disbelief, like others before him. You've developed the Logia Mori Mori no Mi to this level. Everyone who read the Devil Fruit Compendium knew the Mori Mori no Mi could drain nutrients from the body. But the premise was that roots had to pierce defenses and enter the body. Now Link had pushed it further. Without piercing at all, he was sapping bodily energy directly. Such imagination and development outstripped even Doflamingo's countless tricks with the Ito Ito no Mi. Shocked, Kaido instantly shed his dragon form and dropped to the rooftop of Onigashima. Link stepped off the flame cloud as well, descending astride the wood dragon to the rooftop. Karina, meanwhile, returned to full beast form and clashed with King in the sky. Chapter 138, Shattering the Sky, the Strongest Duel in the World. Thunder Bagua. While Karina and King the Wildfire were clashing in the sky, Kaido, back in his normal form, somehow pulled out a kanabo wrapped in dark red lightning and charged at Link at blinding speed. This was a greeting between top-tier monsters, yet one that could instantly kill anyone below that level, be they a New World freak or a 15 billion berry, 5th Emperor. Link didn't dodge, nor did he enter Sage mode. He simply gathered chakra in his fist and unleashed what is a super move for Tsunade, but a basic strike for Hashirama, monster strength. Boom! The monster strength punch wreathed in Conqueror's Haki crashed against the kanabo, far larger than Link himself. The two never truly touched, held apart by an invisible force. Dark red arcs crackled outward as a terrifying, formless shockwave rampaged across Onigashima's rooftop. Unlike the howling winds on the rooftop, the sky itself changed. Clear blue suddenly became a blanket of thick storm clouds. When the shockwave swept the entire rooftop, a dark red pillar of light shot up, and the clouds overhead vanished in an instant. Rather than vanishing, they were blasted apart. The sky didn't split, it shattered and scattered. It was the same sight as when Roger and Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki collided. Seeing this, Kaido's rage was instantly replaced by delight. Looking at the much shorter Link, small as a child by comparison, he grinned with approval. "Brat, your Haki's not bad." Link, eyes blazing with fighting spirit, answered, "Yours isn't bad either, worthy of the world's strongest creature." "Uorororo, let's slaughter each other to our heart's content." Kaido loosed his distinctive laugh. "I don't know what you're plotting, but like you said, pirates don't need reasons. The winner takes everything." After speaking, Kaido's body swelled again, cyan dragon scales covering him as a massive tail sprouted, his hybrid form. Not only that, he hopped back to open distance, kanabo in one hand, and with the other yanked out his gourd, chugging in great gulps. "Uorororo, strongest man of the new era. If you haven't beaten me, some rookie brat has no right to stand above me." Draining the gourd, already tipsy, he went wild, hefted the Hasekai, and rushed in even faster than before. But he didn't barrel straight at Link. Mid-charge, he vaulted high, his massive frame moving with impossible speed and agility, leaping over 10 meters into the air as he chopped down like lightning with a Conqueror's Wreath strike. Drunken Dragon Bagua, descent of the 3 realms into Naraka. From that opening exchange, Kaido had judged Link's raw strength without any devil fruit. As the strongest man of the new era, Link's Haki was extremely powerful, at least not inferior to his. His energy reserves were oceanic. A straight brawl might not yield a winner in days. Long craving a rival who could give him a hearty fight, Kaido seized the drunken heat and went all out. He had to, Kaido was sure Link wasn't lying. He had sent people to move against Joker. Kaido couldn't understand why a mere Joker warranted Link mobilizing like this. But beneath the brute exterior was a sharp mind. Among the few who truly understood Link, Kaido was one. Since the first time that Brat made his name, everything had been schemes within schemes. Impel Down and Marineford both bore his hand. Even the rule-breaking dual fruit user Marshall D. Teach only emerged with Link's tacit approval and pushes. Wang Zhai, Shiki Big Mom, the cloned Snake Empress, either crushed by Link's might or ensnared by his plots. Now this man, no less shrewd than Ben Beckman, perhaps even more and far more insidious, had come knocking. Kaido was 100% certain Link was scheming again. He refused to be someone else's piece or pawn. Beat or kill Link, and those worries vanish. Link, of course, didn't know Kaido's thoughts. If he had, he'd have praised the big guy's wary insight. As the overhead strike fell, Link's future sight had already read the arc. The instant Kaido leapt, Link stirred wood-release chakra and murmured, wood-release, all-encompassing grasp. A colossal wooden hand burst from the ground, fist clenched, wrapped in dark red lightning as it collided with the descending bolt. Rumble. The entire rooftop of Onigashima heaved as the ground fractured. Sage mode. Seizing the opening, Link clapped his hands once, red markings blooming at the corners of his eyes. His pupils didn't turn golden, though. They turned scarlet, 3 black tamo spinning within. Then he called softly, wood release, flower tree world advent. Rumble. Across the barren crags and rock of the rooftop, a lush forest erupted, giant crimson blossoms releasing billows of pollen, filling the air with a gray haze. Perched on a great trunk, Kaido inhaled the faintest trace, and his drunk-flushed face changed at once. Without the slightest hesitation, he became a cyan dragon and shot into the sky. Heat breaths. Glaring down at the pollen-drenched forest, Kaido spewed a massive column of fire, trying to burn it away. Otherwise, he'd be forced to fight atop flame clouds. Once he set foot below, he'd be at an absolute disadvantage, perhaps even suffer a baffling defeat. Rular. Before the fire reached the trees, a wooden dragon burst from the forest, jaws unleashing a colossal torrent that spread a vast sheet of steam across the sky. In the distance, the 9-tailed fox and a fire dragon were also hurling wind, flame, thunder, and cloud with abandon. A mythic clash of beasts and elements raged over Onigashima. The battle of the world's strongest had only just entered its white-hot phase. Chapter 139, Sage Art, would release true several thousand hands. Kaido, you're too dangerous. As I thought, it can spit water. What an unbelievable guy. Seeing the wooden dragon actually breathe water like the rumors said, Kaido suddenly felt that the title of strongest man in the world suited Link more than he'd thought. Everyone calls Logia Devil fruits the strongest type, but to a top-tier fighter, Logias are just troublesome. Elementalization and preemptive elementalization make them hard to pin down. Yet for Kaido, whose defense shrugs off blades and bullets, elements without haki are no different from any other attack, just a tickle. Only overwhelming haki breaks that hide. But now Link shattered Kaido's assumptions. He had pushed the forest fruit to drain an opponent's stamina without piercing the body, and even developed a wooden dragon that could breathe water. That last bit was downright cheating on the sea, like the ice fruit bullying everyone. A pure, brutal downgrade for ability users. It was almost unbelievable. Sage Art, would release, would human technique. While Kaido was still reeling, Link played the third of his 3 axes. A 200+ meter wood human, an Arhat, rose on Onigashima's rooftop. You had to admit, this rooftop deserved to be the final battleground of the original Onigashima arc, tough as they come. Even a wood human as tall as Marineford's walls didn't crush that skull-shaped massif. The wood human reached up for the cyan dragon in the sky. The wooden dragon that had just spat a torrent soared again, while the forest of giant red blossoms vomited out endlessly stretching branches like a nest of serpents, racing to bind the dragon. Dragon Twister, Demolition Gust. Without the slightest hesitation, Kaido spun his massive body like a top, birthing several huge tornadoes that smashed into the wood human's reaching hand, the rising wooden dragon, and the swarming branches. Clang, clang, clang. Razor, wind, and rending force sliced through the dragon and the nest of branches, yet when they met the wood human's arm, the sound was like steel on steel. Those blades and tearing winds couldn't even flake the bark on its arm. The difference in defense between that and the dragon branches was night and day. That was the boost of extreme yang. The wooden dragon and branches held relatively little chakra, Hit past their tolerance, they snapped like ordinary wood. But the wood human was sage art, brimming with oceanic senjutsu chakra, its vitality blazing like the sun. If the dragon and branches were a defense of 100, the wood human was 10,000. It was, after all, Link's second great finisher. Whitebeard, Shiki, even Charlotte Linlin and Douglas Bullet had all fallen to this move. If a mere demolition gust could sever the wood human's arm or leave a glaring wound, Link wouldn't deserve strongest of the new era. Clearly, Kaido hadn't expected that. As his titanic body finished spinning, a wooden hand that ignored the storm clamped down on him. A terrifying suction, like an endless magnet, drank his stamina in an instant. This time, Kaido could feel even his haki being drawn away. His draconic pupils pinched tight. Without a word, he shed his full dragon form to slip the grip. Back in hybrid form, Kaido sprinted along flame clouds straight at Link atop the wood human's head. Both hands on the kanabo, dark red lightning crackling for a world-ending blow. Link guided the wood human's other hand to rise like a sky-high wall and snatch him. There was no time to evade. Kaido loosed the wound-up strike directly. Deishodai Reime hack. With Kaido's roar, the kanabo, tiny as a toothpick against that colossal palm, flashed with dark red arcs and purple lightning and slammed into the wood human's hand. Boom! Heaven and earth changed color. The explosion rolled across all of Onigashima and into Wano beyond. Many a strong fighter heard it from afar. Stand on Wano's coast and look toward Onigashima. You'd see a vast mushroom cloud pulsing with red-violet lightning. A scene like a nuclear blast. Good thing it didn't hit the ground. Even this rooftop that could bear a wood human might have collapsed in sheets. When the cloud thinned, the sight made Karina, dueling King the Wildfire in the distance, blanch. Link's invincible wood human, more Buddha than Sengoku's golden Buddha, had lost half its body. The hand that had reached for Kaido, its arm and the entire side it was attached to, had been blown away. After Whitebeard, a second man had broken the wood human's arm. And compared to aged Whitebeard, Kaido's single swing was even more terrifying. Remember, at Marineford, Link's Senju Hashirama template was only 70% unlocked. Whitebeard's Conqueror's-coded punch merely shattered one arm. Now Link had the template at 100%, blessed with extreme yang. Yet Kaido still blew away half the wood human. If that palm hadn't intercepted, and the blow had landed on its head, sure, Link could have body flickered clear, but half the statue would have vanished anyway. And that wasn't even Kaido's strongest strike. Up top, as Link poured Sage Chakra into repairs, he watched Kaido shift from hybrid back to full dragon and said, face sober, "Kaido, you're too dangerous." Then he clapped his hands, a brilliant blue aura flaring from his whole body. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. Rumble. A violent quake surged from the rooftop down through all of Onigashima. Then the impossible appeared. The skull-shaped massif shuddered and collapsed. In its place, a 1,000-handed Buddha rose like a cliff wall, several times taller than the skull, swallowing most of Onigashima as it thrust from the earth. The instant the great statue appeared, a single vast palm casually scooped up the cyan dragon before it. 200 meters of dragon coiled like a mudfish in a fist, only the head and a scrap of tail peeking out. Staring up at a Buddha as towering as the red line, Kaido wore the same blank look he'd given Nika in the original tale. So did everyone else, Karina and King, tiny as ants nearby, and Yamato at the island's rim. Chapter 140. Not the same dimension, shattering Onigashima. Is this Link's true strength? Staring at the 1,000-armed Buddha before them, Karina and Ember the Wildfire both halted their fight. The latter was too stunned to speak. Even Karina, who knew Link so well, had her worldview refreshed. After 2 years of growth, Karina believed her complete form was not much weaker than Shirahoshi. Having witnessed Kaido's Azure Dragon form, Karina was even more convinced. Shirahoshi and Kaido were both over 200 meters long, but that was only length. Karina measured by height. Ordinary giants stood a mere 10 to 20 meters tall. Even a demon's descendant like Little Oars was only 38 meters. Karina's complete form now stood in the 30s, about little Orz's size. Yet that size, before the 200-meter wooden Arhat, was like a child before an adult. Now the 200-meter wooden Arhat sat cross-legged atop the thousand-armed Buddha's head, and still looked smaller than a child on an adult's shoulders. Thus, the sheer scale of the thousand-armed Buddha was clear. From Wano's shores, one could see its outline plainly against the sky. The over 200-meter azure dragon, clutched in its hand like a small earthworm, made it no wonder Kaido looked baffled. There was no doubt the thousand-armed Buddha stood well over a kilometer tall. In the entire pirate world, perhaps only Zanesha, bearing an island on its back, exceeded that size. Even the sea kings of the abyss might not match it. Flaming drum dragon torch. Snapping out of his stupor, Kaido unleashed his strongest technique without hesitation. A sea of vitality turned to flame, not a jetting pillar but a backflow that sheathed his whole body, shaping a super dragon far larger than before. The terrifying heat slowly melted the wooden giant hand holding him, turning it to magma. Yet there were 999 such hands on the thousand-armed Buddha. As Kaido became a super fire dragon, Link, who had spent a vast amount of sage chakra to create the Buddha, poured staggering haki into it through a lattice of living wood. Toppling the Buddha. With Link's shout, the thousand-armed Buddha beneath the wooden Arhat moved. 999 wooden hands, some drawing in nature energy, some sheathed in armament haki, some wreathed in conqueror's haki crackling with dark red lightning, punched down toward the super fire dragon below and what remained of Onigashima. Each arm burned with atmospheric friction, a sky-filling meteor rain, an inescapable world-ending calamity. Even hovering beside the Buddha, outside the direct line of fire, Karina and Ember felt a choking brush with death. This isn't even the same dimension of power. The cool-headed Ember wore a rare dazed look beneath his mask. It felt like the allied shinobi forces facing Uchiha Madara's heaven-concealing meteor. The awareness of being ants. Rising dragon flame Bagua. Against a strike that couldn't be dodged, Kaido also used his strongest blow. He gathered all his armament and conquerors into his head, then charged up into the meteor storm. Compared to the deluge above, Kaido was a child waving fire at rain. In an instant, the super fire dragon was swallowed by the meteors. At first, with Conqueror's coating he could collide at range, clashing with a handful, even a dozen, of wooden fists. But as more and more fists crashed down, that vast unseen barrier burst like a balloon. A transdimensional shockwave altered heaven and earth. Halos of lethal turbulence, enough to slay any battle-hardened fighter on contact, bloomed over Onigashima. The halo was enormous, expanding at an unbelievable speed. Closest to the Onigashima, Wano waters, people on the island felt a gust blow, and for some reason that wind had color. Soon they realized it wasn't wind at all, but the lingering arc of an attack, an unknown flow of Ryo. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The roar of countless shells, exploding in unison, rolled into Wano from afar. For a moment, Wano's strong all turned toward Onigashima, or sprinted to the coast to look. When they reached the shore, their jaws dropped. The seas around Wano had turned violently rough. As if affected, the water level had risen a little. A colossal mushroom cloud climbed into the sky above the ocean. Zoom in and you'd see the cloud wasn't rising from an island, but from a bottomless chasm. Closer still, within that pit, currents raged, churning island rubble, pirate corpses, and endless splinters of wood. Above the chasm, Karina and Ember burst from the mushroom cloud. The former was wide-eyed with shock, the latter shocked and lost. Then Ember gritted his teeth beneath the mask and dove into the chasm heedless of danger, to find Kaido, even if it was only a body. Just as he dove, Karina stiffened as if sensing something, then sprinted across the air on flame clouds toward the distant sea. After an unknown distance, she found 3 figures on the surface. One standing, 2 lying down, one large, one small. The one standing was Link, the 2 down were a man and a woman. The woman had a blazing figure, white hair, and twin horns of flame. The man, Kaido, was barely alive, his life force so faint that even observation haki struggled to feel it. "He's not dead after that," Karina said, astonished. If he dies, I'll take the devil fruit, Link said with a smile. That answered her in passing. He had held back. Yes, Link held back. Not all 999 hands of the thousand-armed Buddha fell on Kaido. Otherwise, Kaido would have died beyond dead. If Kaido's devil fruit had been some unimportant paramecia, like the fusion fruit, an emotional Link wouldn't have minded killing him on the spot. But the value of the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon made Link spare him and drop perhaps 1.5 hands worth of force on him, pouring the rest into Onigashima. Like how Hashirama carved out the so-called Valley of the End, Link's sage art would release. True several thousand hands, toppling the Buddha, smashed Onigashima to countless fragments, erasing it from the sea like the mother flame erased an island. Link's one toppling the Buddha was far stronger than Hashirama's, surpassing even a blow from truth-seeking balls. Because it held not only nature energy, but external and internal destruction via armament haki, and that trans-dimensional force mastered by only a few top beings, Conqueror's Coding. If a super cage maps to a Yonko, then Conqueror's Coding is the secret art at that tier. Two ultimate arts fused, not 1 + 1 greater than 2, but a true summation of power. That Link's sage art would release. True several thousand hands, toppling the Buddha eclipsed Hashirama's is beyond dispute. Chapter 141, Brainwashing Kaido's Experience. Link, that move just now, was that your strongest strike? High in the sky, Karina in her complete form was sprinting at full speed, carrying Link and 2 trussed-up bundles, Kaido and Yamato. Along the way, unable to calm the shock in her heart, Karina kept asking. Sitting cross-legged atop Karina's head, Link smiled. Ah, that move is called Sage Art, would release true several thousand hands, toppling the Buddha. It's my strongest strike for now. For now. Catching the key phrase, Karina clicked her tongue. So your strength can still grow. That innate energy in my body seems to be getting stronger. Link half joked, half told the truth. I have a hunch that when it hits a certain limit, my power will step into a new stage, maybe a new ability will appear. I see. Karina nodded slightly, then sighed. That chakra energy is incredible. It's a shame I can't have it. The main reason you can't is that my cells are too aggressively invasive. If I transfer that energy into your body, at best you'd mutate. At worst, you'd explode on the spot. Link laughed and comforted her. Later, I might find a way to let you all take my gene serum so your bodies won't mutate and you'll be able to wield chakra. Hee, then I'd better cozy up to Pudding so she helps all of us become stellar scientists. Karina giggled, then asked, Right, who's the horned woman like Kaido? Will she be one of my new crewmates? Kaido's daughter, she will be. Link mused, but she's got a screw loose. Before I lift her seal, I'll have Pudding use the memo fruit to wash her memories. Yes, Link planned to brainwash Yamato. Of the 3 officially acknowledged peerless beauties, the only one Link had no fondness for was Kazuki Hiyori. In his eyes, no one in Kazuki Oden's family was normal. All it would have taken was a nod and Roger would have stabilized the regime, yet they insisted on resolving it themselves. They lacked the ability and still threw away a god-tier opening hand and lost. Link had no issue with Yamato idolizing such a loser, but taking herself for Kazuki Oden was a bit too dumb. So Link would use the memo fruit to erase her I'm a man and the Oden-obsessed memories. Then, without changing her personality, slightly revise things and recruit the 28-year-old white-haired queen who had mastered Conqueror's Coding. Chatting as they traveled, Karina quickly ferried Link back toward Hachinasu. When Link descended from the sky carrying a trussed-up Kaido, the entire pirate island erupted, just like when he brought down the Golden Lion. This uproar was even louder than last time. After all, Shiki hadn't appeared for decades. Only veterans of the last era, or the one before, truly knew the Golden Lion's might, and how the float fruit was no less fearsome than the tremor fruit. In the new age, most only knew the legend. Few had seen that power. Kaido, by contrast, was one of the current era's overlords, recognized as the strongest in single combat. And now the strongest duelist had lost, dragged to Hachinasu by the new era's strongest man. Obviously, Link would treat him as he did the Golden Lion, by taking his devil fruit. That meant the Stinger Pirates would gain the fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon, and the 5 emperors would revert to the 4. After being the first to defeat an emperor, Link would set another record, slaying an emperor and breaking his crew. With such feats and such strength, Link's status as the new era's strongest man, the uncrowned king, would rise again. Gulp. Staring at the much bulkier Kaido, bearded now, unlike 2 years ago, Marshal D. Teach swallowed and asked nervously, "Link, are we really doing this?" Beside the Blackbeard pirate stood Kuzan, newly joined, eyes fixed on Link. Even the other officers, each with a strong man's heart, felt rare fear. In that moment, they finally grasped what Link had meant back then. When the gap is this wide, don't seek death. Since becoming strong themselves, they hadn't met anyone who could crush a top-tier combatant. They'd joined Blackbeard because Teach broke the rules of the world. Even so, Teach couldn't crush a top tier. But Link had defeated, and killed, top tiers more than once. To what level had this man's power reached? Teach's subtext wasn't hard to read. He was asking whether Link truly meant to kill Kaido. Or rather, whether Link truly meant to break the present balance. 5 emperors had turned the new world into a pirate's paradise, pirate arrogance at its peak. Even the Navy shifting HQ to the New World hadn't shaken their rule. Now Link intended to turn 5 back to 4, meaning the pirate world would lose the strongest creature and an overlord power, sharply reducing the deterrence against the Navy. And the difference between possibly uniting 5 emperors versus 4 was massive. If 5 emperors joined hands, 5 top tiers plus the likes of Ben Beckman and Boa Hancock, that'd be 7 top tiers. Even the full might of Marine HQ couldn't match them. So while Kaido's death would raise Link's fame and profits, it might also deflate pirate arrogance and break the new world's balance. To this, Link merely smiled. Of course, sorry to trouble you, Teach. Link actually appreciated the teacher, but in his plan, Kaido had to die. All right then. Seeing Link's resolve, Teach asked no more. But just as he prepared to harvest the devil fruit, a thought struck him and he blurted, "Right, Kaido's defense is like Charlotte Linlin's iron balloon. Normal attacks won't kill him. The Tremor's range is huge. Should I move us somewhere else?" "No need, I've got it." Link smiled lightly and brought his palms together. Schlick, schlick, schlick. In an instant, countless branching wooden spikes sprouted from Kaido's body, turning him into a hedgehog and killing him on the spot. Teach and Kuzan's pupils shrank. The word stinger took on a deeper meaning. A touch-to-kill ability, what was the underlying principle? If it worked on the strongest creature, wouldn't it also work on them? Link ignored their thoughts, savoring the system prompt in his mind. Ding, you have slain an enemy. EXP gained, 15.88%. Chapter 142. The strongest man in history, the pinnacle of bounties. Loading the second template, experience acquisition will restart. With a tap, Link understood. The ones who helped solve the answer were the Beast's pirates on Onigashima. The pirates who died under Wood release. True several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha, among them Jack and some of the Tobai Rappo, provided Link with a vast amount of experience. Host, Link. First inheritance, Senju Hashirama, unlocked 100%. Second inheritance, Uchiha Sasuke. Unlock progress, 36.4% plus. Experience, 28.31%. If the second template's progress reaches the threshold, the third stage will unlock automatically. Otherwise, Link's stored experience would be even higher. After all, each hegemonic force is a gigantic pool of experience. Link did not annihilate the entire Beast's pirates. Only the officers who stayed on the island suffered the collateral damage. Those on duty in Wano, the highest-ranking officers and the Tobai Rappo, as well as some pirates, narrowly escaped. Even King the Conflagration, who could fly, was the same. If he had wiped out those top officers and the Tobai Rappo, Link would have gained even more experience. But Link did not do that. Taking down Kaido and the pirates on Onigashima was enough. Talents like Queen could be kept. Every scientist is a fine tool user. Yaffle and Dora can strip their hearts and make them serve. If they refuse, imprison them, read their memories with the memory fruit, squeeze out all value, then eliminate them. Or alter their memories with the memory fruit and turn them into puppets. With his strength at a new realm, Link, unless necessary, kills less. Perhaps it is a change of mindset. Once he becomes 6 paths level, the world is a game field, and the people in it are all subjects, NPCs meant to serve. Compared to weak and boring NPCs, unique NPCs are a bit more interesting. Maybe IM shares the same mentality. Only then did the rise of the 4 emperors and the world government's loss of control over the mightiest sea not trigger a wholesale purge of the oceans. In IM's eyes, only Nika is worthy to be a rival. The rest are not worth a strike, mere ants that amuse. Soon, Teach finished seizing the fruit. Zehahaha, congratulations on obtaining another top-tier devil fruit, Link. The very second he took the mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon model, Teach held it like a hot potato, hurriedly handed it to Link, and let out his unique laugh to offer congratulations. Every time he seized a devil fruit for Link, Teach underwent another tempering of his state of mind. His internal assessment of Link's threat level also changed. Before taking the Quake fruit, Teach had always thought he was only enduring for the moment. Once he obtained Dad's power, he believed he absolutely would not lose to Link. But after gaining the Paramecia Quake fruit and entering the new world on the same track as Link, Teach discovered the gap was that large. Even with 2 fruits, he could not guarantee victory over a great pirate like Achoku, let alone the 4 emperors whose mind, skill, and body had all reached their pinnacle. Teach only had the confidence that he would not be defeated by anyone. As for crushing the opponent, he didn't even dare think of it. Yet what even the strongest on the sea thought impossible, the super strong being unable to crush the super strong, Link accomplished, and more than once. Achoku the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and now Kaido. Although he had never seen Link go all out, with every meeting Teach felt the change in Link's aura and knew that Link's strength towered above his dad at his peak. Perhaps even the Pirate King who seized the throne in the last era would not be his match. Link might be the strongest man in history. For a moment, Teach suddenly felt fortunate that the Logia Dark fruit gave him the value to befriend Link. Otherwise, he would share Kaido's fate. Thanks. Link had no idea he had frightened Teach into submission. After receiving the mythical Zoan Azure Dragon model, he did not linger on Beehive Island. He took Kaido's corpse and left. No matter whose devil fruit he had Teach seize, Link would always take the body away, extract blood, and then destroy it himself. As a transmigrant, Link knew too well how much value a strong man's blood could have in certain hands. King the Conflagration and Kaido, and the 7 Warlords of the Sea, were the best examples. Without King and the 7 Warlords, there would be no Seraphim. Without Kaido, there would be no artificial Azure Dragon model. Having obtained from Vegapunk the method to create perfect clones, as long as Link had someone's blood, he could create a perfect clone. For example, with Enel's, the Golden Lion's, and Kaido's blood in his hands, he could clone a new Enel, a new Golden Lion, and a new Kaido at any time, even the Golden Lion in his youth. In terms of foundation, the piercing Duke Pirates were astonishing, second only to the world government. After Link left Beehive Island, the scene of him taking Kaido's corpse quickly reached Morgan's in the form of photographs. The next day, as expected, Link once again became the focus of the world. The sensation this time surpassed even his defeat of Charlotte Linlin and his coronation as the world's strongest. Defeating and killing are 2 entirely different concepts. After defeating an emperor, Link then achieved the feat of killing an emperor. His status as the new era strongest man in the world became even more unshakable. Especially after Morgan's headline spread across the world, countless people snapped to attention. The headline blared, "After felling the 3 world's strongest, the strongest man in history." The cover showed 4 bounty posters, 1 above and 3 below. On top was Link. Below were Whitebeard and Kaido, both dead, and Charlotte Linlin. These 3, once members of the Rocks Pirates and later 3 hegemonic emperors in the Great Pirate era, had held the titles World's Strongest Man, World's Strongest Creature, and World's Strongest Woman. Having defeated the three bearers of World's Strongest, Link undeniably stood upon the tier of the strongest in history. The following day, the Navy gave official recognition. Link's new bounty poster spread across the world. The bounty was so terrifying, it reached the limit beneath the throne. Piercing Duke Link. Bounty, 5,540,000,000 berries, dead or alive. Chapter 143, When Superman Becomes Homelander. A bounty of 5,540,000,000 berries, just over 10 million less than Pirate King Gol D. Rogers' 5,564,800,000 berries. It exceeded the previous World's Strongest Man, Whitebeard, by a full 500 million. This bounty had reached the pirate ceiling. After all, the reason the Pirate King held a one-of-a-kind bounty was because he found the final island and claimed the throne of the pirate world. Now, through the strongest personal combat power in history, Link had muscled his way to the summit just beneath the throne, an uncrowned king surpassing even Whitebeard. There was no doubt. If Link, like Gol D. Roger, were to find the final island and seize the throne, his bounty would surpass Rogers. He would become the new Pirate King and reach an unsurpassable peak. But only Link knew the bounty's limit. He would not go to Laugh-Tale, so his bounty was fated not to exceed Rogers. Once he became 6 Paths level, he would be the one placing bounties on others. When the god among men, Superman, becomes Homelander, how terrifying is that? When Link reached the 6 Paths tier, he would stage it himself. After bringing Kaido's corpse and the unconscious Yamato back to Amazon Lily, Link and Karina found that Hancock, Shirahoshi, and Nami had already returned ahead of them. Link, I brought back the ones you wanted. Hancock dove straight into Link's arms. Thanks to her heels, she was a few centimeters taller, her pale arms resting easily over his shoulders as she pointed to 2 new recruits behind her. New members were, of course, women. Before Link, perhaps only Rayleigh had ever set foot on Amazon Lily as a man. After Link, the only men allowed on Amazon Lily were corpses, like Kaido's beside them. The 2 new female members were a mature beauty and a girl. The mature one had long dark brown hair, light brown eyes, a red flower in her hair, a tall, voluptuous figure, Violet, who had eaten the paramecia gaze fruit. The girl had pink hair, delicate features, and wore a white princess dress, Violet's niece, Rebecca. Looking the newcomers over, Link smiled at Hancock. Good work, Hancock. It was only what I should do. Hancock's cheeks reddened as she answered, then explained, By the way, I did not kill Doflamingo. He chose to surrender. Link's interest stirred. Oh, tell me. This is what happened. As soon as Hancock and the other 2 arrived in the kingdom of Dressrosa and learned Link wanted Doflamingo, they lowered their posture to the minimum, accepted his surrender, and he offered everything, including his heart. It was the first time Hancock and Nami had encountered someone like that. During expeditions, the pirates who were not conquered by Hancock's charm and voluntarily offered their hearts were beaten into submission by Karina and the others without Hancock needing to act. But a new world powerhouse like Doflamingo, showing not the slightest intent to resist, immediately choosing to submit and attach himself. This was their first time seeing such a thing. For a moment, Hancock and Nami couldn't decide what to do. Especially after hearing that Link wanted to take Violet and Rebecca, Doflamingo immediately promised that, at Link's word, he would restore Dressrosa's throne to King Riku at once. After hearing Hancock's account, a trace of appreciation appeared on Link's face. Indeed, appreciation. There was no question that Doflamingo's behavior was extremely cowardly. For someone like that to possess conquerors, Haki felt absurd. But one had to admit, Doflamingo was a clever man. In Link's eyes, he was even smarter than Ben Beckman. After all, in the original story, although Ben Beckman was touted as having top-tier intellect on the seas, he never truly showed it. By contrast, Doflamingo was one of One Piece's most successfully crafted villains. Once among the most noble bloodlines on the sea, he fell from the heavens because of his father's foolish decision, becoming a vagrant at only a few years old. Yet by sheer talent, he clawed his way back to the first rank of the sea. Had the paramecia string fruit not locked his growth, and had he possessed a famed mentor like Luffy or Yamato, Doflamingo, who awakened conquerors Haki at age 8, completely had the qualifications to become a pillar of the sea. At that point, he might have become one of the most inspirational men on the ocean, reclaiming the celestial dragon, Chip, with overwhelming strength and even joining the gods' knights who judge the Tenryubido. But there are no ifs. Doflamingo never reached the pinnacle of power. He could only survive by his wits. Having offended Link in Merry Geoise, then witnessing Link's true might at Marineford, Doflamingo had likely slept poorly for 2 straight years. With Violet's long-range surveillance camera, he knew even better than his subordinates how powerful and terrifying the piercing Duke pirates were. He must have long realized this day would come. To surrender and submit to Link was by no means shameful. It was an exceedingly wise decision. No matter how fearsome Kaido was, he did not possess both the feats of defeating and killing emperors and legends. No matter how strong the Beast's pirates were, they did not have 2 superpower houses like the Red Hair Pirates. But the piercing Duke pirates had all of that. So long as he could live, Doflamingo was very willing to betray Kaido and become Link's underling. If he could curry favor with Link, he might even retrieve his heart one day and take his career further. Perhaps even, with Link's world-shaking strength, help fix the world the celestial dragons had turned into a mess. Compared to that, what were Violet and Rebecca, or even the kingdom of Dressrosa? It was precisely this decisiveness that made Link appreciate this man, who seemed like a supervillain before the weak, yet became utterly humble before the strong. Like Teach, Doflamingo was a patient schemer, just without Teach's level of strength. Such an outstanding schemer, offering himself up as a chess piece and his heart as tribute, Link did not mind setting past grudges aside and sparing his life. Chapter 144. Candidate for the Riki no Mi and Imu's whereabouts and strength. Since that's the case, I'll spare you this once. Link looked at Violet and Rebecca, smiling. I'll have Doflamingo release your father, return the Dressrosa throne to King Riku, restore his good name, and you'll become mine thereafter. How's that for a deal? To serve Lord Link is my honor. Violet answered at once. She had used the Jiro no Mi for 2 years to watch Link. No one knew better than Violet how powerful and terrifying he was. As a member of the Don Quixote family, Violet also knew Doflamingo's capabilities. Though she loathed and hated him, Violet had to admit he was an exceptional man. Without Link's intervention, she might never have escaped Doflamingo's control in her lifetime, nor saved her brother-in-law and father. Now she was merely changing to an even stronger boss, one who would help her father reclaim everything. Why would Violet refuse? On the road to reunite with her father, Rebecca had changed into a princess dress as well. A princess of a fallen kingdom since childhood, Rebecca had trained to survive and knew all too well how small she was. If Link hadn't acted to defuse every crisis, she would never have felt such safety. That strength conquered a 16-year-old girl. She would use her sword and the rest of her life to repay Link. Good, welcome to the Impaler Pirates. Link nodded, satisfied, and said to Karina, Karina, take Rebecca to the treasury and give her the Riki no Mi. Violet, you and Pudding with me. With that, Link hefted the trussed-up Yamato and walked into the palace. Having Hancock plant a flag over Dressrosa was mainly for Violet, more precisely, for the Jiro no Mi. Rebecca was just a bonus. Doflamingo's surrender and submission had surprised Link. As a transmigrator, Link knew the man's talents. Once the world turned into a game board, the man might be useful. So Link decided not to kill Doflamingo. Likewise, Violet wasn't as important as Doflamingo. If Violet and Rebecca had tried to threaten him with Doflamingo's life, or cut a deal with Link on those terms, Link wouldn't have minded killing them, then having Teach seize the Jiro no Mi and cloning the 2 back. Or simply having Pudding rewrite their memories. After all, Link's earliest persona wasn't just hating pirates. He was ruthless to men and women, young and old alike. He'd long since tired of cruel hands plucking flowers in the East Blue. But Violet and Rebecca were sensible. Saving their family was already a heaven-sent grace. With Link forcing Doflamingo to hand Dressrosa back to King Riku, they dared not ask for more. In the palace's observatory, Link casually tossed Yamato onto the floor, then said to Violet, "I'm taking over your body for a moment. Don't resist." Then, under Violet's puzzled stare, Link formed a single seal. Spirit transformation technique. A blue spirit identical to Link drifted out from the crown of his head. Then, to Violet's astonishment, flew into her body. Also possessed by Link before, Pudding crouched beside Link's fallen body, eyeing the Link inside Violet and asking curiously, "Link, is her ability useful to you?" "It lets me see the truth of the world." Link smiled faintly and quickly attuned to the power of the Jiro no Mi within. He made an OK sign with both hands, placed it before Violet's eyes, and slowly rotated a full circle. Aside from Violet, her consciousness suppressed in her own mind, no one knew what Link was doing. If anyone could share Link's view, they would have been shocked by the fruit's power. Link's gaze turned into a god's eye view, scanning in a rotating sweep for 4,000 kilometers around. That god's eye pierced everything. After turning nearly a full circle, Link seemed to find a place, or a person or object. He saw it and suddenly stopped. Only after a while did he lower his hands, his expression slightly regretful. He then released the spirit transformation technique and returned to his body. Seeing Link recover consciousness, Pudding couldn't help asking, "Did it work?" "No, failed." "What were you looking for?" "A person, someone extraordinary." Link smiled. "Unfortunately, there's too little intel. I don't even know if it's a man or a woman. I'll have to keep constant watch there." He had been searching for Emo. Now that he had the door fruit and the spirit transformation technique, Link had more than one way to gather intel on Emo. But not knowing Emu's strength, and fearing Emu might wield a 6-baths-tier extra-dimensional power, he had always refrained. After loading the second template, gaining Yin Nature Chakra, mastering Future Sight and Observation Haki, and pushing both One Piece and Shinobi power systems to the peak of Super Cage class, 1 + 1 = 2, Link had no more scruples. His strength now bridged the gap between man and god. Even if the enemy was a god among men, he could fight as Naruto versus 6 Paths Abido, Might Guy versus One-Eyed 6 Paths Madara, Naruto and Sasuke versus Kaguya. He might not win, but he would not be instantly crushed. With the ability to protect himself, of course Link would start collecting intel on the most mysterious foe. If the other side wasn't a god among men, then the world government was nothing to fear. Once he reached 6 Baths level, able to casually crush Super Cage class, the combined might of many top fighters would still be no match, and Link could begin the endgame. If Emu truly possessed God Among Men strength, Link could still seize the intel advantage and strike first once he reached 6 Baths level. If even that failed, he would continue to farm and scale, load a third template, reap the world's leaks, and roll Emu flat. Violet was one reason he wanted that fruit. One of them, anyway. Chapter 145, Occupying Wano Country, Pluton. After sweeping Mary Geoise once with clairvoyance and X-ray sight to search for Emu, and coming up empty, Link wasn't in a hurry to continue. Violet, suppressed within her mental space, witnessed everything. So long as Link's actions went unnoticed, it meant no one in Mary Geoise had sensed the peeping of the Jiro no Mi. The reason Link had waited so long to move was the fear that some special ability might detect the powers of the Jiro no Mi and the Doa no Mi. Since no one seemed able to notice, he could leave the surveillance of Mary Geoise to Violet from here on. Link then said to Pudding, "Pudding, I'm taking over your body." "Okay." Not being possessed by Link for the first time and already one of his wings, Pudding nodded obediently. Thus Link used the spirit transformation technique again, his soul flying into Pudding's body. Immediately, he began using the memo no Mi to brainwash the unconscious, trussed up Yamato. Yamato's worship of Kazuki, Odin, came from witnessing Odin's boiling execution as a child. Link directly erased part of those memories, and merely tweaked the memories about picking up Odin's logbook. He wasn't going to change Yamato's personality. If he had to rebuild her from scratch, he might as well eliminate the original, take her devil fruit, clone a new Yamato, or craft a Yamato with the You-You-No-Mi model. Seiryu. Finally, Link removed the memory of liberating Wano. Thus a new Yamato was born, an abused child with no bond to her father, who grew strong while yearning for the adventurous life in Odin's journal and dreamed only of leaving Onigashima to sail the seas. When the edits were done, Link's soul returned to his own body. Before unsealing Yamato, Link drew a vial of blood. If the brainwashing failed, there was no need to keep the original. He'd just clone one and raise her from the start. The Impaler Pirates no longer lacked top-tier combat power anyway. Aside from the early women who followed Karina, the later female recruits mattered little to him emotionally. They were simply too strong, so he collected them. Violet and Rebecca were such cases, and Yamato was the same. Especially now that he had perfected cloning, he felt even more indifferent. If the original disobeyed, discard her and produce a flawless copy, one without the original's memories, and raise her anew. After finishing with Yamato, Link released her seals. But with her stamina not yet recovered, Yamato remained unconscious. Leaving Yamato in Pudding's care, Link went to the Snake Empress and had her use the Fua no Mi to lift Amazon Lily into the sky. He was moving again. This time, he would relocate Amazon Lily to the seas of Wano, taking the place of the sunken Onigashima. The Impaler Pirates would assume the Beast's pirates' rule over Wano country. Such a resource-rich, large island was extraordinarily rare in the pirate world. Beyond gold, seastone, and other ores, Wano also hid one of the 3 ancient weapons capable of destroying the world, Pluton. How could a treasure mountain like that be left to Kazuki Momonosuke? Did he deserve it? Naturally, this hoard would be taken into his own hands. 2 days later, Amazon Lily descended from the sky. Watching the island pass overhead above Wano, Queen, still overseeing quarry prisoners in Udon while eating red bean soup, muttered, "The final judgment has come at last." He had already learned of Onagashima's sinking and Kaido's death from King. With his goal gone, King had vanished. But Queen hadn't left, because unlike the diehards King and Jack, Queen was a smart man. He was precisely that, one of the most outstanding scientists on the seas. From MADS to the Beast's pirates, he had always sailed smoothly. Smarter than that fool Caesar and less stubborn than Vegapunk, Queen, like Doflamingo, could tell from the fact that Link hadn't immediately cleaned up after the fight, and had even spared King, that the new, strongest man of the era wasn't some pirate-hating zealot. Or perhaps, now that he sat on the throne of the strongest, he no longer needed that persona. With perfect cloning tech from MADS in his hands and eyes set far ahead, Link would hardly turn away loyal service. Having changed bosses twice, Queen didn't mind changing once more. Soon, good news arrived for Queen. Amazon Lily settled on the now calmed sea, and an airship loaded with women flew from the island over Wano. Then the strong of Wano were ruthlessly crushed. Whether native Wano fighters or the Beast's pirates stationed there, the surviving officers and the Tobai Rappo all had their hearts confiscated by Yafe Landera. Even Queen was no exception. Those who tried to resist were either turned to stone by Hancock or instantly dealt with by Perona. After taking the hearts of those who resisted, Nami, whose unrivaled sensing covered all of Wano, pinched them at once, letting everyone feel their lives in another's grasp. Under Hancock's overawing might-makes-right deterrence, those whom Kaido had tamed, cowed, or who knew how to endure quickly submitted. Kurozumi Arachi, ruler of Wano in name, wasn't so lucky. Hancock simply petrified him to await Link's judgment. At that moment, Link was also in Wano, but not in person, only in spirit. Violet, traveling with the team, was using clairvoyance and X-ray sight to peer beneath Wano. A supercolossal warship, nothing like a wooden craft of the age of sail, but forged of steel, lay buried within the island of Wano. That super steel warship was the most sinister vessel in shipbuilding lore, known as one of the 3 ancient weapons said to possess the power to destroy the world, Pluton. Searching for Pluton was also one of the reasons Link wanted Violet. Chapter 146, the aircraft carrier of the pirate world, the key to Pluton. Creak. Inside the island, within the steel behemoth Pluton, a door of air appeared out of nowhere. Link, possessing Violet's body, stepped out of the extra-dimensional space together with Nijiko and Robin. Since the steel warship wasn't powered up, there was no light inside. Before long, light flooded the compartment. Nijiko took out a shell. It burst with dazzling radiance. As the glow lit their surroundings, awe flashed in both Nijiko's and Robin's eyes. The latter was stunned. The former found it oddly familiar and said, "This looks a lot like Vegapunk's lab." Link only smiled without answering. Rather than Vegapunk's lab, it was closer to Egghead, brimming with futuristic tech. The moment he surveyed Pluton through the Jiro no Mi, Link knew the seas 800 years ago had been a world of high technology. Pluton was basically the pirate world's aircraft carrier. One salvo could erase an island, a nuclear weapon of these seas. No wonder the three ancient weapons were said to hold the power to destroy the world. Uranus for strikes from the sky, Pluton for strikes on land, and Poseidon for strikes from the sea. Unless one's personal might surpass them, anyone before the ancient weapons would be doomed. Whoever held all three would have the power to conquer the world. Suddenly, as if discovering a clue, Robin strode to a sleek wall that looked like it would glow with neon when powered. Staring at the script upon it, she breathed, "Ancient script." "What does it say?" Link asked, curious. Robin's expression turned odd. "Crew regulations, things to observe in this compartment." "I see." Link nodded in realization, then headed in a direction. "Come on, I'll take a look around." As the sea's aircraft carrier, Pluton's interior was vast, like a small island. A single ship like this could ferry an entire nation's forces. Neither Nijiko nor Robin had ever seen a sailing ship like this. Their eyes were opened wide. Everywhere, the bulkheads were lined with ancient script, and even the usually composed Robin found herself unusually absorbed. After who knew how long, the three finally found the main control room. From the inscriptions there, Link obtained disappointing, yet expected news. Pluton could not be started. More precisely, without the key it could not be activated. And that key was, of course, Nika, the warrior of liberation from the legends. Robin was shaken. Then the sun god of the tales is real. Indeed, the key to activating Pluton was the Hito no Mi model, Nika the Nika fruit. Only one who awakened the sun god's Nika power could wield Pluton. Barring surprises, it should have been in Joy Boy's hands. Or perhaps it was a contingency left by the great kingdom 800 years ago. One not of the D, or one who had not awakened Nika's power, could not save the world, and thus could not receive Pluton's aid. It was the final trump card Joy Boy, or certain others, left to those who would come after. Such a card would appear only at the very end. Unless fate truly rested upon you, even eating the Nika fruit was no more than eating a paramecia-type gum-gum fruit. Only one acknowledged by the fruit, who gained Nika's power, the chosen key to the ancient weapons, was worthy of their aid. None of this surprised Link. By every sign, without world-ending power, even with Luffy's fruit awakened, with his father leading the Revolutionary Army, his grandfather a marine hero, emperors as allies, and the backing of nations and races, toppling the world government would be impossible. The government's foundations are too deep. If the overlord holds nuclear arms, you need nuclear arms to stand as an enemy. Otherwise, no matter your numbers, you're just a troop of jumping clowns in their eyes. It was for the same reason that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara made Konoha the strongest village. Either one alone could sweep the four nations and dominate the ninja world. Had Hashirama not been so soft-hearted, and had Madara not been defeated, the three great ninja wars might never have happened. Seeing Pluton couldn't be started, Link didn't linger. Even so, this visit let him gauge the weapon's might. Compared with the shinobi world, Pluton's power was on par with the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb, perhaps even greater in raw physical destruction. But in terms of realm, as a work of science it did not reach the Six Paths tier, which meant the three ancient weapons could not contend with Six Paths, class power. Imu having the might of a god in the flesh was not unlikely. They had defeated a Joy Boy who possessed ancient weapons and Nika's power, becoming the victor of the Great War 8 centuries ago. So wielding godlike power was hardly impossible. This only steeled Link's resolve to have Violet keep watch on Mary Geowise. Once Luffy rose in the New World, that king of the world, who sees only Joy Boy as an enemy would, he believed, be unable to stay hidden. Once they appeared, Link could measure their strength at once. If it proved less than godlike, then Emu would simply be marked for death. If it truly was god tier, Link would probe first, then play it safe, using Luffy and Teach as bait to draw out the government's full reserves and Emu's abilities. Then, once his third template was loaded, he'd reap them in one sweep. Upon returning to Wano, Link handled the aftermath and began another long wait. Chapter 147. Half a year later, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In those 6 months, the New World was as lively as ever. Led by Eustace Kid, the supernovae all made quite a splash in the New World. Kid challenged red-haired Shanks and lost, having one arm cut off. But since he didn't die, his bounty skyrocketed by 500 million berries. Other rookies who lost chose the shame of leaving the New World, but Kid not only stayed, he awakened Conqueror's Haki. With potential like that, he became a top-class upstart. Lately, he even formed a supernova alliance, and fellow Worst Generation members Basil Hawkins and Scratchman Apu joined in. With Kid Pirates member Killer included, that alliance now boasted 4 Worst Generation captains, potentially extraordinary. If they don't burn out midway, a few more years and that alliance will likely become a major new era pirate force in the New World. Aside from Kid's group, the other supernovae were very active too. For example, Capone Bejem married into the Charlotte family, and the Fire Tank Pirates became an affiliate crew of the Big Mom Pirates. X-Drake, formerly a lead performer of the Beasts Pirates but stripped of his heart and expelled from Wano to oversee territory for the Piercing Duke Pirates, also made waves in the New World, with his bounty soaring. Only the one who first made headlines, Urouge, who defeated Charlotte Snack, gradually faded from view. Jewelry Bonnie, who ate the Paramecia-type age fruit and looks 24 but is actually only 12, likewise made no waves. And then there were the 2 who shone brightest 2 years ago but vanished after the Paramount War: Straw Hat Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, and Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. As the strongest of seas, the New World spawns incidents big and small every so often. There were 2 biggest events in these 6 months. First, not long after Sea Circle Calendar 1522 kicked off, the world's strongest creature was slain by the strongest man in history, and the Beasts Pirates were left with only a scant few survivors. Second, after Pirate Empress Boa Hancock's Amazon Lily and the Kuja Pirates, yet another warlord of the sea became a subordinate force to Link. One of the rulers of the underworld, the former king of Dressrosa, the heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the Don Quixote family. Curiously, when Hancock's Amazon Lily and the Kuja Pirates came under Link, the world government immediately stripped her of her warlord title. But Doflamingo was not removed. Across the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, and even in parts of the New World, many weaker factions had no idea why. Only first-rate powers knew how important Doflamingo was to the world government and the New World. As an underworld broker who went from being backed by Kaido to being backed by Link, Doflamingo's influence didn't shrink with the loss of Dressrosa. If anything, it spiked again. With Queen swearing allegiance, the Piercing Duke Pirates took over the Beasts Pirates' arms business, continuing to mass-produce cold weapons and firearms. Those weapons still left Wano to be sold by Doflamingo to all sides, even to the world government. With those connections, even after he threw in with a Yonko, the government couldn't bring itself to revoke his warlord status. Of course, few knew that beyond those connections, it was also his former celestial dragon lineage and knowledge of the national treasure that kept his title intact. The world government also used Doflamingo and X-Drake to secretly keep tabs on the Piercing Duke Pirates. Now that Link was the strongest man in history, he had become a great scourge in the government's eyes. Were it not for that crew having a float fruit user and not bearing the will of D, and were it not for the mother flame recently obtained, the government would have already pinpointed Amazon Lily and carried out a true judgment of God upon it. But Link's power, and the threat posed by the piercing Duke pirates, made them shelve the idea. Without absolute certainty, they wouldn't dare enrage the strongest man. The piercing Duke pirates turning to business, and not further expanding their territory, also let the government breathe easier. It meant Link was content with his current standing, wouldn't seek Laugh-Tale, and lacked ambition to conquer the world. In that case, his threat level was actually lower than Monkey D. Dragon's. So long as he didn't undergo the perennial youth operation, the 5 elders were happy to wait out old age, and then, as with Whitebeard, erase this new era's uncrowned king. Or simply outlast him. A bit of time is nothing to them. And so the seas returned to the balance of 4 emperors, marines, and warlords. But aside from Link, no one knew that the countdown had begun the moment this so-called balance formed. One day, in the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, which is like an amusement park compared to the New World. At the Sabyeti archipelago, a sailing ship quietly docked at one of the island's piers. A group of young people who had been gone for 2 years stepped ashore again with confident smiles, returning to this archipelago known as the Island of Failure and the Island of Second Departure. At their head was a boy in a straw hat, a scar on his face. The mastermind who had his crew rescue the Pirate King's son. After the Paramount War, his bounty rose to 450 million berries. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. After the war, realizing his own weakness, Luffy had sought Rayleigh's tutelage. After 2 grueling years, the Straw Hat Pirates finally set sail again. News of this quickly reached Marineford, now converted into the G1 branch after HQ's relocation. Sentomaru, commanding the pacifistas in Paradise and the 4 Seas, immediately marched with them to hunt down the Straw Hats and block their path to the New World. In searching for the Straw Hats, a farce unfolded. A fake Straw Hat crew appeared on the Sabyeti archipelago, by coincidence arriving at the same time as the real ones, buying the Straw Hats precious time to get their coding done. On the day the coding finished, the Straw Hats showcased overwhelming strength, one-shotting the pacifistas that once swatted supernovae like brats and left Sabyeti in style. Soon, the news spread the world over. Because he had saved the Pirate King's son, because the captain was the sworn brother of that son, and because Morgans reported his grandfather as the marine hero and his father as the revolutionary dragon, Straw Hat Luffy, second only to Link and Teach among the worst generation, once again stepped into the world's spotlight. Chapter 148. Second template 100%, the ultimate union of yin and yang, the power of the human god. Land of Wano, flower capital, the former shogun's residence. You need to train harder, otherwise you're no fun at all. Waya, hee. Inside a room with an ancient style, Link was dressing himself while speaking to the 2 girls lying on the bed, their eyes crossed, tongues out, drooling like fools. The 2 girls indeed looked like simpletons, giggling foolishly from time to time. Their hair and eye colors were different. One had long pink hair and beautiful brown eyes, the other had emerald green hair and striking blue eyes. Though their appearances differed, their identities were the same. Both were princesses. Yes, the pink-haired girl was Rebecca, whom Link had saved half a year ago and granted the Paramecia type Ricky no Mi. The emerald-haired girl, though already 26 years old, looked like a maiden thanks to her breathtaking beauty. She was Kazuki Hiyori, daughter of Kazuki Odin, younger sister of Kazuki Momonosuke, Princess of Wano, and officially recognized in the pirate world as one of the 3 peerless beauties. In the original story, both Vivi and Shirahoshi had been saved by Luffy. Now, just like them, Rebecca and Hiyori had been saved by Link. But unlike Luffy's rescues, Link treated them as collectibles, toys to be added to his collection. After after Shirahoshi, every woman Link recruited was only for his collection. If they had useful abilities, they might earn his favor. But his feelings for them could never compare to what he felt for Karina and a few others. Karina and the others were like his true companions, while the rest were only chosen for their devil fruit powers or their beauty. Yamato, for example, was nothing more than a powerful tool and Link's plaything. Rebecca, who defied fate, and Hiyori were the same. In fact, Link hadn't even touched Hiyori, because she wasn't qualified to be his toy. After all, besides being the most beautiful woman in Wano, she was also its top courtesan. Though courtesans could be either entertainers or prostitutes, no one knew which Hiyori was. After settling Wano's affairs, Link discovered she was the former. To confirm, he possessed Pudding's body, and used the Paramecia-type memo no me to peer into Hiyori's memories. At 13, Hiyori had left a farewell letter and departed the flower capital alone, without saying goodbye to her father's retainer Kawamatsu. There she encountered Denjiro, who had changed his identity and called himself Kayoshiro. On the surface, Kayoshiro was Orochi Kurazumi's guard, but in secret he was Ushimitsu Kozo, the thief who robbed the rich to aid the poor. To cooperate with Denjiro in schemes against the wealthy, Hiyori became a courtesan, working with him in the shadows to amass wealth. Many men lusted after her beauty, but those who tried were dealt with by Denjiro. Even Orochi himself was strung along for years, never able to have her, which only deepened his obsession and favor toward her. But that wasn't the main reason she remained untouched. The true reason was another man in Wano, Queen the Plague, who oversaw the prisoners in the mines and developed weapons there. Queen was equally obsessed with Hiyori, and because of him, Orochi never dared to force himself on her. Thus, Hiyori's purity was miraculously preserved. After confirming this himself, Link couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed the author of One Piece truly cherished the three peerless beauties, always finding ways to protect them. But that affection now benefited Link. He handed the title of Shogun of Wano to Hiyori and granted her the Zoan-type Uma no Mi mythical model, Pegasus. In return, Hiyori became his mount. Beyond being a toy, Link would sometimes hold the reins, sit on the saddle, and ride her in beast form throughout Wano. Rebecca, meanwhile, was assigned as Hiyori's guard and spy, tasked with monitoring her. Though Hiyori was the new shogun, she was nothing more than a puppet. The piercing sea pirates no longer produced artificial devil fruits, but they continued mining. The environment of Wano was no longer polluted, yet its people still had to labor in the mines for the pirates. Life was only slightly better than under Kaido's rule. At least they had some food and clean water. Even so, Hiyori was deeply grateful to Link, willingly serving as his mount and toy. Compared to Kaido and Orochi, at least Link allowed the people of Wano to live. On his way back to Amazon Lily, Link encountered a news coup, specially instructed by Morgans to fly over Wano's seas. He bought a newspaper from it. Reading the headlines, Link paused, then smirked. So, they've finally set sail? The timing is quite interesting. Afterward, he summoned the virtual panel only he could see and looked at the information displayed. Host, Link. First inheritance, Senju Hashirama, unlocked 100%. Second inheritance, Uchiha Sasuke. Unlock progress, 72% plus. Experience, 28.31%. In half a year, the progress had risen by 36%. Unknowingly, a year had already passed since Douglas Bullett's death. In just 1 year, the second template had unlocked more than half, granting Link most of Uchiha Sasuke's abilities. With the 28.31% experience, stockpiled from Kaido and the Beast's pirates, the second template was now fully unlocked. Seeing that Luffy had set sail again, Link wasted no time and poured all the stored experience into the second template. As the progress bar consumed the points, the display suddenly showed. Second template, Uchiha Sasuke 100%. The ultimate power of yin instantly surged through Link's body. The perfect union of yin and yang. The power of the human god was now being born. Chapter 149, 6 Tomo Rinnegan, Sage of Six Paths Mode. A strange aura, who is it? Almost at the very moment the power of the Six Paths began to take shape, the women on Amazon Lily, Karina, and the others, along with the observation Haki users in Wano, all turned their gazes toward the direction where Link was. Link. Nami, with her unparalleled observation haki, immediately locked onto the source like a god's perspective. Hearing her words, Karina and the others let out a sigh of relief. The fear that had unconsciously surfaced on their faces slowly faded away. Then, astonishment appeared on all their faces. Link's aura has changed. I thought someone had invaded Amazon Lily. So powerful, so terrifying. Even from this distance, it feels suffocating, like he's on an entirely different dimension. Has Link's strength grown again? He's already the strongest man in history, yet he can still grow stronger. Has he become a god? On the balcony of the palace on Amazon Lily, Link sat cross-legged in midair. Yes, defying gravity, he sat suspended in the sky. Until now, Link's only way of flying was through the wooden dragons soaring in the air. Otherwise, he would ride Shura Hoshi, Karina, or Kazuki Hiyori in their mythical Zoan forms. But now, without relying on anything, he floated freely, liberated from gravity. It was like the power of the Paramecia-type float fruit, mastery over the rules themselves. In truth, it was something else entirely, a privilege. A privilege of transcending the world's ceiling, reaching a higher dimension of strength and existence, the privilege of flight. Link's body radiated a blue flame-like aura, chakra made tangible. Unlike the violent energy of his wood release, this flame was calm and gentle. Yet this gentle aura terrified Karina and the others, and even the strongest in Wano could sense it. Unless the Sage of Six Paths himself appeared, no one could truly understand what this aura meant. Yin, yang, wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, the 7 chakra natures were merging, elevating into a higher realm. And in the process of this fusion, the world itself granted Link the privilege of flight. What kind of transformation would his body undergo once the fusion was complete? Time passed, no one knew how long. Suddenly, the blue flames around Link shifted. The aura flowed like liquid, covering his entire body from head to toe. The blue glow slowly turned white, forming a long white robe, black pants, and boots. At the collar of the robe, 6 black Tamo appeared. His long black hair flowed down his back, contrasting with the white garments. Then, black liquid manifested from nothing, condensing into a small black sphere that floated behind him, ignoring gravity. One sphere formed, then another, until 9 black orbs hovered at his back. When the spheres stabilized, Link finally opened his eyes. His black pupils had transformed. In Sage mode, his pupils had turned golden. With the Sharingan, they became crimson with Tamo. With the Mangekyou Sharingan, the pattern changed again. But now, his sclera had turned purple, rippling with 3 concentric rings. Within the 2 innermost rings, 3 black Tamo adorned each, 6 Tamo in each eye. The 6 Tamo Rinnegan. Landing softly, Link rose from his cross-legged posture and raised his right hand. In his palm, black liquid condensed, identical to the orbs behind him, quickly shaping into a black staff. Holding the staff, he tapped its end lightly against the floor, his expression calm, his gaze unfathomably deep. He disappeared. What happened? Impossible. I clearly saw Link with my electromagnetic waves, but I can't sense his aura anymore. What's going on? Let's check quickly. Karina and the others rushed toward the balcony, their faces pale with shock. Nami, using her ability to teleport through electromagnetic fields, appeared before Link in an instant. Link, your hair turned white, and your aura is gone. Looking at him, his face and skin unchanged, but his eyes and hair transformed, Nami asked urgently. At her words, Link seemed to return to himself. He glanced down, tightened his grip on the black staff, felt the changes in his body, and smiled faintly. You can't sense me anymore. That's normal. After all, I'm no longer in the same dimension. Not the same dimension. Link, what do you mean? Nami and the others stared blankly. The literal meaning. Without further explanation, Link floated upward, leaving the balcony, soaring beyond Amazon Lily. Seeing him fly unaided, like the Snake Princess herself, the women were stunned. Exchanging glances, Karina immediately shifted into her beast form and led the others in pursuit. Link stopped above the sea, gazing down at the surging waves. One of the black orbs drifted from behind him to hover before his face. He whispered softly, Ameno Jakara. The next instant, the black orb vanished. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the world, startling Karina and the others, and even the residents of Amazon Lily trembled. The sound was so great it could be heard even in Wano. Karina and the others stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. The sea below had been gouged open, as if half of Onigashima had been erased from the map, leaving behind a colossal, bottomless crater. Unlike the black craters carved by the sheer physical might of sage art, would release, true several thousand hands, this one radiated pure annihilation. The aura of destruction within it seemed to reduce all creation to dust. And indeed it had. The seawater touched by the blast vanished instantly, erased by the power of rules themselves. Like a kekemora, born from the fusion of 7 chakra natures, yet beyond it, like the truth-seeking orbs of the Sage of 6 Paths, an SSS-level technique that could obliterate all existence. Chapter 150. The Power Beyond Templates, the Rank of the 6 Paths. After personally testing the power of the path-seeking orb, Link finally understood why, in the final battle of Naruto Shippuden, Senju Hashirama could barely match Uchiha Obaido at the 6 Paths level. It wasn't because the Edo Tensei form of Hashirama couldn't use Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands. Even when he unleashed Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands, it only qualified him for an incomplete 6 Paths rank, similar to how Might Guy's 8 Gates formation is formidable but limited. The gap between the two was simply enormous. When Link used Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands, only then did he have the right to speak on the matter. Only Hashirama himself knew how massive the Sage Chakra cost of casting Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands truly was. That secret level, 667 Sage Art, even at full strength, could only be used to perform its great technique once. When that great technique struck the earth, it could only inflict extreme physical destruction. It could shatter the ground. Although such ultimate physical destruction could be considered invincible in a sense, in terms of realm it was still brute force. By contrast, the path-seeking orb was a true 6 Paths level relic. The mark of a god among men who mastered 7 chakra nature transformations and could fuse them with yin, yang release. Both were SSS-class ninjutsu, but although the orb's destructive range might not match the titanic scale of Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands, in terms of annihilation it was far cleaner, erasing without a trace. A single path-seeking orb's raw destructive power was far less than Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands. But in terms of realm, the orb surpassed Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands. However, a few rare Sage arts could counter the orb. When they collided, it was hard to say which was stronger. No wonder various forums in his previous life had argued endlessly over this topic. One thing was certain. One path-seeking orb absolutely couldn't withstand the bombardment of Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands transformed into a Buddha. But if 9 orbs defended together, that was another matter. If 9 path-seeking orbs detonated together, the explosion's range and mass could possibly overwhelm even Sage Would Release, True Thousand Hands in its Buddha-transformed peak. With 2 ultimate techniques in his possession, Link's destructive capability reached extremes in both physical and mystical domains. After the ultimate fusion of yin and yang power, Link's current strength far surpassed Hashirama and even outstripped Uchiha Sasuke, who inherited the Sage of 6 Paths legacy. If the 6 Paths rank were subdivided, then someone with only 1 Rinnegan and an incomplete Ten Tails, like Uchiha Obaido as Ten Tails Jinchuriki, would barely reach the initial 6 Paths level. Similarly, someone with only 1 Rinnegan, but a fully realized Ten Tails, like Uchiha Madara, could freely use Rinnegan Ocular Jutsu and Yin, Yang Release, even reaching a mid-level 6 Paths. Naruto and Sasuke, who carried the Sage of 6 Paths legacy, were players of a very high tier. Together they could suppress a single-eyed 6 Paths Madara, and they possessed an ultimate sealing technique that ignored rank. The 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensei. Regaining the other Rinnegan, reaching peak ocular power, absorbing the Divine Tree to activate the Rin Sharingan, and unleashing the Divine Tree's world-landing techniques. That was high-tier 6 Paths Madara. those who casually wielded the lineage gathering, or who used yin, yang release to create all things without relying on the ten-tails, and could freely travel between the Pure Land and the real world. Like Kaguya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths, were the absolute pinnacle of the six paths. So, having fused ultimate yin, yang power and possessing forms that neither Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Sasuke had, a complete six-damo Rinnegan, mastery of seven chakra natures, six paths power fused with sage mode. Where did Link stand now within the six paths ranks? The answer: high-tier six paths. The Hashirama and Sasuke templates alone could not grant everything. At most, Uchiha Sasuke's template could bestow one six-damo Rinnegan. A single Rinnegan had limited ocular power. As long as the ocular energy was expended, the Rinnegan could temporarily regress. Only a pair of Rinnegan made one a true six paths level combatant. If Link had only used the Uchiha Sasuke template, his strength would still be godlike among men, but not invincible. But Link was fortunate; he had two templates, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Sasuke. As related templates, Hashirama's and Sasuke's templates were extremely special because the two templates could fuse. After the fusion of the two templates, the Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo template emerged. After the ultimate fusion of yin and yang power, what did it grant Link? It far exceeded Hashirama's would release, approached the regenerative immortality of a ten-tails Jinchuriki, granted six paths level flight, Sage of Six Paths mode, six paths techniques, the ability to create all things with yin, yang release, a path-seeking orb formed from the fusion of seven nature transformations, the six-damo Rinnegan able to use both Sharingan and Rinnegan ocular jutsu, and an ultimate sealing technique that ignored rank, the Sage of Six Paths creation of the moon. The six paths, Chibaku Tensei. The fusion of ultimate yin and yang brought such growth to Link. Although he could not match six paths Madara, who wielded dual lineage gathering eyes, Link's current strength completely surpassed Naruto and Sasuke. He was truly high-tier six paths. Once he mastered yin, yang release thoroughly and could play with it like the Sage of Six Paths, even fusing lineage gathering, Link would reach the level of dual-eyed six paths Madara, and possibly the six paths pinnacle like Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. At that thought, Link couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. He looked up at the sun and the sky. Bathed in golden sunlight, Link seemed to break free from human shackles, radiating a divinity-like brilliance. If he weren't afraid of sounding pretentious or of getting mocked, he might have mouthed a line like a great immortal poet. But fearing ridicule and that middle school phase pretentiousness, Link only said softly, "Prepare yourselves. It's time to rename this arena." The women nearby, Karina and the others, looked at him with puzzled expressions. Chapter 151, Susanoo over the Great Buddha, all of Link's Dijutsu. Although the amusement park needed to be renamed, Link didn't act immediately. He first stabilized his new power and familiarized himself with all the abilities dwelling within his six-tamo Rinnegan. The difference between the six-tamo Rinnegan and a regular Rinnegan was that it didn't need to revert to the Manjikayo Sharingan to use the exclusive Dijutsu of both the Manjikayo Sharingan and the Rinnegan directly. Like Uchiha Sasuke, Link was unable to awaken a unique Dijutsu of his own, which might be one of the drawbacks of the template. But Link didn't care. After all, the fusion of the Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Sasuke templates had given him power far exceeding the higher tiers of the six paths. That was enough. Link wouldn't greedily ask for a unique Dijutsu. Besides, with his currently corrupted soul, a unique Dijutsu would probably be something like a hypnosis or genjutsu type ability, or some other useless power. They were no match for Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi, and Ameno-Chikara. Especially Ameno-Chikara. It wasn't just like the swapping ability of the Paramecia type Op no Mi, which allowed the user to switch places with another person or object. In the 19th chapter of the series from Japan, Ameno-Chikara was shown to be an incredibly powerful technique. Link's Ameno-Chikara had two uses. First, swapping positions with objects. Second, releasing space-time power similar to Kamui to distort anything within his line of sight. Additionally, he could condense this space-time power at one point, tear through space, and form a portal to another location. At first glance, the second usage resembled Kamui. In fact, this ability was more similar to the Tenseigion's power, capable of creating a dedicated tunnel for spatial jumps. A spatial swap akin to shrinking the Earth, an offensive spatial distortion, and a spatial portal for ultra-long-range teleportation. These were the strengths of a pair of 6 Tamo Rinnegan. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, who had only one 6 Tamo Rinnegan and could only use the spatial swapping aspect of Ameno Chikara. It wasn't until the Boruto series that he mastered the use of spatial portals. Besides the 3 exclusive Dijutsu, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, and Ameno Chikara, Link's 6 Tamo Rinnegan possessed other Dijutsu and abilities. For example, Izanagi and Izanami, which required the sacrifice of an eye. Both abilities were as inescapable as a sealing jutsu. Since Link possessed the ultimate power of yin and yang, his eyes wouldn't go permanently blind after using Izanagi or Izanami. They would recover after a certain cooldown period, just as Uchiha Madara's did when he awakened his Rinnegan. With the side effects reduced to a minimum, the utility of these 2 jutsu was greatly increased. Especially when Link used them, they would even be effective against enemies of the same level. Izanagi could catch an opponent completely off guard, and if an enemy's state of mind wavered even slightly, Izanami could finish them off instantly. Both abilities could be used as trump cards. In addition to Izanagi and Izanami, the 6 Tamo Rinnegan could manifest the perfect Susanoo, which Uchiha Madara used to contend with the wood human technique. It was also a divine power from which no one who witnessed it could escape death. After obtaining Susanoo, Link didn't need his other abilities, not even Haki. His combat power was now indisputably at the top of the One Piece world. In the original story, there was a famous saying in the world of Naruto: Susanoo on the Great Buddha, 2 men destroy 4 nations. How unstoppable was the majestic attire, wood human technique. Its defense was off the charts, its physical attack was off the charts. It had ranged attacks like samurai sword slashes or arrows, and it could grow a pair of wings on its back to fly. A true all-rounder. If it were clad in haki, it would be even more unstoppable. Coupled with the support of the wood dragon and deep forest emergence, it was no exaggeration to say that the majestic attire, wood human technique, was the true, world's strongest creature. With 5 abilities from the Sharingan alone, it was no wonder that a member of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan would become a top-tier cage-level fighter. Once they obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they would directly become a super cage-level existence. As long as one had enough chakra, they could freely use their exclusive Dijutsu and Susanoo. It was simply too broken. Besides the Sharingan's abilities, the Rinnegan also had many. Ameno Chikara, an exclusive Dijutsu, was not all. The Rinnegan also granted the 6 paths techniques and yin-yang release. In some respects, these 2 abilities were more powerful than the exclusive Dijutsu because their potential was so high. Why could Link, like the Ten Tails Jinchuriki or the Sage of 6 Paths, directly transform chakra into a white robe, truth-seeking orbs, and a 6 Paths Sakyujo? It was because of the 6 Paths techniques and yin-yang release. The 6 Paths techniques, besides granting the abilities of Nagato's 6 Paths of Pain, primarily provided the power of the 6 Paths itself. If someone mastered the power of the 6 Paths and Senjutsu, and then used yin-yang release to fuse them, they could enter 6 Paths Sage mode. Upon entering this mode, Link's ninjutsu would become 6 Paths Senjutsu, and his body would become a sage's body. Not only could he use yang release to create life, but he could also kick away truth-seeking orbs like Naruto and create them from his own chakra. Yin-yang release, much like haki, was a versatile ability, the art of creating something from nothing. Yin release creates form, yang release creates life. This is yin-yang release. The applications of yin-yang release were numerous. Even the truth-seeking orbs were formed by fusing all 7 nature transformations using yin-yang release. Even the ultimate sealing jutsu, 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei, required the power of yin and yang. if yin-yang release were developed to its absolute limit, creating an independent dimension, expanding a truth-seeking orb, or even fusing the 7 nature transformations into a kekemora might not be impossible. This ability gave Link an immeasurable potential for growth. As long as he worked hard and had the talent, he could reach the pinnacle of the 6 paths even without the 10 tails. Link stabilized his power, mainly focusing on mastering yin-yang release. Once he completely mastered yin-yang release, Link would have an inexhaustible supply of truth-seeking orbs. The chakra required for a truth-seeking orb was minuscule. Compared to Sage Artwood release, true several thousand hands, it was the difference between a bowl and a tank. An ability with such a small cost, yet its destructive power upon detonation was second only to Sage Artwood release. True several thousand hands, and its conceptual level was far superior. As long as Link could create truth-seeking orbs with ease, destroying the world would be far too simple. He would only need to keep bombarding it. Unless it was an opponent on the same level, no one in the world could withstand the explosion of a truth-seeking orb, not even the Yonka-level powerhouses. Because it was an erasure on a conceptual level, Haki that had not reached the same level as the truth-seeking orbs would be as fragile as thin paper. Chapter 152. The 3 Sworn Brothers Come Knocking, Ace Masters Conquerors Haki Coding. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this month, Link had been on Amazon Lily, consolidating his strength. Meanwhile, the new world was exceptionally lively. Teach, one of the 2 children of destiny and a pirate emperor at the pinnacle of the seas, had always been suppressed by Link, but his ambition never faded. After becoming a pirate emperor, he continuously hunted devil fruit users, granting powerful and rare fruits to his subordinates or recruiting winners who had made a name for themselves in the pirate games. The Blackbeard pirates had grown to have over a dozen divisions and a scale of tens of thousands of men, completely surpassing the Whitebeard pirates. If it weren't for the Impaler pirates having Link, the world's strongest man of the new era, and its top-tier female devil fruit users who could stand against 2 superpowerful individuals without being outmatched, the Blackbeard pirates would truly be the world's strongest pirate crew. But Teach didn't mind being the eternal number 2, because he simply didn't care about such things. After expanding his fleet to the maximum, Teach began to set his sights on the road poneglyphs. His ambition was to become the Pirate King, and even to conquer the world. To become the Pirate King, one must find the final island, Raftel. Having been by Whitebeard's side for so many years, and now in existence at the pinnacle of the seas, Teach of course knew of the road poneglyphs. While Teach was biding his time, the luck of the Child of Destiny all converged on Luffy. Just as in the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates took an unconventional path. They did not land on the starting island of the New World, but were swept away by a sea current. After narrowly surviving, they arrived at the island of ice and fire, Punk Hazard. There, the Straw Hat Pirates met Momonosuke and Kinemon, who had traveled from the past, and defeated Caesar, who was researching gigantification and artificial devil fruits. When this news reached Doflamingo, it immediately sent him into a rage, and he even went to Punk Hazard personally. Although Link had stopped the production of artificial devil fruits after occupying Wano country, selling only weapons, Doflamingo was still in the artificial devil fruit business. His client had simply changed from Kaido to other forces, such as the world government, its member nations, and certain pirates. Artificial devil fruits remained one of Doflamingo's most profitable ventures. The Straw Hat Pirates' defeat of Caesar and the destruction of the research facility on Punk Hazard had cut off Doflamingo's source of wealth. Failing to deliver goods to his clients on time would not only cost Doflamingo a huge sum of money, but also damage his reputation in the underworld. The Straw Hat Pirates had just entered the New World and had already offended a major figure backed by the world's strongest man, a man with influence in both legitimate and criminal circles. Upon seeing Caesar's miserable state and the severely damaged research lab on Punk Hazard, Doflamingo immediately placed a bounty on the Straw Hat Pirates in the underworld. This news quickly spread throughout the New World. Doflamingo had no idea how much trouble this impulsive act would ultimately cause. Monkey D. Dragon, whose base had been destroyed and weapons stolen by Teach, forcing him to relocate his headquarters, immediately sent his most capable subordinate to help Luffy, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy and Ace's sworn brother, Sabo. Before setting out, Sabo contacted someone else. It was Portgas D. Ace, who had disappeared with Marco and the others after the Whitebeard pirates' defeat. He was actually hiding on Whitebeard's home island of Sphinx, quietly training while protecting his captain's homeland. That's right, Sabo had regained his memory. He had watched the live broadcast of the Summit War and learned everything. The reason Ace and the others were able to survive after being defeated by Teach was also because Sabo had taken action. He had brought Morley, who had eaten the push-push fruit and was the first to quietly escape from Impel Down, to secretly rescue Ace and the others. Upon learning that Luffy was being targeted by Doflamingo, Ace didn't hesitate to join Sabo to support him. After many years, the three sworn brothers from Fuchsia Village were about to reunite. After defeating Caesar, the Straw Hat crew began to help Momonosuke find his scattered companions, including Kurizumi Kanjuro, who was an undercover agent by Kazuki Oden's side, and Reizo, who might or might not be on Zoo. As luck would have it, Kanjuro's current location was on Doflamingo's new territory, one of the archipelagos ruled by the Impaler Pirates. Seeing that Doflamingo had been so sensible as to hand over the sovereignty of the Dressrosa kingdom, Link, who felt he was a useful tool, directly gave the management rights of the archipelago to the business-savvy Doflamingo. Doflamingo did not disappoint Link. He not only managed the archipelago impeccably, but also integrated the pirates whose hearts he had taken into the various groups of the Don Quixote family, turning them into a formidable weapon for generating profit and expanding the influence of the Impaler Pirates. Those non-affiliated nations, after benefiting from the generous Doflamingo and gaining protection from pirates and the Marines, also willingly served him. The sea area where the archipelago was located became one of the most famous in the New World. Losing Kaido as a backer did not diminish Doflamingo's power. Instead, he rose even further, becoming the strongest king of the underworld and an existence in the New World second only to the pirate emperors. But with the arrival of the Straw Hat Pirates, along with Sabo and Ace, Doflamingo was about to be severely humbled. Doflamingo, who had only ever suffered setbacks at the hands of Kaido and Link since gaining power, was defeated by a rookie. The strongest subordinate force under the Impaler Pirates became a stepping stone for the three sworn brothers. In this battle, Luffy, using Gear Fourth to defeat Doflamingo, once again made a name for himself throughout the world, and his bounty soared to 800 million buri. But he was not the main protagonist of this incident. The true protagonist was none other than the son of the Pirate King, Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace. In this battle, Ace, who fought alongside Sabo against a Don Quixote family that was much larger than in the original story, not only showed that the power of his Flame fruit was stronger than 2 years ago, but also demonstrated the supreme haki inherited from the Pirate King. This genius, who, like Link, had mastered armament haki in a single day, obtained his ticket to the realm of the super-powerful at the age of 22, displaying an otherworldly level of Conqueror's haki coding. With a single punch, he brought the Whitebeard pirates, who had become a thing of the past, back into the eyes of the world. The man, bare-chested with the mark of the Whitebeard pirates tattooed on his back, saw his bounty skyrocket from 550 million buri to 1,555 million buri. Chapter 153. The Furious Hancock and the Other Women, How to Deal with Momonosuke. Bastard, a mere loser dares to challenge Link's authority. I shall go and finish him off. The news of Doflamingo's defeat instantly spread throughout the world. Because he was a former celestial dragon and the world government still had use for him, Doflamingo became the first to be defeated whose news was not covered up, and he was not stripped of his status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But when this news reached the ears of Karina and the other women, Hancock and the Gorgon sisters immediately flew into a rage, wanting to leave Amazon Lily to finish off the 3 sworn brothers. I'm going too. Nami immediately raised her hand in agreement, her face also filled with anger. Doflamingo's defeat was not just a loss of face for him, it was an indirect slap in the face to Link. Everyone in the world knew that Doflamingo was under Link's protection, the public face of the Impaler Pirates. Even the pirate emperors dared not casually offend Doflamingo, and the world government and the Marines had to give him face. Now, a mere super rookie and a loser who had been beaten into obscurity by Teach actually dared to challenge the flag of the Impaler Pirates. They simply didn't know the meaning of death. At this moment, Karina and the other women had all added the 3 sworn brothers to their death list. Just as Karina and the women were preparing to depart to take the heads of the 3 sworn brothers and make an example of them for the world to see, Link's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Link, in his 6 Paths Sage mode, said with a light laugh, "There's no need to go looking for them. Those guys will come to us. We can deal with them slowly then." "Link, have you stabilized your power?" Seeing Link emerge from his seclusion, Karina and N-A-M-I Chinese letter into his arms with joyful surprise. "Yes, I've familiarized myself with my new abilities." Link held one in each arm and smiled meaningfully, and just in time, some test subjects have delivered themselves to my door. When the time comes, I'll let you see my new powers. All right. Karina and Nami immediately cheered. Having followed Link for 2.5 years, Karina and Nami's worldviews had long been influenced by him. They still held kindness for civilians in their hearts, but any benevolence towards their enemies had long since vanished. If it weren't for a Felindra's ability to steal people's hearts, Karina and the others would have already caused countless deaths. After all, as the highest-ranking officers of the world's strongest pirate crew, they would not show mercy to their enemies. Even if Link didn't act, they would go and kill the 3 sworn brothers themselves. As for Link treating them as test subjects, they couldn't be more in favor, raising both hands and feet in agreement. Thus, Karina ordered Violet to use the power of the Paramecia-type glare fruit to find and monitor the 3 sworn brothers, keeping their movements in hand. Soon, Violet found the 3 sworn brothers with her clairvoyance, and reported their every move to Karina and the others in real time. After defeating Doflamingo, Sabo and Ace had temporarily joined Luffy's crew to prevent the Impaler Pirates from clearing a path for Luffy. At the same time, they were escorting Momonosuke and his 2 companions to Zoo to find their last separated comrade, Reizo. Along the way, Izo, the former 16th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, somehow learned of Momonosuke's situation, found Ace using a Vivre card, and joined their group. Marco also followed Izo, and Momonosuke's team of bodyguards instantly grew stronger. Since Ryuju and Pudding had both become Link's women, the marriage alliance between Germa 66 and the Charlotte family from the original story never happened, so Sanji did not leave the crew. And because the Beast's pirates had been eliminated by Link, Zoo was not attacked by Jack. Momonosuke very smoothly found Reizo, and at the same time gained the support of Zoo, preparing to reclaim the sovereignty of Wano country. Kazuki Momonosuke Kazuki. With that surname, what is the relationship between this brat and Kazuki Hiyori? Hearing this name, Karina and the others couldn't help but turn their gazes to Link, who was currently teaching Ryuju the specific way to write characters while enjoying the taste of her fiery lips, and asked without any shame. Such things were already a daily occurrence. Link didn't hide anything either, saying, "Kazuki Momonosuke is Hiyori's older brother." Older brother? Karina and Nami were stunned for a moment, then looked at the equally surprised Violet and said, "No, isn't Kazuki Momonosuke just a child of a few years old? How could he be Kazuki Hiyori's older brother?" "He is a child, I didn't see it wrong," Violet said with certainty. Link explained with a smile, "Violet didn't see it wrong. Kazuki Momonosuke is indeed Hiyori's older brother. The reason he's a child now is because not long ago, he was sent here from 20 years in the past by the user of the Paramecia-type time fruit." 20 years ago. Paramecia-type time fruit. Karina and the others all said in shock, "There's actually a devil fruit in this world that can travel through time." "It's normal. After all, even mythical beasts from legends exist, and there are space-based abilities too, so time is nothing special, Link said nonchalantly. Besides, in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, there are many devil fruits related to time, like the Paramecia-type Return fruit and the Paramecia-type Age fruit. There must be superior versions of them. That's true. Karina and the others had a slight realization. Immediately after, Karina couldn't help but ask, now that those 3 sworn brothers have become his guards, should we kill this Kazuki Momonosuke? Karina and the others were all aware of Kazuki Hiyori's existence. They didn't mind Link taking this toy. In the past 2 years, many of the beautiful guards on Amazon Lily had also been pulled in by Link to liven things up. These toys all had the tacit approval of Karina and the other women. But Kazuki Hiyori was a special case. After all, Link had entrusted the entire country of Wano to her management and had even given her the Zoan-type horse fruit mythical model, Pegasus. Now that her older brother was bringing people to reclaim the sovereignty of Wano, would Link be considerate of this relationship? At this, Link looked down at the hard-working Ryuju, couldn't help but reach out and stroke her pink hair, and said with a meaningful smile, I have a good way to handle it. Chapter 154. The hero fights the evil dragon, the pressure of the Rinnegan. So that's Wano country, awesome. Having passed through Zoo, the Straw Hat Pirates, following the Mink tribe's ship, soon reached the outskirts of Wano country. Looking at the island, surrounded by cliffs and waterfalls, the adventure-loving Luffy's eyes instantly lit up as he shouted. Wano country is an island without a conventional coastline. To enter, outsiders must sail their ships up the waterfall, Kinnaman explained with a smile. But I know an entrance that allows for safe entry into Wano country. How about I make the merry fly-in? Luffy said, his eyes still sparkling. Hearing this, Frankie's forehead was instantly covered in black lines as he shouted, Idiot, do you want the Mary to crash and be destroyed? Remember, the Mary has been completely modified, and its keel isn't entirely made of atom wood. The coup de burst shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. Give me a break, you idiot. Usopp and Chopper chimed in, giving Luffy a karate chop. Watching Luffy fooling around with his crew, completely devoid of any captainly dignity, Sabo and Ace, who had grown accustomed to the atmosphere of the Straw Hat Pirates, both smiled as they looked at their younger brother. Then, as if remembering something, Sabo tipped his hat down, his expression turning grave. Next, I'll have to face the new world's strongest man. Yeah, Ace nodded in agreement and also said in a deep voice, I've always wanted to see him, the man who killed Pops and who even teach fears so much. Standing beside Sabo, Koala asked with a worried expression, Sabo, are we really going to war with the Impaler Pirates? Yes, this is a battle I cannot avoid. Sabo nodded firmly. After Doflamingo took over the archipelago ruled by the Impaler Pirates, the Don Quixote family became branded as part of them. Fighting has always been strictly forbidden in the Impaler Pirates archipelago. I was the first to break that rule, a slap in the face to their authority. Whether it's because I touched their cash cow, or for the sake of upholding their prestige, the Impaler Pirates will come T.O. Chinese letter me. Rather than wait for that, I'd rather take the initiative. As he spoke the last sentence, Sabo's eyes filled with a sharp glint. As the second-in-command and chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo was one of the people in this world who understood the Impaler Pirates best. He knew how powerful the Impaler Pirates were, and he knew even better that Link and Hancock were super powerful individuals they could not hope to defeat. In their group, only Ace had mastered Conqueror's haki coding. Even with him, Marco, the Mink tribe, and the vassals of the Kazuki clan, they were definitely no match for Link. They wouldn't even need Link to act. His subordinates, the Pirate Empress and the Nine-Tailed Fox, were beings they couldn't handle. Therefore, Sabo had already planned everything in advance. If his plan succeeded, there might be a glimmer of hope in overthrowing the Impaler, Link. And so, the tale of the hero versus the evil dragon was about to unfold. Under Kinnaman's guidance, the Going Merry and the Mink tribe's ship successfully passed through a special entrance and secretly slipped into Wano country. However, the group led by the three sworn brothers didn't know that they hadn't slipped into Wano undetected. They had been discovered by the Impaler Pirates. But Link's group did not act to eliminate them immediately. He allowed them to move freely in Wano, gathering the other vassals of the Kazuki clan. As for Kazuki Hiyori, she had been brought to Amazon Lily by Rebecca before the Straw Hat Pirates and the others arrived, and was then played with by Link until she passed out. This time, she would remain unconscious for a long time, only waking up after the incident was over. This is too much. They don't treat the people here like human beings at all. At this time, Luffy and the others had begun their investigation of Wano country. Seeing the lives of the Wano residents, whose hearts had been stolen and who toiled every day for a scrap of food, Luffy, who considered Momonosuke a friend, was instantly filled with rage. Kinemon and the others were also filled with indignation. Just as Roger could destroy a country for a friend, it was in Luffy's nature that he could ignore the suffering of others, but not the suffering of his friends. And so, the simple-minded fellow, just as in the original story, decided to help Momonosuke by beating up Link and taking back Wano country. Seeing that the powerful three sworn brothers had agreed to help the young lord reclaim his country, Kinemon was secretly overjoyed. In the following days, Kinemon personally went out and convinced Kawamatsu and Ashura Doji, other members of the Akazeya 9 whose hearts had also been taken. They gathered all the surviving vassals of the Kazuki clan, preparing to set out for Amazon Lily to subjugate the evil dragon, Link. Due to Kurazumi Orochi's death, Kanjuro, who was currently very confused, was still in character and prepared to follow Kinemon and the others to protect Momonosuke. Kriok, just as they had gathered their forces and were preparing to head to Amazon Lily, much like how they entered Onigashima in the original story, a piercing sound of a door opening suddenly reached everyone's ears from above. The eyes of the powerful haki users, led by the three sworn brothers, all glinted. Their observation haki seemed to sense something, and their expressions all turned grave. An air door appeared in the sky above, and a white-haired figure in a robe of black and white slowly floated out from within. Behind him, within a green dimensional space, were numerous powerful presences. But those presences did not emerge. When the air door closed, those presences also vanished. But the faces of the powerful haki users on the scene were covered in cold sweat. Kinemon and the others had eyes filled with even more terror. Even the simple-minded Luffy, as if realizing something, now had an incredibly serious expression. What's going on? The two rulers of the mink tribe said in disbelief, "Why can't I sense his presence?" "It's not an illusion, he's real," Sabo said in a deep voice. "But this form, I've never seen it before." "Is this his true form?" Only Ace showed no fear on his face. Instead, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "He's as strong as they say." Link, in his six-path sage mode, looked down from on high at the army of heroes below. His 6 Tamo Rinnegans swept across the faces of the three sworn brothers as he said with a faint smile, "Good eyes. It wasn't a waste for me to wait so long. If that's the case, then I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Of course, only the strong are worthy." Boom! As his words fell, Link's eyes widened, and a pressure different from Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted from his body, slapping down towards the group below like an invisible hand. In the next second, the elite subordinates of the Mink tribe and the Kazuki clan all spat blood and collapsed. Except for a few weaker individuals Link had deliberately avoided, the others, who would be considered elite even in a 4 Emperors crew, all fell to the ground, their internal organs shattered, dead on the spot. No one had realized the terror of this pressure, not even having time to defend with haki before they were instantly killed by the shockwave. This move was none other than Rinnegan pressure. Just like how Kaguya Otsutsuki's Byakugan pressure could kill people, Link's Rinnegan pressure could also kill. Chapter 155. Luffy, instantly defeated, Divine Vacuum Attack and Amaterasu. Conqueror's Haki. No, it's not Conqueror's Haki, they're all dead. An ability. Is this the world's strongest man? Completely on another level. Watching their companions all killed by the pressure, the two rulers of the Mink tribe, the Akazea Nine, and the others all spoke with expressions of shock. "Bastard, I'm going to send you flying." Seeing so many of his allies killed, Luffy was even more convinced that Link was a villain and shouted with a face full of rage. But Luffy, with his extremely high combat IQ, could not sense any aura from Link. It was precisely because he couldn't sense anything that he was more certain of the man's strength, the strongest existence he had encountered since setting sail. This person was much stronger than Rayleigh. Because after mastering observation Haki, Luffy could at least sense Rayleigh's aura. And so, without another word, Luffy bit his wrist and shouted, "Gear forth." His body rapidly inflated, steam evaporated from his body, forming a sash like a celestial cloud. Armament Haki manifested on his chest, and his expression resembled a Beijing opera mask. The tips of his feet constantly tapped the ground, making a sound like colliding metal. After transforming into Bounceman, Luffy's feet suddenly retracted into his body, like the thrusters of a jet, and he shot into the sky with a swoosh. Like his feet, his fists also retracted into his body. Luffy flew rapidly towards Link while unleashing his strongest attack, Gamu Gamu no King Kong Gun. The punch that defeated Doflamingo, carrying the power of distorted air currents, blasted towards Link. Watching this scene, Momonosuke, Kinemon, and the others below had eyes filled with hope. But in the next second, their hope turned to despair. Link faced the massive fist without dodging, his body not even moving an inch. Just as the fist was about to hit, an astonished expression appeared on Luffy's face. Because his fist, when it was a few dozen centimeters from Link, could no longer advance. Not just his fist, but his entire body as well. It was as if an invisible wall stood between him and Link. More importantly, this wall was indestructible. Not even the King Kong gun could shake it. However, Link's next action told Luffy that there was no wall at all. Link, floating in the air, lightly patted Luffy on the chest. Swoosh! In an instant, Luffy, like a giant cannonball, plummeted directly to the ground. The scene was like a meteor falling, not only startling Momonosuke and the others into scattering. When Luffy smashed into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust, the terrifying shockwave knocked Momonosuke and Kinemon to the ground. Luffy! Seeing this, Ace and Sabo could no longer remain calm. They rushed into the dust cloud along with the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Two-sword style, Dragon Twister. Zoro immediately drew his swords, unleashing a massive gust of wind that blew away the thick dust. When the dust cleared, a meteor crater was revealed. Luffy lay at the bottom of the crater, having reverted from his Gear 4th Bounceman state, his eyes rolled back, unconscious. With a single palm strike, Link had instantly defeated the Straw Hat Boy, the super rookie with a bounty that had soared to 800 million, an existence who would be a top officer even in a 4 Emperors crew. Just as Kaido had one-shotted Luffy with his club, it was perfectly normal for Link to instantly defeat a Luffy who had not yet mastered the advanced application of Haki. The only difference was that unlike Kaido's Thunderbagua, which was coated in Conqueror's Haki, Link's palm strike contained no Haki. It was a Sage's strike, a technique similar to the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams, Vacuum Palm, and Kaguya Otsutsuki's 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, only countless times stronger than the former and slightly weaker than the Kekkei Mora-level latter. During this time, as Link stabilized his power, besides familiarizing himself with Yin-Yang Release, he was also getting accustomed to 6 Paths Sage Mode. This mode was one of Naruto's trump cards for contending with Sasuke Uchiha in the original story, and the reason he had no fear of the truth-seeking orbs. As the ability inherited from Asura, 6 Paths Sage Mode was the ultimate form of the Sage body. In this form, the chakra was not ordinary Sage Art chakra. It contained the power of the 6 paths. In this state, Link's control over natural energy also reached its peak. When using ninjutsu, it became 6 Paths Sage Art, capable of harming even 6 Paths level opponents. When using taijutsu, it was an existence that surpassed even the 8th gate of death formation in terms of mastery. The palm strike Link had just delivered contained not only Sage Art chakra, but also natural energy and the techniques of the monstrous strength fist. If Link had materialized the chakra and struck out, it would have been a relentless punch capable of shaking the heavens, a perfect blend of offense and defense. Amaterasu. After defeating Luffy in one move, Link gave the army of heroes no chance to breathe. His gaze swept over the Akazeya 9 and the mink tribe outside the crater, and Link unleashed one of his exclusive Dijutsu. Black flames appeared out of thin air and, under the control of Blaze Release, instantly covered the mink tribe and some of the Akazeya 9. The sudden eruption of flames caught the mink tribe and the Akazeya 9 completely off guard. Those who hadn't defended with Haki in advance were instantly turned into black, flaming figures. "Put out the flames quickly," Marco shouted with a shocked expression, simultaneously using his blue flames and the power of Haki to try and help extinguish the fire. But when his flames touched the black flames, not only did they fail to extinguish them, they were instead tainted by a bit of the black fire. Fortunately, Marco had used Haki beforehand, so the black flames touched his invisible armor rather than his own flames. Marco quickly flung the black flames to the ground. Watching them continue to burn on the ground and seeing the unquenchable flames on the mink tribe and the Akazeya 9, he finally realized the gravity of the situation and said in a deep voice, "Don't go near those black flames. They are inextinguishable." Hearing this, Kinemon and Kenjuro, who were using their clothes to try and beat out the flames on the minks, saw their clothes being rapidly consumed by the encroaching black flames. They hastily threw the clothes away and distanced themselves from the burning minks and Akazeya 9. Watching their comrades being burned to ashes by the black flames, both Kinemon and Kenjuro wore expressions of grief and indignation. As for Momonosuke, he was completely scared stiff. Chapter 156. The Explosion of the Truth-Seeking Orb, the Power to Erase All. Having witnessed the power of the three sworn brothers, Momonosuke and Kinemon were once full of confidence that they could reclaim Wano country from Link's hands. After all, Link himself was a stranger to them. The figure they feared was Kaido. Although Link had killed Kaido, those who hadn't seen Link's power for themselves couldn't generate a fear for him that surpassed their fear of Kaido. But as it turned out, this man was terrifying. Not only did he instantly defeat Luffy, but he could also create inextinguishable black flames out of thin air, killing all the minks and most of the Akazeya 9. In less than 3 minutes, the army of heroes, which had numbered in the hundreds, was reduced to just the Straw Hat Pirates, Sabo and Ace of the three sworn brothers, Momonosuke, Kinemon, Kanjuro, Shinobu, and Marco. "Don't be sad, you'll be joining them soon." Link gave them no chance to grieve. He raised his hand and condensed a blue energy sphere, which rapidly grew in size, a giant Rasengan. As one of the few hand-seal-less ninjutsu in the Naruto world with a fully demonstrated training method, Link had mastered it long ago, though he disdained to use it. After reaching the 6 paths level, Link no longer needed hand seals for any ninjutsu. The Rasengan, which required the ultimate control of chakra, and its evolution, the Rasen Shuriken, which incorporated nature transformation, were incredibly easy for Link. After condensing the chakra to create the giant Rasengan, a deep blue light surged from within the blue energy sphere. Then Link threw the energy sphere downwards and whispered, "Sage Art, Spiral Tornado." In an instant, the energy sphere exploded in midair, forming a massive water tornado, preparing to sweep up everyone and every corpse below. Once hit by the water tornado, all the devil fruit users on the scene would be instantly killed. Fire Fist. Just as the water tornado was about to close in, a giant pillar of fire, containing hints of dark red lightning, shot up from the crater and collided with the water tornado. The pillar of fire, also carrying an otherworldly aura, successfully blocked the water tornado, evaporating the astonishing amount of water into steam, creating a massive white fog that enveloped an area of several hundred meters. Link lightly flicked his sleeve, and an invisible repulsive force instantly turned into a gust of wind, blowing the white fog away. Watching Ace, who had handed Luffy over to the care of the Straw Hat Pirates and returned to the ground with Sabo, Link smiled in admiration. "Good Haki. as expected of the Pirate King's son. 2 years ago, Link's words would have certainly enraged Ace. But after experiencing so many hardships, Ace seemed to have matured. Perhaps this was the reason for the growth of his haki to this level. His face held a hint of anger, but his eyes were filled more with fighting spirit as he looked at Link and said, "Impaler Link, I've always wanted to meet you." To avenge Whitebeard, Link asked with interest. "That's right, whether it's you or Teach, I will defeat you all." Perhaps because he had mastered Conqueror's haki coding, Ace had regained his confidence. But the complete lack of killing intent in his tone made Link shake his head in slight disappointment. Even if you've mastered the Conqueror's haki coding that only a few top-tier individuals possess, you will never be Teach's opponent. Why? Ace looked at Link, a little unconvinced. Link's smile vanished and his expression turned indifferent. Because Teach and I are different from you, we're not playing pirates. A person with no killing intent is not worthy of being my opponent. The man before him was clearly his father's killer, yet besides anger, there was almost no hatred or killing intent. It could only be said that Ace was truly worthy of being Luffy's sworn brother. He was the protagonist before the sun god set sail, his shonen protagonist aura too strong. No matter how great a wrong the enemy had committed, no matter who the enemy was, as long as he defeated them, he had no thought of killing them. Luffy was like this, and Ace was the same. If such a person didn't have protagonist plot armor, not only would he get his comrades killed, but their families would also be implicated. But as it happened, neither Link nor Teach were affected by protagonist plot armor. The former was a transmigrator, and the latter was also a child of destiny of this era. Until his luck completely abandoned him, whatever he did would go smoothly. He could not possibly lose. The only person who could defeat Teach was Luffy. The person who could defeat Link did not exist in this world. And so, Link declared the mortal's death like a god. "You've had a long journey, it ends here." After speaking, Link raised his hand and condensed a black sphere. The black sphere was only the size of a billiard ball and looked unremarkable, but it could float in the air, ignoring gravity. Then Link pressed his palm down, and the black sphere, finally pulled by gravity, began to slowly descend. During its descent, the black sphere suddenly burst forth with a dazzling white light, turning from black to white. "Not good, get behind me quickly." Ace seemed to sense something and shouted loudly. Sabo, his expression also changing in shock, stood behind Ace without hesitation. Marco transformed into his beast form, spread his giant flaming wings, and swept up Momonosuke and the other two, flying behind Ace. Those with observation haki, even if they hadn't mastered future sight, seemed to see a vision of death at this moment. Fire Fist. Ace gathered all his haki into his flame-wreathed fist and blasted a pillar of fire, mixed with even more dark red lightning than before, roaring towards the white sphere of light. Boom! The pillar of fire did not engulf the white sphere. The sphere exploded like a cannonball, releasing a white light that enveloped everything. From Ace and the others' perspective, the world instantly turned pure white. Their vibrant, colorful figures turned into black and white manga panels, and then, as if erased by a rubber, slowly began to revert to blank paper. The pillar of fire mixed with dark red lightning was the same, disappearing even faster. Whether it was a Logia ability or the otherworldly aura of Conqueror's haki coding, in the face of a true otherworldly power of rules, they were as fragile as thin paper, instantly annihilated. Just as everyone was about to disappear, two dark red afterimages swiftly darted out from the white world. Link seemed to have already noticed the two figures. Instead of showing surprise, he said with admiration, "Quite fast." When the white light dissipated, a massive crater, with no energy residue and looking as if it were naturally formed, appeared on the ground. Only 5 figures remained on the ground. Everyone else, their bodies, and even the inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu had all vanished without a trace, not even a speck left behind. It was as if they had never existed at all. The explosion of the truth-seeking orb, a power that erases all, is something that cannot be resisted by anything less than an otherworldly power. If Link hadn't controlled the blast radius, Not only would the ground have become a natural crater, but a large part of the island would have disappeared. Chapter 157. The Alliance of Four Superpowers, the Four Red Yang Formation. Kins, Kinnaman, everyone. Momonosuke, tucked under an arm along with Luffy, stared at his vanished vassals, the lingering shock of his near-death experience causing the young boy's eyes to roll back as he fainted from fright. Monkey D. Dragon, who had subconsciously rescued him, wore an extremely ugly expression, his heart filled with regret. He didn't know why, in a moment of impulse, he had saved this little brat instead of Sabo. As a result of a moment's kindness, he had lost his second-in-command and chief of staff. The loss was simply too great. Fortunately, he had successfully saved his son. Otherwise, losing his only biological son and his second-in-command at the same time would likely have caused Monkey D. Dragon to have an emotional breakdown. Well done, worthy of the captain's son. On the other side, Shanks, with only one arm, looked at Ace, who stood in front of everyone. Despite being unable to withstand the explosion, Ace was still full of responsibility, and Shanks couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Sabo, mine, Marco. However, Ace, who had been saved by Shanks, stared blankly ahead. Even though there was nothing in front of him, Ace could still see the image of Marco and the others disappearing. Witnessing the death of his comrades once again, Ace suffered a severe blow. A thick wave of hatred and killing intent surged from his heart. At this moment, Ace finally understood what Link had meant earlier. Facing an enemy without hatred and killing intent was just playing house. When the enemy takes the life of someone you cherish, it is too late for regrets. Now Ace did regret it, but he had lost Sabo and Marco forever. Seeming to notice that Ace was on the verge of an emotional collapse, Shanks frowned and reminded him, "Pull yourself together. The enemy is right in front of you. Do you want Luffy to follow in their footsteps?" Hearing this, Ace was instantly jolted back to reality. That's right, there was still Luffy. If he lost Luffy too, then he would truly have nothing left. He absolutely could not let Luffy be killed. At this, Ace's unfocused eyes instantly became firm, his gaze filled with sharpness and killing intent as he stared at Link in the sky. Good eyes, now that's what a revenger should look like, Tilda. Link's words of praise, however, broke through Ace's defenses again, and he was about to use his devil fruit ability to charge into the sky. At that moment, a hand suddenly appeared in front of Ace, stopping him. Shanks, wearing a black cloak, looked at Link in the sky with a serious expression and said, "Let's end this here. Link, can you give me some face and let them all leave this place? I can guarantee that what happened today will never happen again. Wano country is yours." As a rational person, as long as Luffy was not dead and Nico was fine, Shanks would not fall into a rage. In his eyes, Luffy was the most important. Even the captain's son couldn't compare to Luffy in Shanks' heart. With neither of them dead, it was the best news for Shanks. So right now, Shanks' first priority was not to fight Link to avenge Luffy's comrades and Kazuki Oden's son, but to leave this place. Just as the Akazeya 9 had been scared into a cold sweat before, Shanks also could not sense any aura from Link. Any living person would have emotional and life fluctuations, which could not escape the perception of observation haki. Even when a weak person perceives a strong one, they would feel a sense of insignificance, like an ant facing a mountain. The strong person's energy would be as vast as the sea. But Link had none of these. It was as if Link and he were not in the same dimension. More importantly, Shanks had secretly used Future Sight to see Link's upcoming answer. But his Future Sight had failed. Even the highest level of observation haki, Future Sight, had no effect on this man. Shanks, who had previously thought that Link, the world's strongest man of the new era, was just something hyped up by Morgans, and that he had likely teamed up with others to take down those legends, couldn't help but overturn those guesses. In this world, there really did exist a super powerful individual who could crush another super powerful individual. Link, like Teach, was a freak the likes of which this sea had never seen before. And this freak was stronger and more dangerous than Teach. But Shanks, who had not witnessed the power of a god among men, and was one of the few who could escape the erasure of a truth-seeking orb explosion with Conqueror's haki coating, was still not afraid of Link. If one superpowerful individual was not his opponent, then what about 2, 3, or even 4? As Shanks' famous line fell, Monkey D. Dragon, carrying the unconscious Luffy and Momonosuke under each arm, appeared beside Shanks. Behind him, another group of people appeared. At the head was Ben Beckman, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Shanks, Monkey D. Dragon, Ben Beckman, and the barely superpowerful Ace, facing off against Link, made for exactly 4 superpowerful individuals. Such a lineup, apart from the world government, would require even the Marine headquarters, which also had multiple superpowerful individuals, to mobilize its full force to face. As for the 4 Emperors' crews, unless the original 4 Emperors united, none of them would be a match for this lineup. However, despite having such a lineup on their side, Shanks and the others were all grim-faced. Except for Ace and Yasopp, whose son had been killed, the other 3, Shanks included, even hoped that Link would allow them to leave. The stronger one is, the stronger their intuition. Especially since super-powerful individuals are at the pinnacle of the seas, even Shanks felt a sense of insignificance in Link's presence. It was precisely because they couldn't sense anything that they felt so small. This feeling, he had had it before when he was weak. Clearly, Link was either faking it or had truly reached a level they couldn't comprehend. If it was the latter, how terrifying would that be? When the weak face, the strong, human wave tactics are just cannon fodder that can be cleared away with a casual wave of the hand. They could only hope that Link was the former, that even with the power to crush a super-powerful individual, he would still be wary of this lineup. But the worst-case scenario had occurred. Give you face, who are you? Link sneered, looking down from on high. It's good that you're here. I can take care of you all at once, saving me the trouble of hunting you down one by one later. After speaking, Link raised his hand and condensed 4 black rods. He casually threw them in 4 directions and whispered, "Ninja art, 4 red yang formation." When the black rods embedded themselves in the ground, 4 red, transparent barrier walls instantly rose up. Chapter 158. Super Shinra Tensei, Mini 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei, Dimensionality Reduction Strike. A barrier. A logia like the Mori Mori no Mi. Idiot, look at that form. Do you really think it's the Mori Mori no Mi user? Don't tell me he's a dual fruit user like Blackbeard. No idea, but one thing's certain, he's an absolute outlier on the sea. Staring at the rising red, translucent barrier, the red-haired pirates chattered among themselves, oblivious to how serious things had become. When Link slowly spread his arms, Shanks' face suddenly changed. He shouted, "No, everyone, defend with Haki." But observation, Haki, and future sight were useless against Link, and the warning came too late. After creating a cage that imprisoned Shanks and the others, Link glanced at Momonosuke, whom Monkey D. Dragon had just set down, shifted him away from the battlefield with a Menochikara, and murmured, "Super Shinra Tensei." The familiar white radiance burst from Link's body. In the next instant, the world before Shanks and the others turned pure white. The blinding glare made many shut their eyes and clad their bodies in armament Haki. Gale. Monkey D. Dragon didn't sit and take it. He invoked the K's no Mi, conjuring a howling hurricane toward Link. But the greenish wind pressure shattered like dropped glass the moment it formed. A terrifying, invisible repulsive force flipped everyone below, where they stood and gouged another vast crater into the already cratered ground. Stones and bodies whirled everywhere within the barrier. The hurricane, the repulsion, and the dust twisted into a tornado that drowned the red barrier in gray. As the twister slowed and began to fade, the gray was suddenly split by azure. Several colossal waterspouts appeared out of thin air inside the red barrier and raged unchecked. Their fearsome suction dragged the red-haired pirates, already flung by repulsion, along with Monkey D. Dragon and others into the maelstrom, instantly deleting the Devil Fruit users Monkey D. Dragon and Ace. Even non-Devil Fruit users like Shanks and Ben Beckman couldn't break free of the waterspout's pull. The raging torrents were stronger than the currents of Reverse Mountain. Even Haki emission couldn't make the waterspouts budge a hair. The energy within them surpassed the quality of Haki itself. These waterspouts were 6 paths sage art level, products Link forged by infusing water release nature transformation into a spiral shuriken. As with how he instantly erased Crocodile, Link first severed the red-haired pirate's retreat with a barrier, then used repulsion and the waterspouts to one-shot the fruit users and temporarily bind the non-users. Only then did he begin the finale. Link raised his right hand. A black liquid welled in his palm and rapidly formed a black sphere. Unlike a truth-seeking orb, the liquid inside this sphere boiled like scalding water, constantly bubbling black as if the energy within were desperate to surge out. The black sphere shot skyward. When it reached the top of the barrier, it flared with dazzling white light. At first glance, one might have thought Link was detonating another truth-seeking orb. But the next second, a pull no weaker than the earlier repulsion descended within the barrier. Its horrific suction shredded the waterspout cluster that even Haki emission hadn't affected. Countless tons of water blasted upward. Along with the torrents, innumerable stones and the very ground, still fracturing, rose, defying gravity. All of it, water and rock, converged toward the black sphere in the sky. Whoosh! A dark red slash shot out from the surging waters, aiming to smash the black sphere. But before it could draw near, it was compressed and pulverized by the overwhelming gravity, like being dragged into Teach's Yami Yami no Mi black hole, and dissolved into a storm of dark red lightning-laced air. Unable to break the black sphere, Shanks could only be pulled along with his comrades, the water, and the shattered earth toward it. In an instant, it felt like leaving Earth for a world with gravity magnitudes stronger. His body was stripped of control, unable to move. Outside, within the red barrier, a supermassive blue water sphere now floated. Beneath that sphere, a gaping cavity opened in the sea. The terrible gravity had crushed all ground within the barrier to rubble, and even the seawater beneath the island was ruthlessly drawn upward. One move, Chibaku Tensei. But this was no ordinary Chibaku Tensei. It was a super Chibaku Tensei wrought from extreme yin, yang power and 6 paths power. If Link hadn't deliberately restrained it, and if the 4 red yang formation weren't restricting it, the gravity would have pulverized the entire island, sucked it into a colossal meteor, lifted it into the sky, continued to absorb meteors in space, and ultimately formed a small moon. Used as a sealing move on a person, unless the target excelled at undoing seals, even someone on Link's level would be mercilessly one-shot. Not even divine departure, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, nor a truth-seeking orb self-detonation, could destroy the core of Chibaku Tensei. Even with Link dialing down the power, Shanks and the others, who hadn't reached 6 paths level, were mercilessly killed in an instant. Link called this technique Mini 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensei. Just 3 moves, no, a single combo, and Link erased the red-haired pirates led by 4 top-tier powerhouses. Whether it was Shanks, whose Haki most closely approached the Pirate Kings, Monkey D. Dragon, whom the world government deeply feared, the sea's keenest mind Ben Beckman, or the inheritor of the Pirate King's Haki talent Ace. In front of this combo, they were like the rest of the red-haired pirates, no different from the Mink tribe and the Akazeya 9 whom Link had also one-shot, utterly unable to resist. A dimensionality reduction strike. Before a god among men, whether strong or weak, anyone short of that realm is an ant. A human crushing an ant takes only the slightest force. Likewise, Link didn't even need to resort to additional Rinnegan-exclusive Dijutsu to finish Shanks and the rest. Chapter 159, The Silent System. Is that a new ability of Link's? Incredible! The famed red-haired Shanks and the leader of the Revolutionary Army couldn't even resist. Is that really all of Link's strength? Does anyone in this world stand as his match? As the battle ended, Karina and the others rode flame clouds out of the pocket dimension. Gazing at the colossal blue water sphere hanging in the sky, having watched the fight from within that pocket space, they couldn't help but marvel. By now, all of them had reached New World powerhouse level. Hancock and the Snake Sisters were outright superclass. Because of this, they understood just how formidable the red-haired pirates truly were. In overall might, the red-haired pirates were second only to the very peak in the New World. Without combining their abilities to produce a greater-than-some synergy, Even Karina's group wouldn't be confident of steamrolling them. So when they saw peers of their level reduced to infants before Link, they grasped how far his power had climbed. As Link himself had said, he wasn't even in the same dimension as everyone else. After their size, Karina asked, "Link, how do we deal with them?" "Behead them all and display the heads. Hand them to Daffy to handle." But Link's attention wasn't on the red-haired pirates. Look closely, and you'd see a faint furrow in his brow. He tried to summon the virtual panel in his mind, but it didn't respond, as if it had glitched. He called it again and again, still nothing. For the first time losing contact with it, Link felt a rare flicker of panic. Such a feeling hadn't surfaced since he awakened Conqueror's Haki. After all, the system was his greatest backing. Now that his cheat seemed faulty, panic was only natural. He'd spent a stretch consolidating his strength, only now did he notice something off. When Template 1 hit 100%, the system immediately began loading Template 2. But it's been over a month since Template 2 reached 100%, and there's still no movement. Not only did he gain no experience from eliminating opponents on the level of Marco and Sabo, he couldn't even call up the panel. If he didn't still sense the panel anchored deep in his mind, his spiritual space, he would have thought the system had slipped away. After a few more futile attempts, Link calmed himself. The system wouldn't fail for no reason. If the link was cut, some unknown change must be underway. Since all his power came from it, until he could detach from the system, he lacked the ability to intervene no matter what happened to it. Better to wait quietly than fret pointlessly. He was sure the High Tier 6 Path's power he now wielded belonged to him. Even if the system vanished, he wouldn't lose much. And even if High Tier 6 Path's power couldn't break lifespan limits, he still had ways to grant himself and Karina's group immortality. After all, in this world, methods for eternal life exist. Once his thoughts were clear, Link said to Ryuju, "Your brother is outside the barrier. He was caught by my illusion technique and is unconscious. I'll give you two choices. 1, swallow your hatred. Your companions died by my hand, and I will not spare your captain. 2, have Pudding read and erase his memories, and send him back to where he lived." Indeed, Link hadn't killed Sanji. When the white blaze of a truth-seeking orb was about to erase him, Link shifted Sanji away just as he had Momonosuke. He layered an illusion technique, so he remained comatose. "Thank you, Link." Thinking her brother dead, yet unable to blame Link, Ryuju's face lit with grateful surprise. After a brief silence, she said softly, "Have Pudding wipe his memories. That way he won't suffer for long." "Me go with Pudding." Link nodded, then, as if recalling something, showed a strange smile. "And while you're at it, use your fruit to inflict maid sickness and frailty on the brat beside your brother, then deliver him to Daffy." "All right." Ryuju nodded obediently, though she didn't know why Link wanted this done. Maid sickness was the virus that could turn a target female, and it was how Link planned to deal with Momonosuke. In this world, there were two must-eliminate figures, Absalom and Momonosuke. Absalom, who had eaten the Paramecia clear fruit, Link had already taken care of. But Momonosuke, Link wouldn't kill. Death is only a moment of pain, too cheap a price. He would transform him and hand him over to Don Quixote Doflamingo for punishment, with frailty ensuring he could never shake off the effects. Given his timid, cowardly nature, he would never choose a samurai's end. Because the method was too vicious, Link didn't tell the others more. Knowing Link liked to keep things close and wasn't the type to explain himself, Karina's group didn't press. They split up to their tasks. Ryuju and Pudding went to handle Sanji and Momonosuke. Link and the women with Karina set about dealing with the sealed red-haired pirates and the likes of Monkey D. Dragon. No devil fruit posed a threat to Link, and he had no interest in the father and son pairs K's no Mi and the Hito no Mi model, Nika. He killed them outright. As Link was about to kill the world's destined child of the coming era, his six-stamo Rinnegan, with its innate vision through the human body, seemed to notice something. His expression shifted in faint surprise. Chapter 160, Eternal Life for All, Emu's Strength. In Link's vision, the corpses of Luffy and Monkey D. Dragon each housed an energy akin to chakra. Unlike Chakra's blue, Luffy's was violet and Dragon's cyan. Within both colors drifted the same black vapor. The living having inner energy was normal. But why would the dead have it too? It wasn't a soul's blue, these were different hues. After only a few seconds of surprise, Link understood. Barring accidents, this was devil fruit power. When a user dies, a devil fruit's power does not vanish at once. It slowly leaves the host. That is how Teach could seize the paramecia, Gura Gura no Mi. Without question, the energies in Dragon and Luffy were devil fruit powers in the process of fading. That identical black vapor was surely the sea's curse. Link reached out toward Luffy's body and murmured, Bancho Tenon. An unseen hand of gravity drew the corpse into his palm. The pull clamped it to him like a giant magnet. But Luffy's devil fruit power did not budge. Unlike Teach's Yami Yami no Mi, this gravity did not drag devil fruit power free. So the dark fruit's pull had unknown properties. A little disappointed, Link was about to drop the body. Then a spark flashed. He used Bancho Tenon again to bring Dragon's body over, gripped father and son, and with a Meno Chikara, jumped from Wano back to Amazon Lily in a few blinks. Appearing on the balcony of the viewing room, he set them down, then with a Meno Chikara fetched a piece of fruit from a platter. Cradling the fruit in one hand and holding Luffy's corpse with the other, he whispered, Hungry Ghost Path. A clear white dome appeared, wrapping Link and Luffy's body. Seconds later, the fruit in Link's hand began to change. It had been an ordinary red apple, but it swelled rapidly until it was bigger than Link's head. Its peel turned from bright red to purple, etched all over with special spiral patterns. Others could only see the scene. In Link's sight, the devil fruit power lingering in Luffy and slowly dissipating was tugged out by a special suction, flowed into Link's body then. He could have kept it like Teach would, but chose not to. He let the devil fruit power run one circuit through himself, enter by one hand and exit the other, and sink into the red apple. The apple transformed into a devil fruit. This was the devil fruit the world government had misnamed the paramecia Gamu Gamu no Mi, actually the Zoan Hito Hito no Mi model, Nika, the sun god. Having proved the hungry ghost path could seize a devil fruit, Link's mood brightened and his sense of safety surged. From now on, he no longer needed to rely on Teach. Even without the system, Link and Karina's group could achieve immortality. He now had all three conditions for immortality. They were the paramecia Op no Mi, the hungry ghost path, and a perfect clone. Next came waiting for Yaphalandora to amass medical knowledge until she could perform the perpetual youth surgery and carry it out on Karina and the others. With Pudding's Memo no Mi, that accumulation would be swift. She only needed to read the memories of the sea's great physicians. Before Yaphalandora conducted the surgery, they would use lineage factors to produce a perfect clone body and then transplant memories into it. When the original body died, they would use the hungry ghost path to reclaim the Op no Mi and have Yaphalandora eat it again. The price for Link's crew to gain immortality was only some clone materials, and the time needed to collect medical knowledge. With that, Link no longer cared much that his link to the system had abruptly gone silent. Even if the system left the next second, so be it. His current strength was invincible in this world. Even if Imu's power matched Otsutsuki Kaguya's and wielded 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei, Link still had a one-shot trump card. But plainly, Imu could not possess such might. Before reaching 6 paths level, Link had guessed Imu's power sat somewhere around Yonko tier to perhaps a god among men. As the final boss, the 5 Elders' undying state was likely related to Imu. In mystery and rule-bending they stood above the emperors, so the odds Imu had god among men, level power weren't small. Once Link truly broke the world's ceiling and became a high-tier 6 paths god among men, he no longer spared Imu a thought. At best, as a final boss, Imu might reach the level of 6 paths Abaido. And 6 paths Abaido could be handled by Naruto with half of Kurama and Sasuke with the Mangekyou Sharingan, once they had Sage Chakra. Against someone like Uchiha Madara with both Rinnegan and high-tier 6 paths, even the 6 paths, blessed Naruto and Sasuke would struggle one-on-one. Such power makes Super Cage mere toys. just like when Link faced Monkey D. Dragon and the others. There wasn't even time to display abilities for fun before they were nearly instant-killed. With that level, there was no need to care about the sea's balance, Joy Boy, or the 3 ancient weapons. Even if every force in the world joined hands, they could not match a high-tier 6 paths. If Emu truly had that strength, no external props would be needed. Whenever bored with the performance of lesser beings, a single sweep would wipe the board. Therefore, Emu absolutely was not at Link's tier. Even reaching 6 paths Abido was doubtful. If so, seizing that little playground would be as easy as the instant deletion of Shanks and the rest. Chapter 161. The world's feared time to change the ruler of the empty throne. 3 days later, a piece of news rocked the seas and made every power, including the world government, lose its composure. If Don Quixote Doflamingo had been defeated by a supernova 2 years ago and had no backing, at most he would have lost his 7 warlord seat. That would be big, but not enough to rattle the world government. Had he lacked connections, the government would simply have dispatched an admiral to arrest the man who cheapened the warlord's brand. But Doflamingo was no Moria with no strings to pull. On the contrary, among the warlords his background was the largest and strongest, backed by Bartholomew Kuma of the Revolutionary Army, with ties to Dracul Mihawk, who is friend and foe alike to red-haired Shanks. Add to that his former status as a celestial dragon. Even stripped of the title of World Noble, he still enjoyed the privilege of exemption from execution. His cozy relations with the government even let him manipulate public opinion and stage a voluntary withdrawal from the warlords. Of course, after Kaido fell, none of that remained his greatest asset. Sharp to the winds of change, he clung to Link's thigh the moment Kaido went down. Granted the Impaler Pirates archipelago operations, Doflamingo became their external spokesman, consolidating and commanding all subordinate crews. When one man ascends, all around him rise. As first lieutenant to the world's strongest man and the world's strongest pirate crew, Doflamingo became not only the Dark King of the underworld, but one of the new world's great pirates, second only to the emperors. That is why Luffy's defeat of Doflamingo drew a bounty far more staggering than in the tale you know. As the top hatchetman of the world's strongest, Doflamingo didn't just stand for the underworld and the warlords, he represented Link's face. In fact, precisely because he represented Link's face, he could reign as the strongest king of the underworld, and despite being far weaker than Wang Zhai, still rank among the New World's most famous pirates. Strike him and you slap Link in the face. It's far graver than attacking a mere subordinate of Whitebeard's fleet. When the Navy publicly executed Ace, the world understood what kind of war Whitebeard's side would bring to the plaza. Likewise, with Doflamingo beaten by the Sworn Brother trio, the whole world knew the Impaler Pirates would retaliate against Straw Hat Luffy and Fire Fist Ace, and even the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command and the factions behind them. The payback would be terrifying. Insulted men must kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, otherwise, Link and the Impaler Pirates would be harried without end. Whether pressed or proactive, they had to answer. No one imagined Link's answer would be this horrific. The head of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, Fire Fist Ace, and the culprit himself, Straw Hat Luffy. When Doflamingo displayed the 4 severed heads, the world fell silent. Then every heart filled with a fear words couldn't frame. The stronger the person and the greater the power, the deeper their fear of Link grew, Navy headquarters and the world government included. The strong know the weight of those 4 names. Monkey D. Dragon, wielder of the K's no Mi, the most wanted man since the Pirate King. The government forever sought his death, and forever came up empty. Red-haired Shanks, once the youngest emperor, the most imposing man since the Pirate King. Where Shanks walked, Ben Beckman walked. To kill him was never as simple as removing one powerhouse. Add Fire Fist Ace, the Pirate King's son. And Straw Hat Luffy, bearer of the Nika fruit. 3 of them carried the D. 4 were top-class powerhouses. And Link felled them all. If Link had helpers, it would mean the Impaler Pirates possessed 4 super powerhouses, 1 crew equal to an emperor's. In that case, the government would not exactly be terrified. At worst, another Rocks Pirates had been born, a nuisance, not the end. But everyone understood. Dragon and the others had likely not fallen to a coalition of the Impaler Pirates, but to Link alone. Even a Logia Master of Wind could not escape his hand. What level was that power? In this world, it is rare enough to defeat a single top-class foe one-on-one. If someone can face many at once and kill several super powerhouses, what tier is that strength? The world's ceiling, or a being outside the world altogether? It was that unknown that bred terror. On the day the news broke, the world roiled with debate. The 5 elders convened at once and quickly resolved to seek an audience with Emu, to report this being who might be even more singular than Nika to the one who created and bestowed the undying mother. They did not know a mortal crisis was already stealing toward them. Amazon Lily, on the balcony of the viewing room. Link sat cross-legged in the air, meditative. As if his mind had traversed time to the future and returned, he slowly opened his 6-damo Rinnegan and smiled. "Do you have it?" Creak. Almost as his words fell, a door opened in midair. Karina stepped out in hybrid form, smiling. "It's in hand." "Good, ready the mount. We depart, Holy Land Mary G-wise." Lowering his feet to the floor, Link looked up into the blue and murmured, "It's time to put someone new on the empty throne." Chapter 162. Hello everyone, I am the king of the world. On this day, the new world was in a frenzy. Everyone was not only talking about Link and the Impaler Pirates, but was filled with curiosity and fear toward Link's strength. At the same time, quite a few fellows awakened to Conqueror's haki. After a bout of fear, they quickly reacted and began burning, killing, and looting across Redhair's territory, just like after Whitebeard's death. Unlike the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, the red-haired pirates had fewer affiliates, and their Iron Wall main force had been taken out by Link. So those slices of cake became ownerless, with no stubborn remnants to resist. For a moment, the new world was drenched in blood once again. Meanwhile, many sailing at sea, or on certain islands, all looked up to witness a spectacle in the sky. Because of it, quite a few people were startled, fear filling their eyes. But soon, that fear was replaced by curiosity and awe. In the azure sky, 3 mythical beasts were soaring at high speed. The 3 were a white Pegasus, a pink giant dragon, and a golden 9-tailed fox. Compared to the pink dragon and the golden 9-tailed fox, the white Pegasus was merely ordinary in size, yet when people looked at the 3, almost all eyes fixed on the Pegasus. Strictly speaking, on the figure upon its back. The figure sitting the saddle, reins in hand, was the very focal point of the world's talk, the protagonist shaking the globe, recognized by all as the strongest man in history, even without reaching the final island. Link the Impaler. Link the Impaler first made his name in the weakest sea, the East Blue, so people assumed he too hailed from the East Blue. His way of rising was exceedingly brutal. Regardless of an enemy's age or gender, as long as they were pirates or foes, they were skewered on giant wooden spikes. As a mercenary, he helped over a dozen kingdoms win wars and was granted ducal titles by several of them, thus the name, the Impaler. Who would have thought that a mercenary from the weakest sea would, in just 2.5 years, become the strongest being in history? When he first became famous, Link was very active. His savage methods made the world think he hated pirates to the bone. But as his status shifted from mercenary and bounty hunter to warlord, and then to emperor, people let go of that idea. Link was not driven by hatred of pirates, and his code of action was the same: uproot the grass. The cases of the Wangzhai pirates, the Golden Lion and the Beasts pirates, and now the red-haired pirates, confirmed this all the more. Thus, once the Impaler Pirates became the world's strongest crew, they faced far fewer challenges than the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone knew that if you lost to Whitebeard's crew, there were 2 options. 1, gain Whitebeard's recognition and become an allied crew. If you were excellent enough, you could even dissolve your own crew and merge into the Whitebeard Pirates as an independent division. Even in defeat, Whitebeard's crew wouldn't kill you. At worst, they'd lop off an arm or take all your treasure. But if you offended the Impaler Pirates, you'd better pray they had the Paramecia Ope no me at hand, so you could offer your heart to buy your life. If no no me user was nearby, you absolutely could not escape death. The price of a failed challenge death frightened countless cowards. On top of that, the Impaler Pirates base was on Amazon Lily. Since entering the New World, Amazon Lily had changed seas 3 times. First, an unknown sea area, then a central region ringed by archipelagos, and finally they replaced Onigashima of the Beast's pirates, beside the closed country Wano. Such geography blocked innumerable challengers. If you struck at the archipelagos, that wasn't a challenge, it was provocation. Straw Hat, along with the collateral damage to Fire Fist Ace, the Revolutionary Army's top 2, and the red-haired pirates were the best examples. Since becoming an emperor, Link not only overturned what people thought they knew of him, but his mystique soared. Aside from the pirates of Hachinasu, almost no one had seen Link's figure. Even in the World Economy newspaper, there were only long shots and back views. Yet every time Link was on the front page, he shook the world's headlines. Now Link had appeared after a long absence, not riding the pink dragon, nor the golden nine-tailed fox, but the white Pegasus, with the dragon and the nine-tailed fox in his wake. It was a lineup the world had never seen. Those who reacted quickly rushed to capture the scene and sell it to the World Economy newspaper. The smarter ones smelled a coming storm. With an unprecedented lineup like that, it was impossible he was merely out for a stroll. Clearly, Link and the Impaler Pirates were about to make a big move again. Soon, the news spread to every corner of the New World. At once, the New World that had just erupted into bloodshed fell into silence. No one dared make big moves, for fear of running into Link's muzzle and suffering disaster from nowhere. Such was Link's deterrence now. He killed 3 emperors, defeated one, and suppressed another, forcing the rule-breaker to be an eternal runner-up, the strongest resume in history. While all were curious and guessing at Link's purpose this time, before long, the whole world knew the truth. No, strictly speaking, not the whole world. Every household, village, town, city, and island that owned a visual transponder snail learned it. Just as everyone focused on Link's movements, the 3 beasts unknowingly left the New World and reached the top of the red line. The visual transponder, snails that Karina and the others had gone to seize from Egghead, slowly activated, connecting to the world's network. In an instant, screens everywhere flickered with snow, and then a face appeared out of thin air. The shot pulled back slightly, and the figure riding a Pegasus crackling with blue-white lightning entered the eyes of the world. To every person, from the old to the young, this face was no stranger. His bounty poster had long been plastered anywhere people lived. That figure was the strongest man in history, Link. In the picture, Link rode the white Pegasus, one hand on the reins, the other waving toward the visual transponder snails, smiling as he greeted the world. Hello, everyone. I am the King of the World. Chapter 163, Divine Tree World Advent. King of the World? The entire world froze. Before anyone could react, the live feed pulled back and split into 2 screens. On one side, Link atop a white Pegasus, on the other the world's most prosperous city. Most people on Earth had never seen the city. Those who had recognized it at once. Mary Geoise. All over the world people blurted out the name, including some within Mary Geoise itself. Outside Mary Geoise, people had already noticed the mythical beasts in the sky, and agencies and powerhouses alike were moving. Now, those inside its buildings also saw through visual transponder snails that someone had invaded the Holy Land. And that intruder was the strongest being in the world, the strongest in history. In an instant, the entire Holy Land Mary Geoise fell into chaos. Many celestial dragons who looked down on humanity were hurriedly gathering to flee to shelters. Of course, plenty of foolish celestial dragons tried to order their men to seize Link and the beasts, only to be dragged toward shelters by those same men. Not only the Holy Land Mary Geoise, uproar swept the globe. Link had appeared at the world government's headquarters and introduced himself as the King of the World. Even a fool could see the strongest man alive meant to strike at the world government. Wherever there were visual transponder snails, crowds gathered at once, from great powers down to ordinary folk. Some watched with eager expectation, others with fear. The former were naturally those of the common classes. The latter were world government loyalists, such as the more than 170 member nations. As Mary Geoise sank into disorder, the link on screen moved. With black hair like a waterfall and a long black robe, Link suddenly rose from the Pegasus into the air. His waist-length black hair turned white before the naked eye. Like it, his black robe remained. More crucially, his black eyes, sclera and pupils became rippled purple, with 6 black tama within. Then 9 black spheres appeared from nothing behind him. A black staff likewise appeared in his hand. Seeing Link's form, countless faces went slack, among them the powerhouses in Mary Geoise who had locked onto him. Transformation? Isn't he a Logia Mori Mori no Mi user? Why animal-type traits? Could he, like Marshall D. Teach, have broken the world's rules and become a dual, devil fruit user? Possible, or he's mastered human modification and turned himself into a dual, devil fruit user. After all, the Impaler Pirates have a clone of the Pirate Empress, a Paramecia Fua Fua no Mi user. Hiss, so this is the secret why Link the Impaler can crush other emperors and become the strongest in history. While the world argued, the next second every face went blank again. From the weak to the strong, even superpowers near the world's ceiling, their worldview was refreshed. Link looked down over the Holy Land Mary Geoise, one hand gripping the black staff, the other slowly opening his palm. From a special angle, it looked as if his hand enclosed all of Mary Geoise. Then Link murmured, "Divine Tree World Advent." No need to set foot on the ground, no need to touch a thing. The unseen yang power that neither naked eyes nor so-called haki could perceive seeped through the air into the red line. Rumble. The world's most prosperous city suddenly shook violently. Even the visual transponder snails floating in the air seemed rattled, their images quivering on screens worldwide. Though the tremor could not match the Gura Gura no Mi's world-upending force, to see such a scene in the Holy Land stunned countless souls. In the next second, 800 years of world government prestige began to crumble. As the quake rolled across the city, seemingly across the entire red line, countless cracks split the ground. Even at great distance, those fissures were plain to see. Then innumerable green tendrils, as if from the abyss, surged up from those vast rifts. Each green tendril was larger than the mangroves of the Sabyati archipelago. In moments, the prosperous city became a forest of green tentacles. When they stopped writhing, those leafless superroots extended dense vines downward. Soon the vines drew back. This time they carried white cocoons one after another. Some cocoons had not fully closed. Look closely, and you would see inside them people who could not move. Some faces were blank, some tried to struggle, all in vain. Among them, powerhouses across the world seemed to spot many familiar, yet strange faces. There was Steel Bone Kong, the commander-in-chief, the newly minted Admiral Ryokaju, the God's Knights, and so on. All were superpowers of the seas. Now, before those branches, even superpowers had no strength to resist. If only one had X-ray eyes, then the shock would be greater. It wasn't just superpowers who could not resist. Except for the 5 elders with their special abilities, and that king of the world who has ruled for 800 years, every person atop the Holy Land Mary Geoise had been sealed without resistance by Tree World Advent. Such as Link's would release now. Senju Hashirama's would release was formidable indeed, the true number 1 beneath the 6 paths. But if Hashirama had fused Uchiha Madara's extreme yin power, what change would have come? The Rinnegan would, of course, appear, and would release would evolve into something no less than the Rinnegan. With extreme yang power, would release sealing reached its peak. After fusing extreme yin power, that sealing would break through dimensions themselves. An unexpected delight Link discovered once his strength solidified. With mastery of 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei, he could use yin, yang release to blend yin power into wood release, giving it sealing that instant kills all. Even a superpower, once bound by a branch, would at once be stripped of everything and become a Tree World Advent cocoon. The only difference from the infinite Tsukuyomi version is that these cocoons will not turn into white Zetsu. Chapter 164. The Five Elders One-Shotted, Emu's Devil Fruit Power, End. Witnessing divine, tree world advent instantaneously subdue the Holy Land Mary GOIs. The mountain-thick branches refreshed the world's understanding of devil fruits. No, could a true devil fruit ability even do that? The more clear-headed powerhouses all had the same thought. Link's power didn't even look like a fruit ability. But besides devil fruits, what else could explain such a supernatural phenomenon? In that moment, the clever felt their own smallness. Swoosh, swoosh. Quickly, everyone atop Mary GOIs became white cocoons, hanging beneath the roots. But soon, several lights like magic circles told the world that Link's single move hadn't finished off everyone on the Holy Land. Some had evaded the tree's bindings. When the light faded, 5 colossal phantasmal beasts leapt into view. Villain steeped in sin, do you know at whom you raise your hand? Had we known such a root of calamity, we should never have let it grow. What the D clan could not do has been done by this one. Seems it is time to baptize the world anew. The 5 beasts had barely appeared when they roared in fury. Few could tell that the 5 beasts were in fact the 5 elders, the world's highest authorities. Link showed no interest, only praised from on high. Used teleportation to evade the bind, as expected of the 5 elders who have lived 800 years alongside Emu. What, you know Lord Emu? Is he hiding that middle name, actually a descendant of the D clan? In that case, he must not be allowed to live. With the enemy at the doorstep and only their 5 top fighters left, the 5 elders no longer cared that it was all being broadcast to the world. They launched their attack at Link. But Link was a step faster, and this became the last exchange of glances between him and the world. He raised his right hand, palm up, and of the 9 black spheres behind him, 5 drifted as if magnetized into his palm. Then Link whispered, Amenot Jakara. In an instant, the 5 black spheres vanished. When they reappeared, they were beside the 5 beasts. Link pointed downward and smiled, detonate. Swish. Blinding white light burst from the black spheres. The next second, like flashbangs, the 5 spheres blossomed with a vast white glare, instantly engulfing the 5 beasts. Booms, booms, boom. Only after the white swallowed the beasts did the explosions reach the ear. Through the visual transponder, snails, it was 5 astonishingly large blasts. But when the light and thunder died and 5 vast holes were revealed, the knowledgeable all narrowed their eyes. A rules-type ability. Those pits looked like ordinary craters, but in truth everything within had been erased. Veterans who'd faced rules-type abilities blurted it out. No one knew their reaction, and no one cared. The eyes of the world stayed fixed on the live broadcast. Link glanced toward a place within Mary GOIs and said mildly, Your 5 sons are dead. Will you keep hiding? Yes, the 5 elders were dead. Their so-called immortality in the tale meant nothing before the truth-seeking orbs. They had merely bodies that did not die. Within those beast forms, souls remained. The truth-seeking orbs erase even souls. In the final battle, Namikaze Minato's arms were blown off by them. When Edo Tensei released and his soul returned to the Pure Land, his arms were still gone. That is why the truth-seeking orbs stand with sage art. Would release, true several thousand hands as SSS rank, because they are absolute. Without sage arts or 6 paths power, if struck by them, both body and soul are obliterated. If the body turns to dust in their blast, the dead cannot enter the Pure Land. Soul and flesh vanish from the world. Unless the opponent's body is also 6 paths tier, even an undying body becomes ash if struck. Clearly, the 5 elders were not 6 paths level. Their undying bodies suffered a dimensionality reduction blow from the orbs. As Link's words fell, a figure appeared out of thin air before him, entering the world's gaze. It was a woman, wearing a royal robe of some kingdom, long hair coiled into a high ponytail, a crown set with gems and ancient script. More wondrous, like Link she stood in the air. As if like the snake princess, a Paramecia Fua no Mi user. Only Link knew she was not a Fua user, and had no privilege to break the world's limit on flight. But in strength, she could indeed be called foremost of the age. Without her using it, Link's Sixtamo Rinnegan saw through her power at a glance. Flattening space into a plane, no wonder when I looked back through history, I never found a power paired to time. It was on you. Staring straight at Emu, Link said evenly, Paramecia space fruit user. Emu seemed unsurprised that Link named it in a word. Her next words left the bewildered world stunned anew. Emu looked at Link and asked, Outsider, what did you come to this world for? Link was not surprised. He knew that, unable to place a traveler's power within this world system, she suspected an off-worlder. With the mood set, Link's mouth curled slightly as he said, insincerely, to bring this world peace. Fin. Escribe una reseña.